Arc 7, Chapter 53. What Lies Beyond the 11th Second. Double spoilers for Arc 7, double 10 seconds of despair, Rezero, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, pick. Twitter. com/vzamer 8 cart, witchy, at witchcultist, March 12, 2022, machine translated by Archbishop Maskbook proofread by Archbishop #0097 Adwings Ice Japanese to English checking by Archbishop #500 Maskbook art sources, witchcultist Kortashi. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality. This is expected to have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. A proper, higher quality translation for this chapter is in the works by our team, so if you would prefer to wait for it, then feel free to check back at a later date, keeping an eye out on our social media for updates. Albert, I've heard it said Thatcher and the folks of this city are awfully tough, but are you tougher than the folks of my village were? Yorna, you lowlife. He heard voices he'd heard many times before, the hoarse voice of an old man and an anger-filled voice of a woman. And then Yorna, hara. There was an impact, that of the roof tiles being stepped on by a foot with force, and the kaisru and purple smoke were swung furiously. Chaos Flame's sky was scythed by a sideward swipe. Scythed once more. A series of explosions echoed, and that red, intense pain arrived. Subaru, J-Ga, Louis, Yuo. The pain and shock of having an eyeball bursting and the other popping out made him collapse on the spot, clutching his face. A light body jumped on him. He'd already known this would happen. But although he knew it, he was not able to deal with it. There just wasn't enough time. Subaru, Goo, Garug. A bright red field of vision, a pain like that of his head being smashed, his soul crying out, why? All of these caused Subaru to waste the 10 seconds of despair that came time and time again. The pain prevented him from thinking. The loss that made the world turn red prevented him from seeing his environs. Even if it would swiftly fade away, 3 seconds were all it took for him to freshly savor the same pain all over again. Pain, red, scary, why death? 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 It was repeated endlessly. He was going mad. Albert, heard it said Thatcher and the folks of this city are awfully tough, but are you tougher than the folks of my village were? Yorna, you lowlife. Once more, the same voices could be heard. The pain and the redness ceased for only a moment. But once more, he was so scared that his soul was torn to shreds as he was going to taste the same pain. Subaru, he didn't want to hear anything. He didn't want to feel pain. It was scary. He opened his mouth wide and screamed, screaming to the point of rupturing his throat. Because he didn't want to see anything, he closed his eyes and crouched down, his head in his hands. And at the very next moment, Subaru, boom, the sound of an explosion resounded, and Subaru's small body was repelled, rolling away. The sound became distant, and his soul cowered in terror as the pain and the red once again arrived. However, Subaru, that pain never arrived. The pain of one of his eyeballs bursting and the other being popped out did not arrive. Although his hearing had been destroyed, the world had not reddened. What hurt him the most was his throat due to his loud scream. Subaru, why, Louis, yeah. Shortly after his stunned voice leaked out, a small body jumped at him. It was Louis. She pulled on his arm, trying to get Subaru to stand up. But he could not. His knees had no strength, and he had not yet gotten an answer to his why. His throat just tightened up and tears welled up in his eyes, happy to be away from that red pain, even for a moment. Unable to bear it any longer, he crouched and cried. Yorna, chill Albert. Oi, isn't that a bad idea? Yorna, HK. Far away from the crouching and crying Subaru, a battle of a whole other dimension continued. No, the scales had tipped grandly. Within his blurry vision, he could see that the woman had fallen to her knees. Yorna, her knees bent, and Albert standing to her back. Albert waved his blood-red right hand, raising his eyebrows in surprise as he gazed down at Yorna, bleeding from the corner of her mouth. Yorna, gook, Albert. Cack, you can't be serious, foxgirl. What kind of body you got that won't die from that? So that's what Cecilus was talking 'bout when he said he couldn't lop off your head. Yawner. There's no way I'm going to reveal my womanly secrets to a lousy man who lays his hands on children. Striking her molars, Yawner replied to Albert in a voice devoid of any loss in intensity. Upon hearing that, Albert let out his usual loud laugh. After that, he waved his blood-soaked sleeve. Albert, you say some funny things. I'll show you what it really means to lay your hands on a child. Yawner, wait. A black ball pulled out from his sleeve, a bomb was thrown and flew towards Subaru and Louis. Louis quickly stepped in front of Subaru and tried to repel it, but it was too late. The red light exploded in front of Subaru's eyes yet again, and Louis's whole body, having rushed in front of him, along with Subaru's own, were both engulfed in light and once more torn apart. Albert, I've heard it said Thatcher and the folks of this city are awfully tough, but are you tougher than the folks of my village were? Yawner, you lowlife. Once more the same voices could be heard. The moment the red and the pain disappeared, he closed his eyes and raised a loud shout. Having repeatedly experienced the red pain many and many times over, and having only managed to escape it a few times, this was the absolute rule Subaru had obtained. No matter what, once the red and the pain arrived at the same time, there would be nothing Subaru could do about it. He could only cry, scream, and then die. And just when he'd think he was dead, once more he would hear those voices and suffer the red pain from the explosion. Don't wanna do it anymore. Don't wanna. Because I don't wanna, because I'm begging, I'm scared. Albert, I've heard it said Thatcher and the folks of this city are awfully tough, but are you tougher than the folks of my village were? Yawner, you lowlife. Once more the same voices could be heard. At that moment the pain and the redness receded entirely, and the momentary relief seemed to drain all the strength from his body. Enduring it, he did what he had to do. Subaru, ah. Squeezing his eyes shut, he opened his mouth wide and howled. Although he could not hear because of his own shouting, Yawner was probably brandishing her kaisru with a wide swing, attempting to detonate the bomb thrown by Albert. So soon afterwards, Subaru, HK. Subaru's whole body was pushed by the roar and blast wave of the explosion, landing on his butt atop the roof. The corner of the roof tile bit into his butt, the pain so sharp that he felt like he was about to cry. But he did not cry. No, he did not want to cry and make his vision go blurry. Because Subaru, I can see, fearfully opening his eyes, he could see just fine. They had not burst nor popped out. As usual, his ears were not working, just ringing, and his throat was burning, but he did not experience that red pain. It was all right. It was good. If he closed his eyes and shouted out loud, he would not have to suffer that red pain. Louis, you. Louis rushed over to Subaru. She seemed to be on the verge of crying from emotion. While he could finally see Louis's face, her blue eyes were wide open as though worried about Subaru. Without thinking, he hugged Louis's body back and shouted, I'm fine. Louis, ooh, Subaru. I'm fine, it hurt, and it was red, yeah, but now I'm fine, anyhow. Once the pain and the red disappeared, he would close his eyes and shout. As long as he remembered that rule, he would never have to suffer. As Subaru hugged Louis's thin body, he felt certain of this. Albert, nah, you're not fine at all, you know, look. Over here, over here. Immediately afterward, Subaru heard a horrifying voice and reflexively looked up. As Subaru's eyes widened, Albert, wearing a smile of satisfaction, cast shurikens that drew irregular trajectories, flying towards Subaru and Louis. The shinobi's dark-colored, dull weapons, glinting with a sheen, were all aimed precisely at vital points. Subaru, here. Yawner, I won't tolerate this sort of debauchery. Subaru's throat tightened, and to his front appeared Yawner's back. She intercepted the trajectory of the oncoming shurikens with her kaisru, striking them down in their flying path altogether. Simultaneously, the roof tiles on either side of Albert rose, and then slammed into the monstrous old man with the force of a mousetrap or a fly swatter. However, Albert, kaka, what a flashy show, isn't that an amusing technique? Albert twisted his minute body to dodge the blow of the roof tiles. Subaru used to believe that the bigger someone who labored in waging battle was, the stronger they would be and the wider the range of their attacks. However, Albert's agility and quick-wittedness defied that impression. Albert, well, I don't need this flashy stuff. Ultimately, a human bane can be killed by a sharp needle to the forehead. Yawner, your words make my fox ears itch. So how about this instead? Albert, oh. Albert avoided the showy attack, but right after, Yawner struck the roof with her heel. Then, one by one, The roof tiles rose and began to float, revolving around in midair. Drawing an extremely large spiral across the entirety of the roof, the circumference of the whirlpool narrowed towards Albert at the center, just like a tornado. And then, Yorna, why don't you show me some of your shinobi techniques on how to escape from a place without an opening? Before she finished speaking, Yorna's outstretched hands squeezed tight. Immediately after, the whirling tornado of tiles engulfed Albert and compressed him into the center in one fell swoop. The tiles collided with each other relentlessly, and the sound of a fierce, all-crushing impact rang out. Even a somewhat robust human body would not be able to withstand the pressure at the nexus of this fierce destruction. It would be crushed, with no chance of survival. Louis O, witnessing the same thing, Louis too gasped at its exuberant destructive power. In response to Louis's reaction, Yorna quietly replied, "I'm sorry to have frightened you, Yorna. I started all this on a whim of mine. I feel terrible about the way you look, Albert. Oi, don't you go thinking we're done here. I'm telling you, the fact that I'm still alive even though I'm a geezer means it'll take a lot to kill me, you know. Yorna, HK." Just as Yorna was about to turn around, she heard that comment and her fox ears perked up. Taking a look towards it, the voice she'd heard had come from a whirlpool of roof tiles that had gathered at their center, crushing it. No, it had come from behind it. Accompanied by a rattle, the voice that came from among the debris of the broken roof tiles was that of Albert, unharmed despite the fact he'd been at the core of the vortex of devastation. The monstrous old man waved his hand, smiling with a malicious look on his face. "Albert, yo, and that's the shinobi's technique of escaping when there's no open in. You're satisfied. Yorna, old or decrepit, you are still a 9 divine general, it seems. Albert, kaka, that's a terrible thing to say. First of all, I've been an Al man ever since I was chosen to be one of the 9 divine generals, you know. Even though I'm old and decrepit, I'm still much stronger than most, and that's why I was chosen. You, however, lass, really need to set yourself straight. Yorna, why's that?" Albert tucked his waving hand into his sleeves and cocked his head, causing Yorna to frown. In response to Yorna's question, Albert continued, "You see, Albert, if you didn't have so many people to protect like the people of this city and the kids behind you, you'd be able to handle me better. Yorna, HK. Albert, you're fighting, 'cause you wanna protect others, but you've become weaker 'cause of it. Your priorities are all whack. That's why you can't reach His Excellency, no matter how many times you try, lass." Albert's yellow eyes seemed to pierce through Yorna to Subaru and Louis as he spoke. In that moment, Subaru realized that they would once again be targeted. Perceiving this, he squeezed Louis's hand right away. "Subaru, Yorna-san, Louis and I will be going away. Do your best." He felt terrible that he'd gotten Yorna into this situation, only to then run away. But if Subaru and Louis were present, Yorna would have to fight to protect them as well as herself. Albert would take advantage of the opportunity, and sure enough, she would be killed. That'd be no good. He had to avoid that from happening. Somehow. "Subaru, Louis." Shouting this, Subaru squeezed Louis's hand tight while pointing down towards his feet. Making the connection between his touch and his instructions, Louis responded with her usual sound, and a teleport happened. Subaru and Louis's bodies teleported directly below where they were, to the interior of the castle, and they found their feet on a wooden floor. Confirming this, Subaru clenched his teeth. Subaru. There was a feeling like that of the contents of his stomach churning inside him, and his head swayed. For a moment, his red vision and his pain flickered, but the level to which them hindered him was incomparable to before. Now that Subaru and Louis were gone, Yorna would be able to fight to her fullest. "Subaru. HK, what?" Immediately afterward, there was the sound of an explosion occurring overhead, which triggered Subaru's recent trauma. A chain of tremendous roars from explosions followed, their shock reverberating through the roof and throughout the whole castle, reaching Subaru and Louis. His knees came near to buckling involuntarily. Desperately enduring that, Subaru looked up at the ceiling. Although he couldn't see it, it was most likely Albert. After all the bombs he had used, he was still carrying around even more. Whoa, Subaru, ha! In Subaru field of vision, as he raised his eyes, a wrinkled face slipped through the ceiling and peeked down below. Subaru's breath hitched at the suddenness of it all, and then Albert fell straight down, his face as well as his entire body slipping through the ceiling. The old man was smiling meaningfully as he dropped from the ceiling. Albert, you gave me the willies back there. I took you as just a kid. I messed up. I messed up. Louis. Ooh. A moment later, Louis kicked out a thin leg at the approaching smiling face. But the monstrous old man responded with a short yo and swung his arm, sending everything below her shin flying. Spinning around, Louis's white foot flew, spraying blood and causing her to scream. Louis. Ah, ooh. Then, wide-eyed at the sight of Louis screaming, Subaru tried to pull her closer to him, hoping that perhaps he could help her. Whether it was for the sake of escaping or out of concern for the girl who was crying out in pain over the loss of her foot, he did not know. But either way, he couldn't even manage to perform that fast action right. Subaru, gaga. Just as he thought he heard a whoosh, Subaru's throat burned with more heat than when he'd screamed. The blood gushing out of his neck clogged his throat, rendering him unable to speak or breathe. Albert, can't let you get away from me. It'd be too much trouble. I'm sure your head's enough to get through tar that fox girl. Having said that, Albert's finger then pushed on Subaru's forehead. Once he did, his tilted head fell forward, and Subaru's head landed on his own crumpled knees. His head was still attached by a small flap of skin from his neck. His now dangling head touched his lap. Albert, just like an Ida kick you by. One unable to laugh. A terrible joke was heard. Then he became unable to hear anything. And then, Albert, I've heard it said Thatcher and the folks of this city are awfully tough, but are you tougher than the folks of my village were? Yawner, you lowlife. Once more, the same voices could be heard. He knew what had to be done right away and pulled Louis in close So, while he thought about it, the roar of an explosion echoed. His vision exploded into bright red, and once more the pain engulfed Natsuki Subaru. The moment he heard the same voices, he covered his ears, closed his eyes, and yelled out loud. That was the principle of survival that Subaru had come to discover after repeating those 10 seconds of despair tens of times. However, he had yet to find any solutions to this puzzle beyond that. Albert, I've heard it said Thatcher and the folks of this city are awfully tough, but are you tougher than the folks of my village were? Yorna, you lowlife. Albert threw a bomb, and Yorna swung her kaisru to deflect it. A heavy impact felt by his feet made Subaru remember that he had returned and what he had to do, following his ingrained instincts. He covered his ears, closed his eyes, screamed loudly, and then took the blow of the explosion. He kept his ears plugged for the sake of his eardrums. He kept his eyes closed for the sake of his eyeballs. He did not know what the point of shouting loudly would be, but he always shouted when he was not in pain or when everything was red, so he could not imagine not shouting anymore. He could not bear the thought of doing something a little different and experiencing the same pain again. Once his timing was off, he would have to repeat the 10 seconds of despair 10 times or more in order to get the same chance again. He was done with it all. The pain, the fear, he was done with them both. It did not get any easier at all. It always hurt. He was always scared. Beyond the pain, beyond the fear, death was always there. So Louis, with his ears and eyes fine and dandy, he caught Louis's body as she jumped on him. He had managed to survive the first explosion intact again for the umpteenth time. The rest was a cycle of events, recalling what would happen next, so up first was Subaru. Shurikens, Albert, don't think it's over just yet. Simultaneously with hearing Albert's voice, he remembered. The next moment, a storm of shurikens, not a single one possessing the same trajectory, came flying from all directions, raining down around Subaru and Louis. If one were to be hit by any single one of the more than 10 shurikens, they would become unable to move. To stop them, Yorna tried to rush out. Yorna, I won't tolerate this sort, Subaru. Yorna-san, it's fine. Stopping Yorna from dashing in with his palm, Subaru then pointed somewhere with his outstretched hand. Then he squeezed the hand that was tied to Louis' with all his might. Albert, the hell is that? A moment later, their field of vision was switched by the teleport that had occurred, and a shuriken stuck into the place where Subaru and Louis had been. Albert's eyes widened in surprise at what had happened and the lack of any warning signs of Louis's teleport. Indeed, Albert did not know of it. Subaru and Louis had been keeping it a secret. Subaru had escaped into the castle using it. But as he had been killed by Albert, who had chased him down, Subaru, even if it's just once. Albert could be caught off guard. And then, much to Albert's surprise, Yorna, you're not allowed to look anywhere else. Albert, TCH Gua. The soaring Yorna's fierce axe kick was driven into Albert from directly above. His immediate reaction was delayed, and the leg he raised to intercept the attack failed to reach it in time, causing Albert's entire body to take the impact and fold in half. With that, the back of his head crashed into the roof, and with a resounding crash, Albert's figure disappeared into the crimson Lappy's castle. Even Albert should have sustained damage due to that powerful blow. Albert. Kaka. Ouchie, ouchie. Subaru. No way. Just after Subaru shouted in joy that she had scored a critical hit, Albert returned. Opening a hole in the roof different from the one he had been knocked into, Albert jumped out, teeth bared and his right arm stained vermilion with blood. He had taken Yorna's heel with his arm, hence it had been crushed out of shape like a dead branch. Albert was unfazed by the terrible condition of his arm, which made Subaru want to avert his gaze immediately. With his remaining left arm, he threw shurikens, simultaneously aiming at Subaru and Yorna in front of and behind him. Of course, Subaru was unable to react. So Yorna flicked smoke at the attack approaching her own self with her kaisru and immediately wagged her finger, causing the tiles to rise, as to protect Subaru and Louis. And then Albert. Here it's 90 years old. As he said this, Albert suddenly resorted to violence. He stretched out his bloodied right arm and cut it off below the elbow with the kunai in his left hand, sending the arm flying towards Yorna, spraying blood. Yorna. Faced with this, Yorna was forced to make a split-second decision. In other words, she could either parry the flying arm or dodge it. However, Albert, too bad, either choice is off. Yorna, goo. Before she could act on her choice out of the options for the flying arm, a blast occurred beneath Yorna's feet. There was the hole that led to the floor below, into which the previous blow had knocked Albert through. From there, a tremendous torrent of wind literally spouted, tearing through Yorna's kimono. Albert, it's a basic principle of the shinobi. If you gotta pick between right and left, then you gotta pick up. Yorna, you cheeky old man. Yorna's cheeks scrunched up as her kimono was ripped open by the blades of wind that engulfed her entire body. With things as they were, she stepped in, ignoring the bluff of the flying arm, and tried to rush towards Albert. As Yorna advanced towards him, Albert took a breath and spoke. Ah yeah, Albert. When I said both options were off, I lied. In the next instant, Albert's flying arm swelled from the inside and exploded. Yorna, HK. Subaru, Yorna-san. Yorna's body was blown away by the explosion that occurred right beside her. With that, Subaru widened his eyes and raised a yell from his hoarse throat as her figure tumbled and rolled atop the roof. The hole he had fallen into, the arm he had severed, all of those were traps to be used. Ever since Subaru was first acquainted to the idea of shinobi as ninjas, he'd thought that they would be extremely troublesome opponents. But it had never occurred to him that they would be so vicious. Almost in sync with Albert turning around, Subaru shuddered. Subaru, Louis. Albert turned around, and the moment he saw the ferociousness in his eyes, Subaru shouted. Grasping Louis's hand tightly, he hoped that the timing on the second teleport would be such that there would be no interruption. He'd just point as far away from Albert as possible to get some distance from him, Louis. Oh. Louis's teleport occurred, and both their bodies moved in the blink of an eye. Moving out of Albert's line of sight, they'd move somewhere, a large distance away from Albert. Since taking refuge within the castle would not allow them to survive, there was nothing Subaru could do after escaping the initial explosion except to keep his distance, buy some time, and hope that Yorna would stop Albert. And Subaru. As Subaru tried to hold back his nausea, something hit him at the tip of his foot. His eyes shot wide open upon seeing what had hit him. It was a small, round, black ball. A black ball that he had seen so many times, throwing him into the depths of despair. Albert, I've been watching you for a while. You'll fly in the direction you point. I still got no idea how you do that. That's why I threw the ball in the direction you were pointing at, and with that, Albert shrugged his shoulders. That gesture from the monstrous old man was poorly balanced, given he was missing one arm. Louis, you. Once again, Louis called out to Subaru. Immediately afterward, light overflowed from the black ball that exploded beneath their feet, scattering countless shards of glass-like things within, shredding Subaru and Louis to tatters. Blood splattered bright red, and shards flew into Subaru's eyes and mouth, mutilating his entire body as the sharp pain engulfed him, dicing his limbs into bits. Albert, you gotta eat it to find out what's stuck in it. Isn't that interesting? The pain once more was red, making him question his sanity. Albert, heard it said Thatcher and the folks of this city are awfully tough, but are you tougher than the folks of my village were? Yorna, you lowlife. Once more, the same voices could be heard. Subaru, HK. The moment he heard it, Subaru plugged his ears, closed his eyes, and opened his mouth wide. No loud shout came out, merely a raspy voice. Even so, the roar of the explosion and the accompanying wind rushed towards him. Striking his whole body, he was knocked down on his butt onto the roof. He couldn't follow his rules. He couldn't scream, afraid of the pain and the red that would come. He just Louis, yell. A light touch made him jump, causing Subaru to let out an exhale. So he checked to make sure that his eyes and ears and the rest of his body were fine. His eyeballs and eardrums were fine, despite the fact that he had not made a loud voice. His voice had nothing to do with it. Maybe his mouth was the cause. I don't know. I don't know, but Subaru, goo, hugging Louis, Subaru sobbed through clenched teeth, unable for the life of him to find a way to survive the explosion. And because he was incapable of finding a way, he sobbed, he cowered, he was unable to move once more. Albert, wower, I can't stand hearing the sound of children crying. Shut up. Yet again, inevitable death engulfed Natsuki Subaru. Again and again, he repeated cycles of red and pain, and at their end, experiencing a sense of helplessness, of pain and harshness and suffering and fear once more. He still could not reach it, even with this accretion. Yorna, love me, right now. In his mangled state, how many times had he almost gotten help in this way? Every time he was not able to act as he was being told, he felt sad. Louis, you. Desperately pulling Subaru's arm, Louis endeavored to somehow keep him alive, to keep him from dying. That was why it was so painful every time they died before Subaru did. Time and time and time and time again, 10 seconds of death and despair. In the Red World, the only feeling that dominated was pain. A feeling of helplessness that, irregardless of how hard he tried, he could not reach the end, no matter how many times. He repeated it with no end in sight. His mind felt like it was about to break. His heart felt like it was about to die. This was not return by death. The thing surrounding Natsuki Subaru was something apart from return by death. He did not wish to believe that return by death was a mercy, not in the slightest. But compared to these 10 seconds and the endless accretion of loss, it was very much so. This was a loveless act, so much so that it seemed like there was love in return by death. Albert, I've heard it said Thatcher and the folks of this city are awfully tough, but are you tougher than the folks of my village were? Yorna, you lowlife. Once more, the same voices could be heard, Albert's aloof voice and Yorna's strained voice. The immediate pain and loss vanished, and Subaru returned for a brief moment, for just a few seconds, to a sky of blue and a body free of pain. Brain numbing, throat raising a continuation of the scream before death, knees buckling. Nevertheless, the conditioned reflexes already imprinted in his soul made Subaru shut his eyes, cover his ears, and leave his mouth open as he continued to scream. Yorna, ha! Yorna, howling, swung her kaisru, and several bursts of flame were born in the skies above Chaos Flame. The hot air, shock waves, and the sound of the explosion washed over Subaru and Louis. But at this moment, no matter how many times he tried, he could not resist falling on his butt. Louis, you! Subaru fell on his butt, and Louis's light body jumped onto him. Accepting it, he hugged it tightly. That, too, was already a conditioned reflex. Because he had died God knows how many times, he absolutely missed the warmth of people. That was all it was. He had no other reason. He did not, and so he clenched his molars together. Subaru. After this, there would be no time for relief, for the next attack that would kill Subaru would come rushing in. Albert, don't think it's over just yet. Alongside his words, Albert hurled shurikens at Subaru and Louis. That the blades coming from all directions were more than 10, and that their sharpness could easily slice through a child's soft skin, he already knew. He had already experienced being killed by shurikens many times, but to which pain they corresponded he could not recall. There had not been a single painless death, so he did not know. Yorna, I won't tolerate this sort of debauchery. During his confusion, Yorna cut in with her back turned to Subaru. She swatted away the entirety of the shurikens with the kaisru in her hand, and then, as retaliation against Albert, she made the roof tiles undulate and hit him with the castle from both sides, pinning him down. Albert, Kaka, what a flashy show. Isn't that an amusing technique? Albert used his agility to sidestep the attack. Due to Subaru's belated reaction, the situation was following the same pattern. But there was nothing Subaru could do in this situation, a situation he had already witnessed countless times. When Yorna was about to be attacked and he tried to protect her, when he succeeded in escaping into the castle, when he rushed at Albert because his head was messed up, he had died all the same. What if all paths, all actions led to death? Albert. Well, I don't need this flashy stuff. Ultimately, a human being can be killed by a sharp needle to the forehead. Yorna, your words make my fox ears itch. So how about this instead? Albert. Oh. Yorna responded to the provocation of the nasty Albert by striking the roof with her heel. One by one, the roof tiles arose, and what emerged was a tornado of destruction swirling around the entire castle. He knew it was awfully powerful as well, but it could not defeat Albert. Subaru, what should I do? He could not understand. He had a presentiment that painful, scary things would arrive soon once more. Failure, how could it be avoided? The red world, the choir of pain. Even if he wanted to help Yorna, he would be a burden to her. Even if Subaru attempted to run away with Louis, they would be caught. If only he had returned to an earlier point in time, he would never have gone to the roof with Yorna in the first place. If only he had left Yorna alone. If only he had not parted with Abel and the others. If only he hadn't told them about Louis, Al, Medium, Turreter. If only he weren't smaller. If only it were the original Subaru, Zika, Flop, Meiselder, Kuna, Harley, Utakata, Priscilla, Rem. Rem, he must bring her home, and yet here he was, dying. If Subaru were left behind in a world where death was inevitable, what could he do but continue to die forever and ever? What could Natsuki Subaru even do? Over and over again, death, pain, and a sense of helplessness overwhelmed Natsuki Subaru. It felt like it was going to crush his heart and body. And then, Louis, yo. Gently, the warmth of the young girl holding his hand was transmitted, and Subaru gulped. The warmth suddenly made Subaru realize that for Natsuki Subaru, it was impossible, but Subaru, if everyone else were here, what would they do? Pain, red, scary, why death? 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 10 seconds of despair replayed time upon time upon time. A never-ending hell of pain and helplessness accreted on top of one another, endeavoring to break Subaru's mind again and again. But after so many repetitions of those 10 seconds of despair, he arrived at what laid beyond. Pain, red, scary, why, death. Beyond that. Instead, after those 10 seconds of despair, many more possibilities branched out, but there still was no answer to the question of what was the how through which he could escape the pain. Once more, Subaru died over and over again. Many times in repeated pain and suffering he died. Not one of them worked. Subaru would always make Yorna sad, let Louis die first, then die as well. But there was a time that laid beyond the 10 seconds of despair. He would utilize all of that time. And even if he used all of it and ended up dying, he would once again reach beyond the 10 seconds of despair over to the 11th second and think for dear life. If everyone else were here, what would they do? Albert, I've heard it said Thatcher and the folks of this city are awfully tough, but are you tougher than the folks of my village were? Yorna, you lowlife. Once more the same voices could be heard. At that moment, Subaru covered his ears, closed his eyes, and opened his mouth to endure the explosion. The roar and the impact of the explosion assaulted his whole body. Unable to resist it, he fell on his bottom. Immediately, a small body jumped at him, shouting, "Yo!" Catching it, he hugged them back as if to reassure them, and while doing so, he contemplated. If everyone else were here, what would they do? Subaru. Subaru had become smaller. His arms and legs had grown shorter, and the contents of his head had most likely become those of a child as well. If he were the original Subaru, he could have done many things and come up with many more ideas. But the original Subaru was not here, so he could not come up with a way to fix this. As such, then this problem could not be solved by Natsuki Subaru as he was currently. That was why Subaru. If everyone else were here up until now, they had encountered many problems and made many mistakes, but together they had overcome them in their entirety and made it this far. Now Subaru was completely alone. He was in the Empire where he knew almost no one. However, there was something within Subaru that he had received from everyone. Subaru, if everyone else were here. What would they do? Otto, Garfield, Roswell, Frederica, Petra, Clind, Anna Rose, Maylie, Puck, Ram, Beatrice, Emilia. What would they do? Subaru, if everyone else were here. What would they do? Julius, Anastasia, Eridna, Ricardo, Mimi, Hetero, Tivy, Reinhard, Felt, Ramja, Tanchinkan, Al, Priscilla, Wilhelm, Felix, Crush, Liliana, Schola. What would they do? Subaru, all of them are so strong. He wanted everyone who could fight Albert to cheer him on from behind. It was not the turn of those people who seemed able to handle Albert's cunning and his absurd little tricks as well. I'm sorry. Thank you. I love you all. Subaru, they can use magic. The current Subaru could not possibly imitate everyone capable of helping Yorna. He wanted to do something to not become a burden to Yorna, a kind person. But at this juncture, it was not healing magic's turn. I'm sorry. Thank you. I love you all. Subaru, if so. What about imitating everyone who never gave up and was able to do their utmost till the bitter end? Why not imitate everyone who was able to use everything in their possession to try and go beyond these 10 seconds of despair, go beyond the 11th second, and go even further beyond? Yorna, I won't tolerate this sort of debauchery. A kaisru was waved, and the shurikens closing in on Subaru and Louis had been flicked away with a shrill rapport. As that happened, the tiles on either side of Albert rose and pinned the monstrous old man down in an attempt to crush him. Subaru. As he watched the fight between Yorna and Albert, he thought for dear life. Hadn't he died many times already, over and over again? Hadn't he witnessed this scene many times already? Even if it had become hard to remember, he could remember the pain, couldn't he? Just the thought of it froze his body in horror. His heart shriveled, his soul became frightened. It was as if the very existence of Natsuki Subaru was freezing over. But Louis, Yuo. The heat transmitted from the hand that held Subaru's own would not let him freeze to death. And because he would not freeze to death, he would be able to remember everyone. There was no way to interrupt Yorna and Albert's fight. Even if he wanted Yorna to win, Subaru and Louis, being Albert's targets, would get in the way. The battle had already started, and this affair would not develop further without one of them being victorious. Perhaps it always ended with Albert winning and Subaru and the others dying. So would it be enough that Subaru and Louis just survive? Emilia, that's probably really wrong too. I mean, Yorna has to be kept safe too. Otto, there must be a better way. Garfield, don't you stop thinking. Ram, truly a fool. Roswell, giving up here would be a Duke Tilda. Frederica, assuredly everything will be fine. Petra, everybody's here for you. Maylie, you wouldn't want to be in pain, would you? Clind, all battles must be settled. Inevitable. Anna Rose, there has to be an opening. Beatrice, we're going to find that opening, I suppose. That's the key to victory, in fact. Subaru, the key to victory. For whom, of course, for the one fighting. Then which one of them was fighting, Yorna or Albert? Subaru, no. Louis, ooh. Subaru, no. In front of Louis, twisting her neck around, Subaru shouted in a loud voice. No, I was wrong. I love all of you. So that's why Subaru, the one who wins once again, the red light and pain spread before his eyes, and then, Albert. Heard it said Thatcher and the folks of this city are awfully tough, but are you tougher than the folks of my village were? Yorna, you lowlife. Once more, the same voices could be heard. The moment he heard them, Subaru covered his ears, closed his eyes, and crouched down with his mouth open. Immediately afterward, the sound of an explosion and a shock wave smashed against his whole body, but this time he did not fall on his bottom. In an instant movement, he removed his hands from his face and raised his head. And from there, Louis, yo. With concern for Subaru, Louis jumped at him with a worried look on her face. Catching Louis in front of him in his arms, Subaru took action right there. And Subaru, thanks. Louis, as he looked towards his front, the words Subaru had spoken went over the surprised Louis's head completely. The pain of his whole body being burned, of his bones being exposed, of his internal organs being mangled, was lingering still. He felt like he was going to scream, cry, and roll around if were he to not control himself. However, Albert, don't think it's over. As he said this, Albert was just about to throw the shurikens he'd pulled out of his sleeves. Albert's eyes met those of Subaru head-on. The eyes of the vicious old man, someone devoid of mercy, even in reaping the life of children. And the teary eyes of a child who had experienced despair many times, still struggling to hold back the tears. As if he had seen something in those eyes, Albert turned to him, the glint within his yellow eyes becoming even more intense. He was not just aiming for Subaru as a tool to get Yorna's attention. To murder Natsuki Subaru, the vicious old man unleashed shurikens from his hands. Shurikens with no trick to them flew. Subaru's eyes couldn't perceive the threat, but he could feel them closing in on him, and so he thrust his lifted finger straight towards his front to Albert. If everyone else were here, what would they do? Thinking for his dear life of what everyone else would feel, he'd had a thought. No matter how tattered he was, being plagued by the feeling of powerlessness, failing utterly, everyone placed faith in Subaru. Regardless of how shameless, how unsightly the way he died was, in pain, with harshness, fear, crying, screaming, wetting himself, everyone placed faith in Subaru. I love all of you. Up on the top of the Crimson Lappy's castle was this game to reach past the 10 seconds of despair, and the 11th second beyond that, and further on, dying over and over again. And the one who wins is always you, master. Subaru, Louis eyes. Pointing to Albert, he called out the name of the girl at the end of the linkage of warmth. Then he squeezed Louis's hand tightly and forcefully. Instantly, the world changed. Albert, what the? The opponent he was supposed to kill with his shurikens disappeared, causing Albert to shout in astonishment. That was an illegal technique, one outside Albert's understanding that went wholly unnoticed by the cautious shinobi. The sole way to outsmart Albert was the first use of this teleport, as he would be able to respond the second time it were employed. And Subaru, who was teleported by Louis's power and flown, Subaru. Ah, Albert, Hugh. Resolutely, Subaru clung to the back of Albert's head, that was right in front of him. He clung to the small old man in a desperate attempt to survive, not letting go of him, clutching at his grey hair with all his strength. The moment of the teleport was unexpected to the point that even Albert was unable to react to being grappled. The small Subaru did his best to cling to the old man, who was not much taller than him. Naturally, Albert tried to pull him off of himself, and Yorna, suddenly awestruck, tried to run over to them. Albert, whoa, the hell is that, boy, Yorna, children, get away now, old man Albert's. Albert's arm grabbed Subaru's hair and tried to pull him down forcefully. Although she wished to stop that, Yorna feared meddling in that attempt, delaying her move. Taking little notice of the pair's reactions, while desperately clinging onto him, Subaru raised his voice, Subaru, my win, and shouted, Albert, what? At that moment, Albert's hand loosened as he tried to pull Subaru away, and Yorna's eyes went wide and looked over at him, wondering what she had just said. Not paying attention to the reaction of the adults around him, Subaru clung on tightly to Albert, refusing to let him go. Subaru, my win, it's my win. It's Albert-san's loss, isn't it? Albert, but what are you saying? Subaru, you said we only needed to do it once. Albert, huh? As the energy he was putting in to shake him free petered out, Subaru finally raised his face and spoke to the back of Albert's grey head in front of him. Sobbing both tears and leaking snot from the excitement and his racing heart, Subaru's throat twitched. Subaru, the game of tag. In hide-and-seek we were supposed to find you 3 times, but in tag we were supposed to catch you once. Albert, Subaru, that's why, it's my win. I caught you, this game's my win. Albert-san, Yorna-san, you both lost to me. That's why, it's my ween, too, he thought to himself, that he was saying some absurd reasoning. In the first place, Subaru and the others had been the ones to choose to play hide-and-seek as opposed to tag. To do something such as suddenly changing the rules of the game of tag was unfair. It was unfair, but he still couldn't come up with any other method. Besides Subaru, it was Albert-san who cheated first. Albert, Subaru. So that's why I'm telling you, it's my win. Little by little, the tears and runny nose that came pouring out of his eyes became unbearable, and his voice became raspy. Despite that, Subaru poured strength into his clinging arms, not letting go of his sly victory. He had caught Albert and won the game of tag. He had won. Yorna, what will you do now, old man Albert? Suddenly, Yorna asked that of Albert, who had fallen silent. Glancing over, Yorna relit the tip of her kaisru and let out a plume of fresh purple smoke. Her appearance as she took it into her lungs was as beautiful as before she started fighting. Still, depending on Albert's answer, she would be willing to fight for and protect Subaru and Louis, with whom she had little to no connection. And that wasn't the last of Albert's troubles. Louis, you, Albert, that hurts. While Subaru was still clinging to Albert, Louis, who had traveled with him, stomped on Albert's foot. Louis glared at Albert, her round eyes narrowed to their fullest. In response to Subaru's complaint, Yorna's question, and Louis's glare, Albert was silent for a moment, then violently scratched at his own head. And then Albert, and the one who said he didn't like the idea of throwing away a game he set in motion halfway through, didn't expect it to be abused this way. Yorna, is that your answer, old man? Yorna's words were quiet, her eyes lowering to meet Albert's. Nothing happened, because Albert had plopped down on the spot, sitting cross-legged. With Subaru clinging onto his back, Albert flashed a toothy grin and said, Albert, kaka, anyone can see I've lost. If I said something like whether I win or lose doesn't matter, then I wouldn't be a shinobi, I'd be an animal. After saying that, Albert slapped his knee with his hand with I lost. Looking up at the sky. Under the blue sky, atop of the beautiful, slowly mending castle, 1 second, 2 seconds, beyond the 10 seconds of despair, from the 11th second onward, the future was quietly, surely being etched. Subaru, it's my weir. Subaru's nose went sniff, and while sobbing he continued raising complaints. Listening to Subaru clinging to his back, Albert let out a kaka, and smiling, Albert, if you keep saying that, I'm gonna get angry. Shut up. And so, he tapped Subaru's forehead with his hand. Translation notes. 1. Ida Kikyubai, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, is one of the many steps of seppuku, performed by someone besides the one who's cutting their own stomach open. This word references the act of nearly severing the neck entirely, leaving one piece of skin left, making the head of the one who has performed seppuku fall onto their knees. 2. The misspelling is intentional. Arc 7, Chapter 54, The Utopia of Chaos Flame. Machine translated by Archbishop Safir Comet Kiln, Chinese English translation by Borga, proofread by Archbishop #0097I3 Laid Dragon Safir Comet Ice Japanese to English checking by Maskbook Ice Art Sources Katakota Evalia. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese English human translator for quality. This is expected to have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. A proper, higher quality translation for this chapter is in the works by our team, so if you would prefer to wait for it, then feel free to check back at a later date, keeping an eye out on our social media for updates. Subaru. HK. Albert. Yeah, the Snivellin, brat's crying. You're such a handful, you know. Sniffling his nose, Subaru was unable to stop his crying fit. With the boy latched to his back, Albert gave a shrug of his shoulders, with nothing else to do but scratch at his cheek with a finger. It had been a dreadful experience. Those 10 seconds of despair that had happened to Subaru, and the 11th second that followed after overcoming that despair to get here, just how many deaths had he experienced? Through despair and heartbreak, it was a miracle that his worn-down spirit seemed to not have completely vanished. But after such a hellish experience, he had finally reached the end. Louis, Yuo. Clinging to Subaru's arm as he cried without end, Louis groaned. Not that she'd had the same experience as Subaru, that of trial and error repeated more times than he could count, but Louis had suffered the same fate as Subaru many times over, having lost her life. Jumping onto Albert's back in order to reach such a flimsy victory would not have been possible without her presence. Subaru. I don't get you. Louis. Ooh, Subaru. But without you, it wouldn't have been possible, thank you. Those were the feelings in Subaru's heart, albeit in a complete chaotic mess. He knew that Louis was guilty of various things. He knew in what way he and her were connected. He knew it, yet he was still overflowing with feelings of gratitude, and it was not only Subaru's gratitude that was overflowing. Louis, you are a Subaru, Louis. The dam's burst was sudden. Having heard Subaru's faltering words of gratitude, tears slowly welled up in Louis's big round eyes, then trickled down her cheeks in the blink of an eye. Pling, tears fell down Louis's cheeks, with such momentum that she did not know how to halt their course. Subaru. Louis, you're crying, you're really crying. Louis. Ooh, Louis herself knew she was crying, yet did not attempt to stop or wipe away the tears that streamed down her face. All the while, she remained clung on to Subaru's arm with a desperate look. One would have expected her to stop so she could wipe away her tears. Subaru, your face, wipe it, you idiot, idiot. Seeing Louis cry like that, Subaru, who had tried to soothe down his emotional swings, was likewise on the verge of it himself. The tears that had been shed, the visible sobs, were by now innumerable. It was like the pair made up of him, and Louis would, at this rate, be crying forever and ever, without being able to stop. Yorna, well done, you did your best, you two. Subaru, Yorna, however much you cry isn't an issue. I'll allow you to do it, as the lord of this demon city. Long arms extended from behind Subaru and Louis and tenderly embraced them. The warmth and softness of those words made Subaru's eyes widen in surprise. He became entranced by the beautiful profile near him. With long eyelashes, vermilion lips, and glimmering azure eyes that put one at ease, no matter the troubles and suffering, it was so sublime that it enthralled those who laid eyes upon it. He already knew what type of person the owner of those eyes was. Therefore, he knew that in her words and warmth both, there was kindness devoid of anything untoward behind it, because he knew that even if he entrusted everything to them, he would be forgiven. Subaru, Louis, you. Yorna, there. Children have the privilege to cry, the privilege to cling on to an adult's chest. It's okay if you use my bosom, you may weep as many tears as you need. Looking up, tears flowed down Subaru's face once more. Louis embraced Subaru as he was. Holding them both together tenderly in her arms, Yorna patted their small backs. All the while, at that moment, at the end of the battle that had unfolded up on the castle tower of the Crimson Lappy's castle, Albert, I dunno what kind of face I should be mackin' here, cause all this is happening on my back. Yorna, silence. With that, the boorish interruption from the monstrous old man was shushed by the lord of the demon city. Yorna, so how do you explain yourself, old man Albert? Albert, explain myself. Did I make any excuses? You're the one who attacked me, cause of your mood, right, fox-girl? Yorna. Shortly after Subaru had cried his eyes out this time, they would have a calm conversation, so he'd thought, when the castle tower was abruptly engulfed by a precarious atmosphere. Needless to say, the cause was the aloof and unapologetic one, Albert. Sitting on the roof, picking at his ear canal with the tip of his pinky, Albert. I kinda did what I was told, yeah. Well, I did try to use a few loopholes, but look, that boy called us even-eyed. Subaru, ugh, but that's, Albert. Now you should listen to me, boy, cause whatever you say, I'm the one who'll have the most tar gain. Kaka. Subaru stammered as Albert opened his mouth open wide and roared with laughter. In fact, Albert was right. If Subaru were to argue against Albert's misuse of the rules here, it would turn into a no-holds-barred situation that ignored the rules as a result, probably making them unable to defeat the shinobi Albert in any sort of manner. Albert had plenty of hidden techniques and did not hesitate in dragging others into it. Since coming to the Empire, Subaru had more than enough experiences to know that such opponents were the number one in toughness. Subaru, Albert-san, you sound similar to one of the scariest bastards I know. Albert, really? In that case, you should definitely kill me. I'm no decent fella and will be a serious pain in the ass. Yorna, in that case, old man Albert, you must agree with me that I should stop you from breathing here. Albert, oi, that's a lot of hate for me. Well, that's only natural. The air was tingling, ripe with tension, but this was due to the one-sided hostility that Yorna had unleashed. Albert, the party it was directed at, was no longer in a fighting stance. Of course, this was just for show, and he could turn the switch back on in an instant. Nevertheless, it was natural for Yorna to be angry, as Subaru held strong anger towards Albert as well. However, there was a big reason as to why he could not act on that anger. That was because of his shrunken limbs and his head that was not functioning properly. Subaru, Albert-san, about the technique that's being used on us. Albert, oh yeah, that's right. Of course, you can't fix it if I'm dead. No, there might be another way, but I've never seen anyone do it. Subaru, I knew it. Albert, well, it's like an insurance policy. It's supposed to be a secret technique back at my village, so basically, we deal with the dead bodies without leaving any traces so that they don't come to light. Quite indifferently, Albert spoke some disturbing words. At the same time, Subaru congratulated himself for having walked a really dangerous tightrope. Even if Yorna defeated Albert and the old man died, The infantilization that had befallen Subaru and his friends would have remained unresolved. His state would always be that of being Natsuki Subaru. Just thinking about it made Subaru shudder. Yorna, I don't know the details, but I've heard that you've treated these children in a cruel way. Yorna looked at Albart as she put the kaisru in her mouth and filled her lungs with purple smoke. When asking her for help, Subaru had given her as much honest information as he could, but he left out the nitty-gritty details of their situation. That included the fact that Subaru had been shrunk due to the influence of Albart's technique. Once Albart dissolved the infantilization, Subaru would return to his original body. Once that happened, he would do his utmost to apologize and ask Yorna for forgiveness. Of course, he didn't think that'd be enough to completely reverse her impression of the situation. He would like to think that Yorna was the kind of person who would see reason with just words. Yorna, old man Albart, you've conceded defeat in your earlier match, right? Albart, yeah, I admit it, I admit it. For sure, it's a complete loss. At least I'm lucky I didn't die, Larson. But I didn't think I'd lose. Yorna, it was unexpected that you'd lose. Albart, I thought it'd definitely be the boy's boss who'd gimme a good challenge. Paying no heed to Subaru's concern, Yorna and Albart proceeded with their conversation. Yorna whispered, "Boss," quoting Albart, and gently, sliding her hand into her kimono, Yorna, the sender of the missive, right. I've been looking forward to meeting him, but suddenly, Yorna cut off her words and narrowed her eyes at Albart. Albart tilted his head at the sharpness of her gaze and uttered, "What is it?" "Albart, there's nothing scarier than Bane stared at by a beautiful woman. What's the hubbub?" "Yorna, for crying out loud. I told Tanza to deliver a message to all the messengers for them to come to the castle. Well, where's Tanza off to?" The air quickly chilled, to the point that Subaru felt like he was going to choke. Yorna's anger was always unleashed when harm was done to a resident of the city or a child. This was even more so in Tanza's case, who met both requirements by being a resident of the city and a child. Nevertheless, Subaru suspected that Tanza had conspired with Albart to prevent his own party from meeting Yorna. He would have to be careful how he approached this. However, Subaru, I also thought Tanza was with Albart-san. But she's not, right? Is she hiding under some tiles or something? Yorna, the castle's insides are much like my own. There's no chance I'd miss someone entering or hiding within it. Subaru, all right. Yorna-san's technique is amazing. Hearing Yorna's self-assured answer, Subaru flinched at her unusual nature. After wincing, Subaru realized that he and Louis had trespassed the Crimson Lappy's castle via the teleport, and that Yorna had found them immediately afterward. At that time, Yorna had stated that she was walking through the castle and found them by chance, but he guessed that was just a ruse. Truth was, she had noticed that Subaru and Louis had abruptly appeared in the castle and moved to catch the intruders. Perhaps the reason why she had not captured them right away, and instead treated Subaru and Louis as Tanza's friends, was because she had not been able to decide how to treat the two of them, Subaru and Louis, who were so young. After all, ever since they had first met, Yorna had been protecting them. Subaru. The more he came into contact with Yorna's personality, the more intense were Subaru's feelings of doubt on whether he should involve her in the great battle of the Valetian Empire. The same went for his feelings towards the people living in Chaos Flame, the so-called horned races, who had obstructed Subaru's group along the way. They wanted to protect the safe haven they had finally found, after so much suffering and ostracism. Could Subaru's group blame them for wanting to resume their peaceful lives, especially considering their lord cherished them? What was the difference between this and the world desired by the girl Subaru liked? Subaru. In silence, Subaru looked down from the castle tower at the disorderly townscape of the demon city, a city where everything was chaotic, intricate, in a horrible mess, and without a sense of unity. Upon first arriving at this city, he had been bewildered by its disorder. But after meeting Yorna and the people of this city, even if for a short time, Subaru had one thought. Here there was freedom. There was freedom here, no need for a person to submit to someone, unbound by anyone. Ergo, one could express themselves as they wished, this overflowing chaos going undenied by anyone. It was free, equal, and fair. It seemed to him that a somewhat ideal picture of the future had been illustrated here. Was it really the right thing to do, to pry Yorna away from such a place? Yorna, old man, answer me. Where's that girl, Tanza? Paying no heed to Subaru's internal conflict, she continued to question Albert. Tanza was not inside the castle. He'd like to believe that Albert didn't have a technique to make a person small enough to put them in his pocket. Albert, no need to have such a scary look on your face. I'll tell you what I know. The only reason I made a deal with that dear girl was 'cause I had just the right conditions to use her for the match. Yorna, where is she? Yorna's repeated questions were driven into Albert, expressing that there was no need for superfluous talk. In response, while tilting his head, Albert turned his gaze towards the land surrounding the castle towards the demon city, as if he were taking in the superb view. Albert, it's not that hard to guess. I'm an outsider, you know. There's only so many places where I can hide a single girl. That was his response, just as Albert had cracked under Yorna's questioning a little bit earlier, within the demon city of Chaos Flame in one of its inns. Neither was it large, nor was it very ornately decorated. However, in fact, the walls and interior of the building were robustly constructed, and seldom did a sound ever pass through. In Chaos Flame, this was the only place where the atmosphere was so different from the rest of the city, prepared as an unlikely contingency as accommodations for VIPs. The room that became the setting was a spacious one. Said spaciousness resulted from its interior design being that of 3 rooms with their walls removed as to join them together. Even within the people that used this travelers' inn, only a handful of them held the standing to be able to stay in such a spacious room. There were no high-quality furnishings, no numerous works of art to delight one's eyes, and no sort of fine alcohol available to soothe one's palate, as many of the people who made use of this inn were of an utilitarian sort. In a sense, this inn standing within Chaos Flame was different. The demon city, with its popular name of Land of Unlawfulness, was worthy of being a symbol of freedom. Despite its chaotic existence under Yorna, the ruler of the demon city, the inhabitants of Chaos Flame were remarkably unified in their will. For those who shared a common vision, who did not tolerate foreign invaders, who had no mind to give mercy to those with their own troubles, there was no need for the kind of preparations that this inn offered. Certainly, the people of the Empire must be strong. That is the core tenet that this city of demons has overturned. Ah. To some extent, governance is left to city leadership. But there are limits. Is it because they do not know their limits that they operate like this? As a man with crossed arms inquired this, the girl of small stature stiffened her cheeks and kept silent. The man to question that of her, donning an outfit that combined red and black, his face concealed by an oni mask, was Abel. The demi-human girl bearing antlers opposite to him, wearing a beautiful kimono with her arms put through its sleeves, was Tanza. In this city, a face-to-face between 2 people with a presumably hostile relationship was happening. Nay, to be more precise, Abel and Tanza were not the only 2 meeting face-to-face. You have stepped in here knowing what kind of place you are in. Abel, answer me. Depending on your response, not a bone of yours will remain. Yelling so was a man with dark skin reddening with wrath, General Second Class of the Imperial Army, Kafma Urulux. Those words were directed at Abel, who had marched into the room, and the boy and girl who accompanied him. He had nothing in his outstretched hand, but he had no need for a weapon. Any armaments were literally nestled within Kafma's own body. That he would not leave any bone remaining was no mere declaration of a threat, but the truth. Because that was the true value of Kafma Urulux, the fighting insect general. Oi, Abel-chan, you serious? That voice, visibly strained with strong vigilance, came from a masked boy just before Kafma and his vigor, Al. He carried on his back a weapon he could not handle, the Dao, and once he spoke, Abel glanced back at him, and Abel, how many times shall you inquire that before you make up your mind? Al, I'm asking that question again and again because after you strolled, the jury's still out on it. I mean, this is insane. Shit, I dunno why I followed you either. Abel, it should be obvious. The current you is too much of a coward to be alone. Al, HK. Unable to speak further, Al was incapable of getting out any words beyond that. It was a reaction that revealed instantly that Abel had hit the bullseye. Yet the fact that Al could not even argue with him made it evident that he himself was aware of this. For some reason, Al was currently no longer able to keep his composure for even a walk down the street. Abel Chin, another companion medium, called out to Abel to protest on the behalf of Al, who was at a loss for words. Medium, who walked alongside Abel with much effort, was protecting the now useless Al. However, her facial expression appeared to have somewhat of a strong gloom to it. All of this and more had happened after becoming separated from Subaru and Louis midway through. Medium, I don't think that's a very nice way to put it. Abel, do you think, in this situation, we shall reach a mutual understanding with roundabout words? You and that clown both should be more conscious of the situation. One erroneous move, and just as declared, not one bone shall remain. Medium, all the more reason. You shouldn't talk like that, it's no good. Abel, medium. Cause you talk like that, Abel-chin, Subaru-chin, and Louis-chan. She refused potently once, but afterwards her words tapered off. That was inevitable due to medium's own nature. Albeit she wished to blame Abel for all the problems that had arisen, she was far too compassionate to do that. She understood clearly that her own attitude and gaze had been the factors that had driven Subaru and Louis to the brink. That, in turn, was likely a result of the education her brother had given her. In any case, Al and Medium both were dysfunctional. Abel, ergo, we do not intend to quarrel either. Put down your arm, Kafma Urulux. Kafma, are you insane? You did not answer my question, just being stubborn in trying to follow your own will. With that conduct, do you believe yourself to be a king? Abel, you are not far off the mark. Kafma, you. Kafma's eyes became bloodshot, his anger, as someone with high loyalty towards the emperor, reaching its limit. By chance, Kafma came half a step short from coming into contact with the truth regarding the true nature of Abel's identity. That was the strength of the effect of cognitive disruption, held by the Oni mask obtained in the Shadrakian village. In rough terms, with the exception of those whom the wearer intended to reveal his true identity, and those already possessing absolute certainty regarding the true identity of the one donning it, no one was able to see beyond the effects of the mask. In other words, Kafma, enough. I cannot take any more of this farce of bringing kids along, regardless of what happened yesterday. Calm down, Kafma Urulux. Filling his arms with strength, the tattoo patterns on Kafma's arm writhed. That impulse of his was stopped dead in its tracks by a voice behind him. Kafma's eyes widened as he turned around. There, at the back of the room, the figure of a good-looking man sporting onyx hair was located, sitting leisurely in an armchair. With black hair and black eyes, his dignified and exceptionally well-defined face was as if it saw through anything and everything in its path, unwavering in front of those uninvited guests. Truly, Abel was impressed with how well the mask had been made. Paying no heed to Abel's admiration, the handsome man in the back looked at each of the three, Abel included. There is no hostility within them, at least in these circumstances. Kafma, but your excellency, the insolence of this person, to not display their face before your excellency, not to speak that a feeling of reverence is not being displayed altogether, is that of a scoundrel's. Moreover, coming along with children. What about it? Kafma, no, coming with children in tow makes very little sense. Kafma, unable to hide all of his pronounced bewilderment, fought his anguish as he rubbed his temples. To begin with, the man named Kafma had a bad habit of taking things too seriously. It was one thing to take things in earnest, but it was another to add to the room's worry. With his excess of seriousness as pretext, he had rejected a position as one of the 9 divine generals for feeling himself unworthy. Henceforth, barring his character, he was the owner of ability on par with that of the 9 divine generals. Even if no one had fallen victim to Albert's wily ways, and even if Tarita had accompanied them to this place, fighting a proper battle with Kafma as an opponent was an impossibility. But on this point, the battle was in favor of Abel and his team. That was, Abel, I apologize for disturbing your sleeping quarters, but my business is with the girl there. At the present moment, I have no intention of bothering myself with you. Girl, nah, HK. Ho, this one does talk up a big game before me. I shall commit that face and that voice to memory. Even more so if you truly are related to the envoy we happened upon at the castle tower yesterday. Abel, Snorting, Abel touched the chin of the Oni mask, while his opponent stared back at him, the one who Subaru had labeled a false emperor, and whom Abel knew as Keisha Gold, now assuming the form of Vincent. Right beside Abel, Al and Medium carried complex frowns. The pair, as they were excluded from the effects of the cognitive disruption, were witnessing an exchange of words between Vincents possessing exactly the same voices. The disguise of the white spider, Keisha, was flawless. With his voice and his conduct, there was no one else in the world that could perform a substitution of Vincent Varlatia as skillfully as Keisha Gold. Rather, even contradictory thoughts, such as him being more like Vincent than Abel was, could arise. However, Abel, I have heard about how you responded to my subordinates. For the stern Emperor of Varlatia, you have been considerably magnanimous in forgiving the disrespect of an impudent woman. Vincent, even so, I am not enough of an eccentric to deal with people who do not know their place. But if I properly recognize their relative value, they shall be treated accordingly. At any rate, Vincent responded to Abel's sarcasm, and once there was a pause in the former's words, their gazes intersected in midair, then their lips moved simultaneously. Abel and Vincent, the people of the Empire must be strong. Indeed. That was the philosophy of the sacred Varlatian Empire, their symbolic way of life. The answer, from the ones fit as emperors of Varlatia that dealt adequately with those who had displayed a will to oppose them, could be said to be nothing but a magnificent one indeed. Even if Abel had been asked the same question, he would have given the same answer, no matter what laid within his heart. Vincent, Kaphma, that girl there. Kaphma, yes. Master Albert requested of me to keep her at the inn. Said master has since gone out into town, and has yet to return. Vincent, I see. Kaphma responded with an awkward look on his face, and nodding at his reply, Vincent's gaze now turned to Tanza. The little girl, a tiny being in the corner of the room, let out an ah as she attempted to devote herself to her duty and at least conceal herself, but her shoulders trembled at the sight of the one looking down from the pinnacle of the empire. Tanza's reaction could not be described as neither timid nor frightened. Vincent, taking that in as inevitable, Vincent, Albert's involvement, yesterday's agreement with Yorna Miss Higgia. In addition, the one associated with yesterday's envoys has appeared looking for you no less. I get the sense of the overall picture. Tanza, aye, Vincent. Excuses are unnecessary. Of course, Albert shall relay to me what happened in your stead, as I am not your master. Additionally, neither am I your enemy. Tanza, Vincent. Once you have initiated a battle, it is fine to fight it to your utmost earnestness, till the very end. Hence, whether your destiny is to burn or not, remains your decision. Indifferently, Vincent declared to Tanza that he would not provide any further protection. If one were to believe, however, that this had made Tanza feel the despair she had abandoned, that would be a mistake. Tanza, dwelling in Tanza's round eyes, was the same light, perhaps the same flame of determination, the same beacon that dwelled at the time she had decided to take on that battle, that challenge. That Tanza's life, as someone belonging to the horned races, had never been peaceful nor cheerful in the least, was a simple, yet plausible guess for Abel. Not to mention that, on the matter of the deer people from Chaos Flame, that race had been the root cause for a rebellion raised by Yorna Miss Higgia previously. Rather, it would not be surprising if Tanza herself was related to any of those casualties. Tanza, Vincent Sama, I apologize for the inconvenience. However, this occasion was not brought about by Yorna Sama. I was the one who orchestrated it. Vincent, as I said just now, excuses are unnecessary. The facts I shall inquire of Yorna Miss Higgia. You may cease speaking yourself. Tanza, yes, thank you very much. Tanza rectified her posture, then proffered a deep bow towards Vincent. Once she looked up, Tanza's gaze then turned towards Abel and the others. Unlike the gaze directed at Vincent, this one was clearly hostile. Al, HK. Due to that girl's aura, Al's throat rasped, despite his attempts to restrain himself. He was a coward to the extreme, but it was also true that that aura was loaded with such fighting spirit that it made him feel pressure. And so, one could only imagine what circumstances had led her to torment herself this much. All of this, Tanza, please, do not bring Yorna-sama into this war. She is a kind woman who will surely fight for the sake of the weak masses, no matter how hurt or worn down she may get. Such a thing I could never overlook. Yorna-sama is everything to me. Medium, Tanza, please grant this favor, please. With a small tremor in her words, Tanza's plea caused Medium to widen her eyes. It seemed that to Al and Medium, Tanza's motives had been unexpected. By far, the goal of the residents who had attacked them on their way here was maintaining the situation of the people of the horned races. If they lost the protection of Yorna Mishigya, they would lose the safe haven that was the demon city of Chaos Flame, and would resume the long, hard days of traveling in the wilderness. That was their fear. That sentiment was probably held by a considerate portion of the residents of the demon city. But on the other hand, the likelihood that the feelings of most of the demon city's residents favored Tanza was something Abel was well aware of. And what convinced him of that was that the soul marriage technique had spread across the people of the city. That was a secret technique that could not be formed by one-sided feelings. If the residents loathed it, the mechanism that tied a vast number of people together would have driven them to madness. But since that was not the case, it only provided definite confirmation for the thoughts Abel had carried from the start. Abel, Yorna Mishigya shall be the one to decide. Bowing your head towards me shan't make a difference. Kafma, HKU. For some reason, Kafma's anger flared up at Abel's response, the latter with arms crossed. There was most likely no direct relationship to Tanza, but likely the man held some amount of affection for the girl due to her youth. In that respect, by and large, this was a man who could be described as being of the same ilk as Yorna. And in regard to the true essence of the demon city alone, that which was visible to Tanza was not to Kafma. Hence, she kept her head down and continued. Tanza, no, she is not. It is not Yorna-sama's decision to make, it is yours. Abel, Tanza, Yorna-sama's heart is vast and deep. She is a kind person, and we attendants can only gaze at that unbelievably far dream, unable to help. The means to grant that dream, you must possess them, surely. Abel, the missive for Yorna Mishigya, are you aware of its contents? Tanza, no. Having shaken her head, Tanza denied Abel's suspicions. However, Tanza ceased shaking her head in front of him, instead casting it downward with a terribly fragile expression on her face. Tanza, still, I understand. Ah, to witness Yorna-sama with the face of a maiden for the first time. Abel, the face of a maiden, is it? Tanza, Yorna-sama, responds to the love directed at her. But for her to show that appearance of a maiden in love to someone, the reason would be no less than the answer to that letter. Abel, Yorna Mishigya would not refuse, so you interfered. Therefore, Tanza, yes, all of it was my plan. With her head sunken deeply, Tanza confessed to her plot. All of it was not correct. Undoubtedly, Albert must have had a hand in Tanza's scheme and distorted it to something more vicious. However, Tanza intended to take responsibility not only for what she herself had started and what her will had led her to do, but also for whatever part Albert had been involved in. It was all too able, beautiful. And so an inaudible voice took form only within someone's mouth and went unheard by anyone. Naturally, it went unheard by all, not even by Tanza, who bowed her head, nor by Al and Medium, both on guard, nor by Kafma, who held back his anger, nor by Vincent, who rested his hand on his chin. Abel, I have a grasp regarding your participation. But how does this matter? Tanza, how, why? Abel, even after divulging your heart of hearts, you could continue your scheme if you desired. Even if you are beheaded, the residents of the demon city shall still target my group. No, if you are beheaded in the first place, Yorna Mishigya's cooperation shall not be obtained. Tanza, Abel, or perhaps having your own head lopped off was a measure you were willing to take. Casting her gaze downwards, a slight tension ran up Tanza's neck. Having observed this, Abel was convinced that Tanza had left the option of taking her own life on the table. Suffice to say, it was well thought out, although there were a few things to ponder over until it could be put into action. Al, so you were gonna put your life on the line, you're one hell of a girl. Medium, no way, I won't let you ever. You won't let her, will you, Abelchin? At the revelation of the extent of Tanza's resolution, Al was at a loss for words, as Medium probed Abel. In case Abel voiced something contrary to her feelings, while the posture that Medium would adopt was something to be considered, it was a thought that may be regarded as meaningless. Abel, I should have already spoken such. If her own death is one of the measures she was willing to take, then taking her life would fulfill those plans. Unfortunately, I hold no interest in partaking in such schemes. Medium, Abel Chin, Abel, people should die in a more efficient manner. Medium, Abel Chin. A pawn that operated according to their own agenda was a nuisance, regardless of whether they were one's own camp or the enemy's. Taking that into account, the being known as Tanza was a poison beyond their control. However, unless one was steeled to drink said poison, one would be unable to introduce stronger poisons. Having made his decision, Abel fixed his gaze on Tanza, sitting on the floor, and said, "Abel, I have no intention to take your life. But I shall order you to call off the orders you gave your brethren. Tanza, so then about my earlier request. Abel, to not bring Yorna Mishigya into this war, that is impossible. Tanza, HK. Abel made a clear, definitive statement, and Tanza was rendered speechless. From her point of view, it was the announcement of a future event that she wished would not pass, even if that meant that she had to sacrifice her own life. However, that was Tanza's misconception. And it was a hopelessly mistaken desire. Because Abel, even if I had not shown up, Yorna Mishigya would have been engulfed in the maelstrom of war. That is the position she has taken, making it unavoidable. Tanza, what in the world do you see? Abel, I shan't speak to others of what is reflected in my eyes. However, I have measures for any possibility, no matter how it appears to those around me. While responding to the quivering Tanza, his eyes trained on her own, Abel abruptly took his gaze off the girl. Instead, his dark eyes turned towards the silent Vincent, stark still at the back of the room. Now sitting atop the throne of the Emperor was the false Emperor, Vincent Valatia. No matter what motivation he'd had to topple him from his position. Abel, my way of being remains unchanged. There is no altering that. My path towards retreat has been burnt down. A single path exists. You would do well to sear this into memory. Vincent, I shall keep that in mind. To Abel's words, Vincent quietly replied. That was all it took to inflame the atmosphere of the room, which lent the illusion of rising temperatures. In fact, everyone, with the exception of Abel and Vincent, was still, sweat beading on their foreheads. Abel, girl, Tanza, raise your face. After the standoff between the new and old emperor, Abel called upon the girl who regretted her lack of strength. Slowly, the girl raised her head with tears welled up in her eyes as Abel sighed. Abel, from the onset, I did not call upon your mistress with the intention of wasting her. Her use requires thoughtful consideration. Valuable assets must be made use of optimally. People should die in an efficient manner. Tanza, can I place trust in you in that regard? Abel, even if you do not believe me, that shall not change what I must do. Tanza attempted to cling on to her budding hopes, but that not-so-gentle response extinguished them. Behind him, Al applied the back of his hand to his forehead, and Medium let out a sigh. However, after a brief hesitation, Tanza nodded her head. Tanza, okay, I understand, please, regarding Yorna-sama, Abel, to fulfill that request there are steps to be taken by your side. As it stands, I cannot merely stroll around this city. Al, yeah, that's right. That's what we came here for in the first place. Upon hearing the condition presented by Abel, Al seemed more lively as he spoke. Presently, Al harbored fright for just about everything. It was possible to say that, for him, it was certainly a matter of life or death. It was imperative to get those chasing Abel and his allies, who were following Tanza's call to action, off their backs. Tanza, but how did you know I was here? Abel, I made my decision with the fact it was Albart's doing in mind. Another possibility I considered was that of him hiding in the Crimson Lappy's castle, but given the deployment of the pursuers, the matter of distance took precedence. Tanza, Abel, above all, you need to back off, for there are many lives currently in danger. Tarita was being hunted by 100 people, and they had pretty much been separated from Subaru and Louis as a result. Neither of them had their lives guaranteed, as long as they continued to be pursued by such hordes. Of course, Abel, alongside the powerless Al and the medium at half strength who accompanied him, were no exception. In order to continue the match against Albart, Tanza's capture was a top priority. Tanza, it is my loss, I guess. Abel, that much is obvious, but there is no need to feel shame. Tanza, eh? Abel responded only that much to Tanza's soul-muttered word, then turned his back to her. Without hearing an answer beyond that, Tanza blinked her eyes open in surprise. A voice then called out, girl, to Tanza's back, Tanza. Vincent, Sama, Vincent. As that one has spoken, there is no need to be ashamed. Tanza, but I, Vincent, lost. But that means you threw the gauntlet, just as I hoped. Tanza, Vincent spoke those words while looking on at a distance, his chin resting in his hand, which caused Tanza to widen her eyes. However, as she lowered her head, the corners of her eyes slowly pooled with tears. While she cast her eyes downwards, shedding tears, those drops softly, gently fell, and Tanza, Yorna-sama, I apologize, I was immature. And so, in a tearful voice, she apologized to her beloved master. And so, with a tearful Tanza behind them, Al, with this, can we assume that the attackers will back off for the moment? Abel, yes. Of course, it is possible Tanza's crying is part of a scheme against us. Medium, no way. That absolutely can't be. Medium, cheeks puffed out, and in an imposing stance, lashed out at Abel's concern. At that menacing look, Abel closed one eye and traced his finger across the forehead of the Oni mask. Abel, so it seems there has been no improvement in your condition, right? Al, gah, Abel, if you become useless, I shall have no choice but to discard you mercilessly. Albeit you are Priscilla's clown, do not believe that it absolves you. Keep that in mind. Al, I get it. It's not like I wanna be like this forever. Receiving that glare and a cold-hearted judgment, Al responded through gritted teeth. There was no power in the voice of his response. Al's fear had not abated. But regardless of Al's physical and mental state, he would now be able to walk around. Medium. Then all that's left is to resume the search for Gramps. Or would it be better to look for Tarita-chan? Or Abel. If the goal is to regroup, it would be ill-advised for us to act. Tarita's eyes would find us much faster than we could find her. As for those fools, Medium, Abel, in any case, we shall stick to our plan of looking for Albert. If we do, we shall find them in the process of looking for Albert. That is, if we succeed in finding an abyss with a great view. Folding his arms, Abel murmured so, which made Medium widen her eyes in surprise with an ha. Medium, by any chance, Abelchin, do you know where Gramps is hiding? Abel, I have a guess on the second hiding place at the very least. Crimson Lappy's castle. Al, what are you saying? You mean in that castle? Abel, Tanza's reaction. When I brought up the subject of the castle, she rapidly averted her eyes. Tanza herself was hiding in a traveling inn, but she must have known about Albert's hiding place as well. Although it is not certain that she even had an inkling about the third hiding place. The procedure for Albert and Tanza's cooperation was that after Tanza delivered the message, Albert would propose a game to Abel's group. Then, after they discovered the first hiding place right behind them, the logical step was for Albert to go outside and accompany Tanza to the traveling inn. Of course, considering that Tanza could be apprehended, it was possible that Albert had Tanza accept false information. Abel, the trick of hiding out in the Crimson Lappy's castle is also something to Albert's liking. Medium, I see. Well, we should go to the castle as soon as possible. Al, yeah. We need to see that geezer immediately to get our bodies restored. If our bodies are restored, we should be fine. Same goes for Bro and that pipsqueak if that happens. Clenching his fists tightly, Al grumbled this as if he were praying for it, as if he were cursing Albert. Al, having lost his mental capacity due to his own body having been shrunken, held extreme hostility towards the sort of relationship between the disappeared duo of Subaru and Louis. When it came to him, he would like to get Subaru to how he was before as soon as possible, to ponder over a normal decision regarding Louis. However, Abel was doubtful that Natsuki Subaru would make a normal decision upon returning to his original body, and before that. Abel, no matter what your thoughts may be, I have no intention of letting Albert's technique be undone so simply. Medium, Abel. To be precise, I shall not interfere with either you or Medium. However, I have no intention of allowing the technique on Natsuki Subaru to be dispelled for a short while. It would be best to keep him in that state for the time being. Upon hearing Abel's plan, the two were left astonished, their eyes and mouths wide open. Then, after a pause, Q quit fucking about. The fuck's up with that? You didn't say anything like that before. Incensed, his voice trembling with anger, grabbed Abel's collar, or rather, as he could not reach it due to his height, the belly section of Abel's clothes was grabbed, lashing out at him. However, Abel, his countenance unfazed by that powerless threat, replied with, "It is as I stated, Abel. For now, I shall have him remain as is in his infantile form for a while." Bastard, Medium. Is that related to why you were bullying Subaru-chin? Exerting more pressure, Al inched closer towards him, while Medium grabbed his shoulders from behind. As she posed that question, she stared fixedly at Abel. Upon her inquiry, Abel quietly exhaled, "Abel, I do not recall bullying him or any other low-level behavior of the sort. Medium, call it whatever you want. But Abelchin, you were trying to scare Subaruchin on the way here to get him to say something. Is it because of that?" "Abel, Medium, that's so unfair. If there's something you want to hear, just ask and they'll usually tell you. It's because of something like that, Abel. Unfortunately, there is no way that shall happen." Hearing the quiet, serene emotion in his voice, Medium could not help but stumble over her words, letting out only a "eh." Giving a sidelong glance to Medium's surprised face, Abel brushed off Al's arm that was gripping him with ease, and spoke, "Abel, my thoughts have nothing to do with the wickedness that Medium suggests. It is merely a necessary thing." "Al, necessary? What the hell? Why just bro, what about me and Lil, Miss Medium?" "Abel, you do not meet the requirements. You possess one arm, and Medium's hair and eye color are the reasons for her." "Al, wah." Not grasping the meaning of that statement, Al's anger grew more and more intense. Medium, too, was left with a face that betrayed her lack of understanding of the true nature of Abel's intentions, while a surprise of different origin still remained on her face. And Abel's bottom line was, "Abel, even though the situation remains unaltered, the pieces are falling into place." Henceforth, through his Oni mask, Abel gazed out the window of a room in a traveling inn. Towards the outside, his eyes reflecting the crimson Lappy's castle. It was a gesture to stare at something far more symbolic than the castle itself, and in fact, Abel stretched his hands straight out as if to grasp something that could not be reached. "Abel, you shall accompany me, Natsuki Subaru, blown by an unopposable wind into the midst of war." "Albert, that's why that dear girl's with His Excellency." "Subaru," Albert answered calmly, sitting cross-legged with his short arms crossed. Hearing his astonishing answer, Subaru was simply left dumbfounded. He was not surprised because it was outside the realm of his imagination, however. "Subaru, I thought she'd be at their inn in case she wasn't in the castle." "Albert, oh, you thought of it. Well then, boy, you gotta have a terrible personality. You sure you don't have some of that Valetian imperial family blood in you after all?" "Subaru, that's really creeping me out, so don't say that." It was perhaps Albert's comedic style, but not a single one of his jokes were really funny. As always, the person in question let out a kaka-kaka. In fact, he appeared to be in a good mood, which was probably the secret of his long life. Paying no mind to others, not allowing stress to build up, laughing quite often, he was the very example of it. "Subaru, there's a saying in my hometown that ill weeds grow apace." "Albert, oh, a proverb, is it? What's it mean?" "Subaru, something like, the more you're hated, the longer you live." "Albert, kaka-kaka. Well, I don't have an excuse for that." "Ouch." "Louis." Oh, Louis's angry fist struck Albert, who was laughing hysterically at the meaning of the saying. Though it was a simple smack on the shoulder, the effort put into just touching it had led to this scene. Perhaps Albert, as a member of the most powerful of the Empire, would deal with the smack however he wished, were it anything akin to hostility or murderous intent. In that sense, Subaru's move in using Louis's teleport as a playful touch of pursuit rather than an attack had been the correct option. Yes, he should be proud of himself. "Yorna, anyway, I now know where Tanzer is. I heard that the residents of the city have been very unkind to you and the others, and I apologize for that." "Subaru, no, Yorna-san, stop it please. There's nothing to be sorry about." "Louis, ooh." Yorna bending her knees on the spot in apology caused Subaru to be flustered. Even Louis jumped up involuntarily at the significance of having Yorna bow her head. In fact, Yorna had taken him seriously, had not backed down at all against Albert, and had tried to help Subaru again and again, and so on and so on. "Subaru, Yorna, what's the matter, child? Your face is so red." "Subaru, no, well, I just remembered some things." As the situation calmed down, and the pain and suffering that had been pouring down like a nightmare receded, Subaru was reminded of the many times Yorna and him had exchanged a kiss in those repeated moments of pain and suffering. That memory had not remained in Yorna's memory, and Subaru was not in a position to remember the feeling of the kiss itself, so he only remembered it as an event that had happened. Still, honestly, he admired and liked Yorna a great deal for her willingness to kiss him in order to make it so he'd like her, just so a dying child could be saved. And because of that, Subaru, I don't want you to get mixed up in this. An increasingly stronger resistance to bringing Yorna into the fray, to bring her into a war that would destabilize the entire empire, was welling up within Subaru. He was unsure if this was only because he had been made younger, or if he would think differently once he was back in his proper body. But even if Subaru thought differently after returning to his original body, he would not believe that what Subaru felt and thought in this young body would be wrong either. Because if that was the case, Louis, you, Subaru, I don't want to leave the answer regarding you to someone else completely, even if that person's my grown-up self. The question of what to do with Louis, the young girl who held his hand, was a question that Subaru's mind was not able to answer. If they joined Abel and the others, that was definitely an unavoidable subject. However, at the end of those 10 seconds of despair, there was one thing that Subaru could not help but feel. He did not wish to kill Louis or to permit Louis's death, that much was clear. Yorna, the restoration of the castle will have to wait. First, I'll go to see Tanza. Subaru. Ah. Yorna-san, about Tanza. Don't be too harsh on her, but from Subaru's point of view, that was difficult to say. Even if he believed that she had her own agenda and thoughts, Subaru had not heard them. It was just that, Yorna. It goes without saying that I'd never scold her without asking her to explain herself. Moreover, if that girl's been overcome by her own feelings, I'd be to blame as well. Subaru didn't need to worry. The mistress of the Demon City knew what she had to do. Because she was exactly like this, was probably why a great deal of people, Tanza included, adored her. Subaru hoped that if she would not suddenly become cold once he returned to normal if possible. Subaru, I might cry if that happens. That was rather, seriously heartbreaking to imagine. Sincerely, he hoped it wouldn't come to pass. Anyhow, if Yorna could convince Tanza, the residents who had been chasing Subaru and his friends would withdraw. Subaru's critical second step would start from there. But Subaru, there's nothing scarier than dying. He told himself that, after going through such a horrifying experience, things were okay. On top of that, Subaru also wanted to get out of the castle with Yorna, Albart. Wow, wait, boy, why don't I turn you back? Or do you like yourself better now? I don't particularly mind if so. Subaru, oh sorry, no, of course not. I'll turn back, I'll turn back all right. I mean, I'm getting used to being in this form, but I'm going to have trouble finding things to wear. Albert, Kaka, you got a lot of nerve worrying about that. Albert called out to his back, and Subaru stepped on a roof tile and spun around. In fact, although his body had been shrunk only for a few hours, he had exceeded the total number of deaths up until now, and so this became the body he had lived and died with the most. He didn't want to say it was because of that, but his small body felt like a bad omen, so if he could get back, he'd like to get back to his normal size sooner rather than later. Right now, the only thing that scared him was the possibility that his views might change abruptly. But Subaru, don't worry, Louis. I'm going to face you properly. Louis, you. Louis cast her head down after Subaru's words, but then she gave a deep nod. Subaru pushed on Louis's forehead with a finger, directing her towards Yorna. Louis's back struck her, and Yorna took her in. Yorna, child, what is old man Albert doing? Subaru, I don't fully trust him, but I'd like to think that he's at least got just barely enough humanity left in him to follow the logic of victory and defeat. Albert, oi I Tilda, I can hear you, you know. Subaru, I know that, that's why I'm saying it. Subaru smiled wryly in response to Albert's teasing. To Subaru's answer, Yorna narrowed her eyes as she hugged Louis tightly. Yorna, if you understand that, then I have nothing else to say. I haven't been told what'll happen exactly, but this child and I will be watching you. Louis, Subaru, okay. Well, you know, I hope you'll be on good terms with me after this, Yorna-san. Yorna, child, you're quite the worrier, aren't you? Being sent off by Yorna smiling at him and Louis's cheerful face, Subaru went to Albert's side. Standing up, Albert patted himself on the lower back and spoke. Albert, you're talking crap again. Oh geez, let's get this over with. Subaru, yeah, is it going to hurt? Albert, did it hurt when you shrank down? Then that's the answer. Giving a brief answer to Subaru's hesitant question, Albert's outstretched hand gently touched Subaru's solar plexus. Abel had conjectured that Albert's infantilization technique interfered with the Ard, and perhaps that Ard resided somewhere around the heart. At the same time, a memory came back to Subaru's mind. The previous day, he had indeed received a painless blow from Albert as he fled from the keep right beneath where he was currently standing. Subaru's infantilization had occurred with the interference of his ard as a trigger. Only a few hours had passed since his body had been shrunken, but it felt like that had been the biggest struggle he'd faced since coming to the Empire. Although, ever since he'd been in the Empire, he'd been struggling to begin with. Even including the time outside of the Empire, those 10 seconds of despair were some of the greatest. Subaru. Oh, speaking of which. Suddenly, Subaru remembered something he had been attempting not to think about. Those 10 seconds of despair, that seemingly hellish cycle of rebirth and death, were a far cry from the return by death that Subaru had come to know. What had brought this about, and what had happened to return by death, the authority that resided in Subaru? Found you. Everything that happened in that instant was incomprehensible for all those who were present. Albert, ugh. Along with those words, Albert withdrew his outstretched right hand in an instant, but too slow. Albert's wrinkled right hand from the wrist onwards vanished. And then Yorna, chill Louis, you. Her eyes widened in shock. Yorna pulled Louis into her arms and jumped backwards a great distance, hugging the girl struggling to break free. Immediately afterwards, pure dark flooded Yorna and Louis's field of vision, and in one fell swoop swallowed the castle tower, the upper parts, and the middle parts of the crimson Lapis castle, famous for its majestic and bright brilliance. And then Kafma, your excellency, that is Vincent. From a distance, looking at the scene outside the window, Kafma, at the side of the emperor he served to protect, and harboring a sharp fighting aura, felt as if all the bugs in his body shivered in terror. In the meantime, Vincent had stood up, turning his sharp gaze towards the castle dyed in black, allowing his deliberate thoughts to flow with all the peace in the world. And then Tanza, that's the castle Yornasama. Al. Medium Alchin. In a daze, the children stared at what had happened bug-eyed in absolute shock. Tanza feared for her master, who remained in the castle, and Al, at the damage dealt to the city, screamed louder than anyone in the city. No, louder than anyone in the world. Medium dashed over to him and supported Al's shoulders. She stared at Abel as if clinging on to him in this inexplicable situation. And then, my tilde oh my, how should I put it? This might be a small bit I didn't gaze. Tarita, you watching the crumbling city from a distance, being swallowed by the shadows. Ubulk let out an easy-going mutter, using his hands as a visor, while the brown Shudrak standing opposite to him, Tarita, listened to him while grinding her teeth, as if it were difficult to decide whether the shadow in the distance or the man in front of her were what she ought to pay attention to. And then, Abel, is this the true identity of the thing you had been carrying within? He directed his eyes to the same thing the false emperor and the bawling children regarded, and Abel muttered so. Clenching his fists tightly, he bit his lip, to the extent that blood flowed, hidden on the other side of the Oni mask. As he glared at the jet-black mass, his countenance distorted to the point it resembled the terrifying visage of his Oni mask. And then, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you. I love you, 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 I love you. I love you, I love you. Love akin to a curse that would never, by any means, leave, transcending every conceivable dimension, was blotting out the existence called Natsuki Subaru. A hellish world devoid of love, that he knew. That his own self was still loved, that Natsuki Subaru knew. However, at the same time, that not all forms of love should be something to be affirmed, that he also should know. Exactly because of his ignorance, there would be retribution. Exactly because of his ignorance of why everyone dreaded it, ran from it. It morphed into a sable shadow, swallowing all things, cheering while destroying. Cheering for reuniting, for coming together, for embracing, for being tied for this predestination, for this forward march. Cheering for confession, for regret, for suspicion, for its mysteriousness, for exaltation, for devotion. A hellish world devoid of love that he knew. If he were to arrive at a world with love, what sort of hell would it be? Subaru did not understand. He understood not. If there was something he could say, in this situation inexplicable to anyone, there was only one thing: the utopia of those ostracized, the demon city of chaos flame. The ruin of this utopia was brought about by the causality of none other than Natsuki Subaru. Arc 7, Chapter 55, The Cacophony of the Demon City. Machine translated by Archbishop Kiln, proofread by Archbishop Eternitishak Sprighton, and Japanese to English checking by Maskbook Archbishop Ice Art Sources. Pabo Bingo. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality. This is expected to have a quality dip in accuracy. Therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. A proper, higher quality translation for this chapter is in the works by our team, so if you would prefer to wait for it, then feel free to check back at a later date, keeping an eye out on our social media for updates. At the heart of the demon city of Chaos Flame, the Crimson Lappy's castle collapsed, shadows overflowing. That was the true nature of the thunderous roar that rocked the city, and the nightmarish spectacle witnessed through the eyes of those present. Blending within a single stone of crimson lapis, red and blue colors danced, and the gorgeous castle, fashioned from stacking these precious stones of whimsical beauty, crumbled as easily as a castle made of sand. To those who knew the demon city and to the residents of the demon city, it was a shock, equivalent to that of the heavens falling. What should not have come to pass had indeed happened, to the point of blurring the line between dream and reality, and this was no exception for those less familiar with the demon city. The tremors also spread to a room in a traveling inn that was prepared for outside visitors to the demon city. Some stared bug-eyed, glaciated in place. Some stiffened their whole body in utmost alertness. Some shrieked, having fallen on their rear. Some drew nearer to each other, as to protect themselves from the quaking. However, despite the differing reactions, the identity of what befell them was the same threat. While held captive by it, seized by instinctive fear for a moment, the irreparable situation was, and everyone quiet down. That moment, a sharp, resonant, overlapping voice cut through the interval of time marked by rigidity caused by the threat. The two voices which resonated within the room, homogeneous ones at that, struck their eardrums, rousing even those minds that had fallen into ceased thought. The pair to emit a sharp voice were the black-haired figures, the ones before them raising their heads in a snap. The two men, one with a bare face and the other with his behind an Oni mask, each reached out their arm towards the overwhelming scene of collapse that could be seen outside the window. Abel, do not stop. If we delay in dealing with that thing, we shall all lose our lives. Vincent, that which has swallowed the castle and is still devouring the sky altogether, is a great glutton. If we do not do something here, the number of victims shall multiply in the blink of an eye. Everyone, Abel and Vincent, Kafma Urulux. As if their thoughts were the same, the two men's gazes converged on one person. The brown-skinned man to whom those steady stares were directed, Kafma Urulux, was thrust into the midst of confusion, unknowing of which way to turn his gaze of bewilderment. But the confusion would not prolong for long, because Abel and Vincent, stop that shadow. Know that the price for your procrastination is the lives of the people of the Empire. Kafma, yes. The moment he was presented with the action needed to be taken and the clear purpose of what needed to be done, the hesitation in Kafma's eyes vanished. Kafma placed his fist on his chest, bowed, and spoke. Kafma, I shall leave your side. May the divine protection of the Yang sword be with you. Vincent, your work shall be my divine protection. Exert yourself to the very last. Kafma, to the utmost. Giving a powerful reply, Kafma headed straight toward the window. Using that vigor for a leap, Kafma sliced through the window with his outstretched arm and rushed out, scattering shards of glass. Immediately after, Kafma's back bulged out, and 6 transparent wings spread out from behind his cloak, which he had cast off. Fluttering wings that gave the impression of being those of a winged insect, Kafma's figure flew through the sky of the demon city as if cleaving the sky itself. The course was straight for Crimson Lappy's castle, which was set to be destroyed by the overflowing shadows. Abel, how many people did you bring? Giving a backwards glance at Kafma's flight, the man in the Oni mask, Abel, asked a pointed question. The question was directed at Vincent, a black-haired handsome man who had received a bow from Kafma. The man now occupying the throne of the Valatian Empire narrowed his eyes slightly at Abel's question. Vincent, my retinue is, as you can see, Kafma Urulux and the absent Albert Dunkelken. The other one would not be of much help. Abel, no pawns to lay down. Perhaps traveling light has backfired. Vincent, the responsibility you are accounting me for is exceeding absurdity. Once Vincent revealed his cards without hesitation, Abel uttered an inconsiderate comment. Vincent responded with a complaint to which Abel did not take kindly. Abel, his hand on his chin and his fingers tracing the bottom of the Oni mask, pondered for a few seconds, then glanced at the others in the room, the ones who were unable to hide their unease at the threat. The two girls, both young in appearance, were able to react to that gaze, even though they did not speak. One of them was Medium O'Connell with blonde hair and blue eyes, and the other was Tanza, a deer person in a kimono with round, quivering eyes. Neither of them would be the deciding factor in this situation. The only one who could potentially be some sort of key actor would be, why, at a time like this? Medium, Alchin. The frightened voice gave no heed whatsoever to the quiet Abel's stare. Holding his head with his right hand, terrified of the scene outside the window, but tormented by the dilemma of being unable to take his eyes off it, was a dark-haired boy, his face concealed by a ragged piece of cloth that had been messily rolled up. Of all the people Abel had with him, this boy was, in a sense, the one who had not shown his true depths, but given this terrified look of his, which did not appear to be an act, Abel was hesitant to include him in the plan. It was not out of consideration for the feelings of the person. It was purely an appraisal of uselessness. Vincent, if so, not many measures can be taken. The profile of Abel in careful deliberation was struck by Vincent's words, the latter standing next to him. Standing side by side, the two men looked out the window, or perhaps they ought to be called two emperors. Abel exhaled, dismissing the sentiment that momentarily surfaced as trivial. Vincent was right. Not many possible measures could be taken, and in response to Vincent, who would have reached the same conclusion, he voiced scant words. Abel, link up with Yorna Miss Higgia. We require her strength. Tarita, smelling a change in the situation, moistened her parched lips with her tongue. The change in the air, the scent of the pursuers, the feeling on her skin of bloodlust and hostility directed at her, all of those of which appealed to her differently than they had just before, making her pause for a moment to make a decision considering these sensations. She impetuously wondered whether they really were a good thing or a bad thing. However, Tarita, neither of those matter. If her conclusion were the same, Tarita would not be deeply concerned. She was aware that she was not very bright to begin with. If this were Maiselda, her older sister, she would probably be able to deduce the correct answer based on her instinctive intuition, even if their minds were not so different. But Tarita did not possess the same sense of smell as her sister. Probably, she also lacked the quick wit. She had absolutely nothing. Spending vast quantities of time worrying about it would eventually lead to endless hesitation about which answer was the correct one. Therefore, she decided to just not waver. Once the outcome was clear, she could agonize endlessly about the pros and cons of it. Therefore, Tarita did not change her approach, regardless of the change in the atmosphere of her pursuers. Gah, Tarita, you can't break free, no matter how strong you are. Tightened around the struggling man with bloodshot eyes, Tarita's jacket blocked his respiratory tract. The sheepman with his right eye ablaze attempted to escape his restraints desperately, but Tarita, having taken off her jacket to use its sleeve to constrict his neck, cut a tendon in her opponent's arm, preventing him from acting. Frankly speaking, she was greatly tormented by the robustness of her pursuers, who kept getting back up even after she had gouged out their vital areas. Tarita, even if I don't know how to deal with it, even I managed it one way or the other. Eventually, the man's panting voice became inaudible, and his body, losing its strength, went limp. Choosing that moment, Tarita removed the jacket from around the man's neck and pulled his collapsed body to the side of the road. Tarita sighed as she exhaled, and behind her, the bodies of her pursuers, having been strangled by her, were lying in a row along the walls of the street. After realizing that strikes and knife attacks were ineffective, and that strangulation techniques were effective, She ended up fighting them off with that single technique. Although the pursuers had been blessed with unusual strength and stamina, they seemed to be novices in the art of efficiently applying such power. Thanks to this, Tarita's skills pulled through, and she was able to continue to properly neutralize her pursuers. If she could have just let him die, this affair would have been done and over with much faster. Do not kill anyone. 1. With that phrase flashing across her head, Tarita was forced into quite the struggle. Abel had given her those words of instruction just before she parted to serve as a decoy, to allow everyone to get away from the inn. Considering the circumstances into which she was put, perhaps she should have objected by calling them reckless words at the time. But would someone with eyes as discerning as Abel's give instructions that could not be carried out? Or perhaps he had given that instruction with the belief that Tarita was capable of following it. If so, it would mean that Abel had perceived Tarita's ability. Tarita. Just to what extent was Abel capable of seeing things? Of course, one only had to look at the mysterious techniques that had struck Subaru medium, and Al to see that Abel was not a person able to anticipate every eventuality and move with perfect foresight. If such a thing were possible, it would no longer be the work of a human being, but the work of an extraordinary being. It was a realm of reasoning that should not be ventured into, something that could not be considered possible of being violated by a human being. One could not help but think if a human being able to reach what was just beyond their reach existed, that too was a deliberation. As one of the Shadrach, Tarita possessed the skill to take down any prey. Abel would have known that Tarita had mastered the art of strangulation, which was not supposed to work on beasts, and the reason for this. Well, Thei's Tilda is quite the spectacle. Tarita, HK. While ruminating over that, a voice slipped into a gap in Tarita's consciousness, stopping her in her tracks. Abruptly jolted back to reality by this, Tarita turned around with a dagger in her hand. Then, hoping to drive a blow to the assassin who had closed in behind her without any cue. Wow, wait, will you? That's a tad tilde premature. Tarita, you. Oh, are you all right? Have you calmed down? Is it okay if I put my arms down? Just as she was about to disable her opponent's limbs, Tarita stopped wielding her knife in an instant. In front of her, holding his head and awkwardly attempting to defend himself, was an ashen-haired, effeminate man in a hooded blue robe. He was a man with a handsome face, however. The flame common to her pursuers was not burning in his eyes, and above all, the amateurishness of his demeanor made him seem harmless. However, the fact remained that he had evaded Tarita's vigilance and stood behind her. Tarita, delicate man. My Tilda, oh my, guess I'm distrusted a whole lot. I happen to be just a regular guy passing by this place, Tarita. I don't think an ordinary person would be able to look at this and remain calm. The self-proclaimed, harmless, delicate man gave one more reason as to why it was impossible for her to let down her guard towards him. Regarding the bodies of her pursuers lined up on the wall unless he approached them and checked whether they were alive or dead, it would not be surprising if he believed them dead. Yet he remained unfazed. Unless his heart had gone cold, she could not come up with an answer aside from him being accustomed to them. At Tarita's wary look, the delicate man smiled bashfully. For a moment, she was almost distracted by the smile of the finely featured man, but her wariness of danger won out over her reaction to his beautiful looks. When it came to handsome men with delicate faces, flop was plenty enough. Right now isn't the time to be thinking about him. Delicate man. Oh, Tilda, no, I've been seen through. I certainly wouldn't say it's a familiar sight back home. I told you it was quite the spectacle. Well, Tarita-san. Tarita, HK, delicate man. Oh, don't gut me, don't gut me. I'm not the enemy, even if I seem suspicious. Her caution, that had begun to slacken for a moment until just before that, was instantly reinforced. The man of delicate features in front of her called out Tarita's name with a cool demeanor, as if she were something like an old acquaintance of his. Of course, the man before Tarita's eyes was no sort of acquaintance. There should be no one Tarita was familiar with and would call her by name here. That information should not have been acquired by him. The only ones that could have possibly given him that information were Abel and the others who had separated from her. But Tarita, have you met my family? Delicate man. You've come with your family. Tilda, I've heard the people of Shudrak don't come out of the forest often. Was there a change in the chieftain's policy? Tarita, how do you know that I'm delicate man? Why, it's Tilda that feels like it the more you speak. That's all. With a wry smile, the attitude of the delicate man towards Tarita seemed to have deepened in familiarity. But in contrast, Tarita grew more cautious of him, her feelings of displeasure intensifying by his eeriness. There was nothing like a sign of hostility or anything of the sort. However, the intensifying eeriness, little by little, instilled in Tarita the dangerous impression that she should, at this juncture, eliminate him. And Tarita had an inkling of how the planted seedlings of suspicion would sprout, what buds they would develop, and what flowers they would bloom. The reason was delicate man, disgrace of the Shudrak. Tarita, ah. Suddenly, Tarita's consciousness went blank as she heard the words woven by the delicate man's lips. Tarita, why did this man say those words? No, why does he know? Because the man who had spoken those words to Tarita before had already, delicate man. It's a commandment, isn't it? For you, who became the disgrace of the Shudrak, Tarita-san. Tarita, a commandment, delicate man. It's about something which can be described as the alignment of the stars or their guidance. It's like about people having their own destinies, Tilda. I'm in the business of gazing at them. Tarita was left dumbfounded, and the delicate man shook his head, saying, Oh, Tilda. Then he put his hand on his own chest, and with his two eyes, shot straight through Tarita, delicate man. I guess you could call it a commandment for us. Tarita. Tarita swallowed a breath, her throat making a noise at that pronoun being spoken in the plural. The loudness of that noise was accompanied by the illusion that the whole world was quaking. No, Tarita's gulp did not make the world quake. However, as a matter of fact, the world was quaking. That was delicate man, Huoli tilde crap. The delicate man let out a carefree sigh, which conferred on him the impression of a happy-go-lucky person. However, what happened was an event so extreme that his attitude could not express it completely. In the distance, the beautiful crimson Lappy's castle, which stood at the heart of the demon city, far away from Tarita and the delicate man, crumbled with terrific force, its red and blue light being covered by black darkness. It was no figurative expression, for a truly black darkness covered the crimson Lappy's castle. Something beautiful, something radiant, was being painted over by something foul, something accursed. Delicate man, my tilde oh my, how should I put it? This might be a small bit I didn't gaze. Tarita, you, the delicate man, gazed at the collapsing castle and the flood of darkness, using his hands as a visor. She suspected that this man, who seemed so unconcerned, could possibly be the cause of that abnormal event. But as if sensing Tarita's doubt, he shrugged his shoulders and said, Delicate man. Feels awkward to mention this immediately after I talked about a commandment, but that and I got nothing to do with each other. In the first place, that's the kingdom of Lugunica's problem, isn't it? That's outside my responsibility. Tarita, outside your responsibility, the kingdom of Lugunica. Delicate man, maybe that child isn't aware they're a stargazer. If that's the case, His Excellency's made quite the daring gamble. Maybe he had no choice in the hand he was dealt. Tarita, I don't understand, if you know something. Intending to intimidate him into answering, Tarita stepped in and grabbed the delicate man by the neck. She pressed the man's slender frame against the wall and placed the blade in her hand against his white neck. If Tarita were to flick her wrist, a great deal of blood would gush immediately from the man's neck. The feel of the cold blade should have given the delicate man a sufficient foresight of his future. Delicate man, mayhaps my life or death's got little to do with what's going on, Tarita, HK. Delicate man, I don't think your side should be spending a lot of time here. I'm not gazi-eyeing Tilda the stars, so it's just a hunch on my part. And yet, the delicate man nonchalantly continued to stare into Tarita's eyes, ignoring the feel of the blade. The most discomfort she had ever felt towards this man was felt at this moment. Without any clear rationale that could be put into words, the urge to just cut off the man's head flashed through her. However, just before she surrendered herself to that violent impulse, delicate man, killing me won't make things better. It was the same last time around, no. Those few words were enough to stop Tarita from actually ending it all with the knife she held in her hand. Delicate man, whoopsie. Tarita, please get out of my sight right now. Gritting her teeth, Tarita, still grabbing the delicate man by his nape, threw him onto the street. The man managed to somehow roll using his long legs and break the fall, stroking his roughly handled neck with his hand, looking at Tarita's face with "Are you sure it's fine? Delicate man, you may be slitting your own throat here, literally. You may never have the opportunity to run into me like this again. Tarita. Then, that's the best. Looking at your face, it's like, delicate man. Tarita. It's like, are you in the mood to make me face a nightmare I've had many times? With a feeling like that of a curse, Tarita gave a swing of her hand as if to dismiss the delicate man. The gesture caused the man to sigh, looking toward the collapsing castle in the distance. Delicate man. Apparently, unlike me, you've got a task to do. Tilda may be the trump card to suppress that shadow. Tarita. Me. I have such power, delicate man. A commandment has already been handed down. You know that, right, disgrace of the Shudrak? Tarita, delicate man, you're free to fulfill it or not. As someone who hasn't received one, I don't envy you for being able to follow the path, though. After saying so, the delicate man pulled the hood over his head and turned his back to Tarita and started running. Fast, but not fast enough. Although she could catch up with him if she wanted to, Tarita had no desire to chase him. The fact that, deep down inside, she did not want to be involved with him any more was true as well. But the biggest reason of all were the words he had left behind at their end. Tarita, a commandment has been handed down. She wished she had no idea of what he was talking about, but she did have an idea, and that idea had been endlessly plaguing Tarita over the past few days. She did not want to worry before taking action. She did not want to dwell on unfruitful anguish. Tarita-chan. Tarita, HK medium. As Tarita was holding her shoulders tightly, casting her eyes downwards, a familiar voice called out to her. Turning around in a jiffy, Tarita saw a little girl running toward her, waving a hand in her direction. Medium, who had shrunk in stature, was coming toward her. Medium, I'm so glad, Tilda. We found Tarita-san safe and sound right away. Tarita, glad you're safe and sound as well. Are Abel and Subaru and the others safe? Moreover, what in the world? With Medium rushing toward her, Tarita cast a flurry of questions at her. She had not expected her to be alone and looking for Tarita. Of course, it would be odd if she and Albert were still playing hide-and-seek during the collapse of the Crimson Lappy's castle, but it was not as if they had a break to discuss that. At Tarita's question, Medium gasped slightly. Medium. Abel Chin and Al Chin are safe. Subaru Chin and Louis Chan are missing. Also, we need to do something about the shadow that came out of that castle, so Tarita-chan come as well. Tarita, Subaru, and Louis, and where do I, Medium? From this moment on, we're gonna stop that shadow with Yorna-chan. Tarita-chan's power is also needed. That's what Abel-chin said. Tarita. Wide-eyed, Tarita could not help but be amazed at what she was told. At the edge of her field of vision, she saw a black shadow about to cause such an insane amount of damage that even Tarita, shaken by her interaction with the delicate man, was forced to recognize the reality of the situation. Neither stopping that thing nor challenging it were conceivable in Tarita's mind. And on top of that, she had been told that Abel was calling for her now. Medium. Tarita-chan, you're not injured, right? Can you still come? I'll do my best, so can you do your best with me? Tarita's confusion was quickly dispelled by Medium's unhesitating words. Even if her stature had been reduced, the straightforward disposition she possessed suffered no reduction, nor did it bend. As if guided by this, Tarita quietly nodded her head and said, Tarita, I understand. We'll head there right away. Medium, MHM, thank you. Tarita felt a pang deep in her chest due to the medium's relief and her big nod. Anguish had been tormenting Tarita for a long, limitless amount of time. Forgotten by the immersion in battle, this anguish asserted its existence in anticipation of the great battle, the time for a resolution approaching. Tarita, commandment. Tarita also mumbled the words offered by the vanished delicate man, but only to herself. Anguish seemed to bounce around in her chest, as if it relished being called by name. Time returned to the moment when the Crimson Lappy's castle was destroyed in a great flood of darkness. Yorna, chill Louis, Yuo. In the nick of time, she pulled back the girl named Louis who tried to leap forward without hesitation. Just like that, following the appeal of every nerve in her body towards that instinctive threat, unaware that the roof tiles of the castle tower would burst, she performed a mighty leap backwards. trampled by the heel of thick-soled shoes. The impact received by the tiles propagated to the surrounding tiles, spreading destruction. However, the fact that the roof tiles were being shattered in this way was far too trivial in the face of the events that immediately followed. Yorna. With a crash, the overflowing shadows, darkness, and deep blackness engulfed the keep, and the exploding roof tiles vanished. No, it was not only the keep that was swallowed. Yorna's eyes caught the sight of the Crimson Lappy's castle's tower, plus its upper and middle levels, all being devoured by the deluge of darkness, similar to a mud flow, disappearing from the world without a trace. That was a truly dark darkness which one must not be engulfed by. A real darkness that could not be brightly illuminated, that allowed nothing to be saved once taken in, that obscured all hope by coating everything over and over with despair. It could be judged instinctively. That was something that should not be. Louis. Ooh. Restraining the struggling girl in her embrace, Yorna's eyes darted to the keep that was stained black. The black-haired boy at the center of it, and Albert, who was touching the boy with his hand at the moment that the black shadow overflowed, were nowhere to be seen. In that instant, she witnessed the arm Albert had pulled back cease to exist. That thing was so overwhelming that even Albert, with his greed for life and keen sense for danger, could not avoid sacrificing his own arm. Shortly after, she had given priority to leaping with Louis in her arms. Because of that, whether Albert was alive or not was unknown. On one hand, she had believed that the monstrous old man would never die, while on the other hand, there was a cold voice within her mind, asking her if she could really have optimistic thoughts, looking at that jet-black thing. Also, there was something aside from Albert's life or death that gave birth to a distortion in Yorna's thoughts. Yorna, child. That would be the boy who seemed to be at the heart of the sable shadow that had swallowed Albert's arm and his safety. In Yorna's opinion, the boy had no abilities particularly out of the ordinary. His situational awareness was excellent. He made no mistakes as to when he should play his cards. If she were forced to say something about it, those had been the primary factors in netting him the win in the confrontation with Albert. However, the praise went to his decisiveness, not to his superior ability. So she had to say that there was no possibility that the boy could have escaped at that moment. Albeit, that would only apply if the boy were a victim. Yorna, if this is the deed of that child, would this perhaps mean that the boy was lurking somewhere in that vast blackness? Yorna realized then that she did not want to believe that this had been something done intentionally by the boy. Acknowledging this, there was a decision that had to be made. That was the duty that she must perform as Lord of the Demon City, the position that she must bear, the object of love that she must choose, Yorna, HK. Just as she thought this, a change was produced in the darkness before Yorna's eyes. The shadow that had swallowed half of the Crimson Lappy's castle and was about to engulf the lower levels and walls of the castle in darkness. The portion of the shadow in control of the tower wriggled, extending hands towards Yorna and Louis in midair. Yorna, stretching out, were literally hands, which could not be compared to anything else. Black hands stretched out towards Yorna and Louis, whom she was holding in her arms. The stunning aspect was that they numbered not one nor two, but 10 or 20 or even more were extended at once. The reason why the shadows stretching out did not have the idyllic calmness of silhouettes stretching longer and longer in the sunlight was that the arms, which should be devoid of expression, were overflowing with emotion. The vast amount of shadows and black arms appealed to her with a single emotion: hunger. It was not simply hunger in the sense of being hungry. It was an unfathomable hunger, one that desired taking in just anything and everything possible. Yorna, child, we're going to swing about. Be careful not to bite your tongue. Louis, ROHK. With the purpose of avoiding the growing shadow, Yorna made extraordinary maneuvers in midair. She was unknowing of the nature of the shadows, and now that she had seen it doing damage to Albert, she consciously established that touching it would be fatal, and so she had no choice but to avoid it altogether. Therefore, Yorna opened her eyes, and by pulling in the tiles that had burst out of their place due to her earlier leap, and using them as her footholds, she created an escape route through the sky of the Demon City. With a fluttering sound, Yorna's figure soared high in the air, utilizing flying tiles as footing. She attempted shooting a piece of tile into the shadow's arm as to keep it in check, but unable to pierce the shadow, It was engulfed into the part it was aimed at, disappearing into the void. In accordance with the speculation that it should not be touched, Yorna followed the footholds to a higher altitude. It would be best if the extending arms of the shadow were incapable of keeping up with the continuous ascent of Yorna's tiles. Perhaps if the shadow's range could be determined, it could be countered from there. Although, Yorna, it's awfully aggravating constantly being on the defensive. She was not being chased around. While it was also humiliating, of course, it went without saying that the Crimson Lappy's castle would take the most damage. Crimson Lappy's was a beautiful, and above all, rare, precious stone. The mere thought of building a castle with it was the very essence of absurdity. It was not because of Yorna's wealth or power that the castle was built. In the first place, it was not Yorna who had conceived the idea of building the Crimson Lappy's castle. The ones to construct the castle of whirling red and blue, the Crimson Lappy's castle, had been the residents of the Demon City. They decided that the castle of the ruler of the Demon City, Yorna, should not look shabby, so they each gathered precious stones and built that beautiful castle. It was a rare, precious stone. It was difficult to handle, and one could not even imagine the amount of hardships that would go into building the castle. Same went for Yorna. She had never imagined such hardship. Needless to say, Yorna watched the castle being built in its entirety. Therefore, Yorna, you have swallowed my love, you ruffian. Yorna extended her long, slender fingers toward the shadow that engulfed the castle. Nothing emanated from them, nor was it a necessary action. She just wished to confront the shadow, to remind it that this was a manifestation of her anger. A moment later, a ferocious strike came out from within the huge shadow, engulfing the Crimson Lappy's castle. Yorna, there was no way for Yorna to know whether the shadow had substance, much less intent. However, Yorna was convinced that this had been a solid blow. The shadow had swallowed the Crimson Lappy's castle, everything that composed it, down to each stone that formed its walls, the product of the residents' love for Yorna. Why should she regard it as just a castle? Why should she not love it? The shark wave of the castle exploding from within the sable darkness drastically dampened its momentum. As proof of this, every black arm heart on Yorna's tails dissipated, and so, with nothing able to catch up to her, she fled into the air. Even Louis, who was writhing in her arms, widened her eyes in shock at the violent explosion of Yorna's love. However, Yorna could not be pleased by the girl's reaction, which could be alternatively described as admiration. Yorna, after all, a castle's only a castle, and you may say it can be rebuilt. But Louis, ooh. Yorna, no matter if I try to build a new castle, the castle I loved day after day was only this castle. Am I to think accursedly of my crumbling love, because my feelings weren't enough? Looking down at the Crimson Lappy's castle, more than half of it swallowed by the shadow, no longer remaining in its original form, Yorna's heart was struck with anguish. But Yorna had no time to indulge herself in sentimentality. Albeit the shadowy arms that pursued them may have disappeared, the great source of darkness was not gone. To say nothing of, Yorna, my fair skin tells me that the threat isn't gone. The impact of the explosion of the Crimson Lappy's castle was so powerful that it could have demolished the entire castle by itself. Nevertheless, even though the momentum had been lessened by the impact, the oppressive feeling given off from the black darkness did not waver in the slightest. If the shadow was alive, and well then, of course, so was the threat. In other words, she had to construct or find a way to dispel that jet-black thing at any cost, while the condition that it couldn't be touched remained the same. Yorna Sama. As Yorna's nerves sharpened, a voice coming from afar, from the ground, struck her eardrums. Taking a glance at it, Yorna saw that the ones who had called her were the residents of the Demon City, attempting to gather at the collapsed castle. They had been caught up in the collapse of the castle, attempting to assist the rescuing of the castle's soldiers, crawling out of the rubble. From the perspective of the Black Shadow, they must have looked too much like coveted prey. Yorna, everyone, run away. Prompted by the signal of impending danger, Yorna called on the residents below to evacuate, but she was far too high up in the sky to rush down towards them. The distance was too great, they were too far out of reach. And it was impossible to ask all of them to have the same sense of peril that Yorna had. As a result, Yorna could not do anything but powerlessly watch the shadows overflowing towards the residents who had gathered at the castle out of concern for her, the lord of the Demon City. That. Do not think I will make it effortless for you. The residents stood stark still as a black shadowy arm reached out to each one of them, and just before they were swallowed up into the eternal void, their bodies were snatched from the side. Dark green thorned vines. From afar they reached the residents to do so. The vines, which Yorna had also witnessed before, stretched with furious energy, faster than the shadows. They caught the inhabitants' bodies with their prickles, allowing them to escape. Even in the demon city, in which beings possessing exotic physiology had assembled, Yorna could only think of one person able to pull that off. Kafma Urolux, by decree of His Excellency the Emperor, I am at your service. A man from whose outstretched arms thorned vines grew, flapping transparent wings from his back. Kafma Urolux materialized at the center of the situation, causing Yorna to widen her eyes in surprise. Not only was his peculiar appearance surprising, but it was also surprising that he had protected Yorna's residence. In the past, with the pretext of suppressing Yorna's rebellion, Emperor Vincent had sent troops to gain full control of Chaos Flame. Kafma had been among those troops, and was one of those who had run rampant in Chaos Flame. So, for him to act to protect Yorna's citizens was, Kafma, no matter who you serve, you are equally a subject of the Empire. Yorna, Kafma, General First Class Yorna. I know you and I have different ideas, but we must not let this stand. I will cooperate with you. Responding thus to Yorna's watchful eyes, the flapping Kafma soared furiously through the air, dancing freely in the air, drawing the attention of the shadows, capturing Crimson Lappy's castle to himself. Kafma seemed intent on making full use of his mobility and control to buy time. The question was, however, what to do with the time he had bought. Louis. Ah, ah. Yorna, child. Louis. Ah. Yorna pondered her choice of action immediately afterwards, and Louis, still held in her arms, went berserk again. But the way she raged was not as impulsive and violent as before. The girl spun herself around in Yorna's arms, pointing towards a spot on the ground while groaning. Yorna looked at where Louis was pointing and guessed what she was trying to say. And Yorna, General Second Class Kafma, I'll leave this place to you for a while. Kafma, if that is what you need, understood. Yorna and Kafma, what is it? Kafma, who wished to avoid the growing shadows by circling about and concentrate on confronting the strong enemy, raised his voice slightly at Yorna's words. Yorna thought that it would be a mistake to fail to communicate this, even though she did not intend to hinder him. Yorna, for protecting my children earlier, I thank you. Kafma, as a general, I did what I had to do. He was slightly puzzled by Yorna's gratitude, however. Kafma replied with that. Yorna changed her assessment of the man, who returned to his role and bought the necessary time. Although it did not change her impression that he was a hard-headed and inflexible person, if he carried through with those intentions of his, he truly was a virtuous person. If circumstances and conditions permitted, he would be one of the people she could love. Although Yorna's number one position would not be overturned forever. Yorna, we're going to descend. Hold on tightly. Taking the tighter grip from Louis clinging onto her as a reply, Yorna traveled towards her destination, utilizing the wreckage of the building, the overturned ground, and even masses of dirt, all floating in midair as footholds. Along the way, she instructed the residents, who appeared to wish further information, to, at any rate, distance themselves from the Crimson Lappy's castle, or rather, from the former site of where the castle once stood, while she herself was heading for the rooftops of a house away from the castle. There, waiting leisurely for Yorna's arrival, was Yorna. Surely, I thought that His Excellency the Emperor would have come. Standing there majestically with arms folded was a dark-haired man, his face covered by an oni mask. Once Yorna landed before the man's eyes, Louis left her arms and ran up to him, as if she had been waiting for him. Then Louis grabbed the man's arm and pointed towards the castle, her long blonde hair bouncing about Louis. You, Abel. I understand it without you needing to tell everyone. After all, we had a disagreement regarding your treatment. You have quite some nerve to show your face before me. Louis, Abel, do you intend to obey me? If so, I shall add you to our numbers. The man responded to Louis's complaint in a nonchalant manner as she tugged on his arm. Louis looked annoyed at his answer, but eventually released his arm as if there was no other way. Even so, the reason why she had not just rushed out was probably because she had pondered it over just like a little girl would. She had to recover the boy who had been swallowed by that black shadow at any cost. Abel, Yorna, Miss Higgia, you understand the state of affairs. This great disaster cannot be left unattended. Yorna, I agree. As the ruler of the demon city, there was no choice but to abandon that jet-black darkness that turns all to nothing with just a touch, to say nothing of the fact that it consumed my castle. Were you aware that something like that would happen? Abel, I thought there was something going on, but what it was specifically was outside of my estimation. Yorna, squinting, Yorna attempted to gauge the sincerity of the man in front of her. But the man's heart was hidden behind the Oni mask, and she could not see through it even if she wanted to. Even if the mask had not been there, however, it would have been impossible to peer into his heart. A solitary existence that did not allow anyone to know his thoughts, heart, or intentions that was the way of the 77th Emperor of the Sacred Valatian Empire. That was Yorna, Your Excellency. Abel, do not call me that carelessly, unless you desire me to tear up your hopes within the missive. Yorna, pardon my discourtesy, how in the world did you find out what I desired? Abel, there was no certainty, not until you returned my messengers safely. Hearing his answer, Yorna was both impressed and dismayed by the thinking of the man in front of her. He was going to determine whether his thoughts were correct or not by utilizing her meeting with his messengers the previous day, checking whether his messengers returned safely from there or not. In this respect, Yorna felt bitter that she had been dancing on the palm of his hand. But more than that, Yorna, those child messengers should scold your excellency at least once. Abel, that comes after all the matters are settled. Yorna, Miss Higgia, follow my directives. Yorna, if that's what's best for you, I have no choice but to comply. The man's oppressive way of speech, however, caused a moment of hesitation and resistance. Yorna had something to protect. The demon city of Chaos Flame and its inhabitants. All that was needed to protect it was someone with the ability to handle this affair correctly. Not in the meaning of ability to wage battle, but of ability to manage it. Yorna also had her own pride in this power. But it would be wrong to use him as an object of comparison. Who could compete in a bout of ability with a man who controlled and ruled the great empire, the nation with the largest landmass? Yorna, so what are you going to do? Yorna asked, ready to take any measure to protect the demon city. Louis, who had lined up next to her before she knew it, was also looking on in agreement with Yorna's intentions. Meeting the gaze of the two, of Yorna and Louis, the man Ney, the ruler of the empire, nodded in assent. And then Abel abandoned the city and beat a retreat. The demon city has no choice but to permit that shadow to swallow it. Translation notes. 1. The exact sequence of words here. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, has not been spoken previously. It might either be a case of TAPPEI doing a whoopsie or an actual plot point. Arc 7, Chapter 56, The Great Disaster. Machine translated by Archbishop Safa Comet, proofread by Archbishop Eternitishak Sprighton, and Japanese to English checking by Maskbook Ice Art Sources, Pabo Bingo. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality. This is expected to have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. A proper, higher quality translation for this chapter is in the works by our team, so if you would prefer to wait for it, then feel free to check back at a later date, keeping an eye out on our social media for updates. TL note. The wording here is not the same as used to refer to the Great Calamity of 400 years ago. The Great Calamity, caused by the Witch of Envy, is written as Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, while the title of this chapter, and later uses of the same expression, is written as Chinese letter, Chinese letter, hence the different localization. This localization was already utilized in one line in Chapter 55, Abandon the city and beat a retreat. In response to the declaration of the man in the Oni mask, Yorna's cheeks stiffened and her gaze sharpened. She had just now decided to respect the opinion of the man in front of her, because Yorna believed it was the best way to protect her domain, Chaos Flame. But contrary to Yorna's resolution, the man spoke of the abandonment of the city, Yorna. I cannot possibly accept such an opinion. Abel, ho, why is that? Yorna, is it not obvious? This is the demon city of Chaos Flame, the last place for those who have been pursued by the Empire and have no one to turn to, nowhere to go. To throw that away, Abel, is unacceptable, is it? Worthless sentimentality. Yorna, H.K. Vincent Valacia. Gritting her teeth and the cold-hearted words spoken by the man crossing his arms, the ruler of the empire, Yorna called out his name, accompanied by a stern gaze. In reply, the man touched the Oni mask with his hand. And once the black eyes, visible even through the Oni mask, reflected Yorna, Abel. I go by the name of Abel now, so it is inappropriate to call me that. And if you are planning on begging benevolence from the emperor, that would be quite thoughtless. Yorna, the people of the empire must be strong, is it? Abel, indeed. The emperor, or rather, the man who called himself Abel, proclaimed that exactly was the way of the empire. The emperor, the pinnacle of the Valacian empire, must be the embodiment of the iron-blooded code which the people of the empire believed in, revered. Whether it was true or not, the emperor had to affirm it. With Abel's assertion, Yorna admonished herself for wrongfully making a request. Was Abel aware of the identity of that shadow to begin with? Of the titanic blackness that had engulfed Crimson Lappy's castle hole? Was that why he had come to the callous decision to abandon the city? Yorna, do you deem it so dangerous that we have to flee immediately? What in the world is that? One Abel, the great disaster. Yorna, great disaster. What followed to Yorna's spree of questions were a scant few hushed words. However, running opposite to the quietness of his tone, the weight of the words he had spun was enough to stir bewilderment in Yorna. A large tragedy, it meant. Yorna, by great disaster, what exactly do you mean? Abel, something that endangers the existence of the empire and brings about ruin beyond even the reach of the sun's light. That was what the stargazer spoke of it. When I first heard it, I assessed it as an overstatement. Yorna, Abel, looking at that thing, you will find that there was not the least bit of exaggeration in the expression used. Pointing at it with his chin, at the manifested darkness, at the great disaster that brought about ruin, as Abel had named it. Yorna could not help but feel some bitterness inside as the word, stargazer, echoed, spoken by his mouth. The existence of the stargazer was one of the Valacian Empire's evil practices. At least, that was the only way Yorna could describe it. To begin with, the genesis of Yorna's strong, fervent wish was by no means unrelated to the stargazer. Anyway, Yorna, so will you take the stargazer's word for it and turn tail and run away? If so, that surely be an expression of gutlessness. I think you're the embodiment of the Empire's way of doing things, a very, very good example of it. Abel, if you believe you are able to sway me with some cheap provocation, you would do better to correct that misconception post-haste. First of all, I was not the one who took the stargazer's words at face value and perpetrated this outrage. Yorna, I see that you also have some thoughts on what the stargazer foretold. Abel, any owner of sound judgment would have no pleasant thoughts of it. But even if those are unnecessary and ignored, more shall follow. That is the troublesome thing about them. Louis, ooh, as he spoke, Abel's words were interrupted by the eager Louis's growl. She seemed to be reproaching Abel and Yorna for having a conversation not directly related to how the great disaster would be quelled. That would be only natural. The great disaster had Louis, you, Abel, Yorna, Miss Higgia. I want to make sure of one thing. Yorna, what is it? Narrowing his eyes at Louis's strong appeal, Abel pointed to the great disaster wriggling about wildly. Once he directed his question at her, Yorna narrowed her almond-shaped eyes. She could roughly envision what words would follow and what questions would be asked. That was Abel. If you and this girl are together, there must be one more person, a black-haired child. Where has that one vanished to? Yorna, if you mean that child. As she took a glance, Yorna's gaze conveyed the answer to the question far more eloquently than words would. Yorna's line of sight turned towards the great disaster, to which Louis was frantically pointing at. The boy was present when the darkness that had swallowed up the Crimson Lappy's castle first poured out. No, from what Yorna had seen, the great disaster had apparently overflowed from within the boy. Abel, as I expected. In response to Yorna's silent reply, Abel placed the last piece of the puzzle in his mind. It sounded like an ultimatum, and Yorna looked at Abel, calling out, "You." But at the call, Abel gave a slow sideways shake of his head. "Two, Abel, though our intentions have gone awry, there is no way around it. No point in obsessing over plans if ultimately no results are obtained. Yorna, so that means. Abel, the strategy is yet the same. Abandon the demon city and beat a retreat, but damage shall still occur. We shan't be able to avoid it wholly. Yorna, HK, I can't agree to something." And at the moment, Yorna was about to tell him that she could not accept such a decision, something happened. "Louis, Abel, gah." Letting out a cry of pain, Abel fell to his knees on the spot, clutching his stomach in his hands. Faster than Yorna could close the distance between him and herself, Louis rushed into the gap, driving a palm strike into him with her short little arm. She threw a glare at the one who had made a ruthless decision, Abel, and growled in her throat with a violent snort, "Louis, you." Exclaiming this, she turned around and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. It was the instantaneous teleport that she had displayed during the battle atop the castle tower against Albart. Not being able to teleport long distances, Louis teleported repeatedly, returning once more to the battlefield dominated by the great disaster. Far in the distance, Kafma was stalling the great disaster using the insects within his own body. For Yorna, it was hard to believe that the girl possessed anything that could deal a decisive blow against the great disaster. If she did, they would have tried to rescue that boy on their own instead of relying on Abel. So she was without a trump card. If there was such a thing as a trump card, it would be Yorna. It'd be possible to oppose it with the flame of the Yang sword. Abel, Yorna, you. Still clutching his stomach, Abel knelt on the roof of the building. While she believed that Abel deserved the blow from Louis, Yorna also believed that Abel was the only one who held the key to overcoming the situation. The Emperor of the Valatian Empire was endowed with a truly enchanted sword, a sword counted as one of the holy swords. With the flame of the Yang sword, even that great disaster's existence would, Abel, I have no intention of drawing it out. However, Abel's answer to Yorna's appeal was not the one she had hoped for, and Yorna could not consider that this answer was one a normal person would have given. Even if she was aware that the great disaster was an unusual occurrence, one that prompted a readiness to abandon the demon city in him while deeming the thing as something of utmost danger. Yorna, but still, you won't draw the Yang sword. How could you possibly just let that be? Abel, Yorna, answer me, Vincent Valatia, if you are the... If you are the emperor of this empire, then there must be a role for you to carry out. If you are the emperor, then... Her vision grew red, and Yorna grabbed Abel by the collar as he was kneeling down, making him face her gaze. During all that, the city governed by Yorna, Chaos Flame, was in dire peril. To what extent could Kafma and Louis resist the great disaster? To what extent had the impact of the Crimson Lapis Castle's explosion assisted in diminishing the power of the great disaster? She did not understand anything. What she did understand was that she could not leave things as they were. At this rate, Yorna's vow her desire would go unfulfilled. For that, no matter what, whatever the cost, she required the cooperation of the man in front of her. Yorna, if you are the emperor of the Valatian Empire, Abel, I shall not utilize the Yang sword. Yorna, HKU. By displaying her sharp canine teeth, Yorna attempted to intimidate Abel, stubbornly refusing to change his opinion. Rarely would she make a gesture as crude as showing the fangs in her mouth. However, if such was her wish, these fangs of hers could easily tear the slender neck of the man in front of her to scraps. But such threats were routine for the man in front of her, Abel. The emperor of the Valatian Empire was an entity holding a position in which he was constantly confronted with the unceasing murderous intent and hostility of those around him. It was for this reason that the man held that sort of position, Yorna. If you are the Valatian Empire's, Abel, when shall you understand Yorna Mishigia? Yorna, HK. Abel, the emperor of the current generation, Vincent Valatia, differs from the emperor you envision. I am not obligated to perform the likes of acting according to your desires and ideals. Faced with his stance, clearly severed from her own, Yorna let leak a small sigh. Finally, her hand parted from the neck of the man it had grasped, and she took a single unhurried step backward. Stepping back, Yorna gnashed her teeth as she fixed her gaze on Abel, holding his own neck. She understood it, without being told so. With or without the Oni mask, The man before her eyes did not bear the slightest resemblance to the man Yorna envisioned, even if the blood of Yorna's beloved ran through his veins. Yorna, I cannot accept your words. Abel, if you do not abandon the demon city, you shall lose everything else as well. Yorna, this demon city right now is my everything. Yorna answered with open arms, pulling out the kaisru she had inserted into her bosom and lit its tip. Immediately after, she sucked the smoke from the kaisru with all her might, before blowing it into the sky. The purple smoke spreading out formed a massive, humongous cloud, which headed for the outskirts of the battlefield, in which the great disaster was stirring over the heads of the people of the demon city, many of whom were terrified at the sight of that menace. Following that, the puff of purple smoke slowly dissipated and fell down upon each of the residents, upon each of her children, purple smoke settling within their hands. Yorna, love me. Yorna's murmur was so faint that only Abel, present in the same place, could hear it. However, Yorna's will was understood by all those who held the purple smoke that had descended upon them. Therefore, although her voice did not reach them, they collectively tossed the purple smoke into their open mouths. Yorna, be loved by me. Yorna's continued words, her mutterings did not serve anyone or anything. If anything, the words were surely an indulgence offered to Yorna by Yorna herself. It was a necessary ritual, an invocation, for the sake of pushing herself forward. Those whom Yorna's purple smoke reached, those who ingested it slowly, unhurriedly raised their gazes, and within one of the eyes of each one of them a flame alighteth. Those loved by Yorna, those who loved Yorna, their souls commenced blazing, looking up towards the great disaster. Without a doubt, this was a communion of souls. The power of the soul marriage technique completely enveloped the demon city. Yorna, this city, the city of Chaos Flame, won't be lost. I wish that you all, alongside me, get that ill-mannered guest of ours to return from where it came. While adopting a stance, Yorna swung her kaisru in front of her. What could be heard from all around and throughout the city was the earth rumbling. Fiercely and fearfully, the noise of innumerable shoes resounded, of innumerable footsteps, of innumerable breaths, and of innumerable wills to fight. In accordance with the loving call of the leader of the demon city, the converging loved ones advanced. Witnessing them, Yorna bent her knees slightly, then leapt high into the air. The destination of this leap, that which awaited her, was the shadow of disaster, filled with great darkness. As the one repelling all things that threatened the demon city, Yorna, I, Yorna Miss Higure, the flamboyant, will serve as your opponent. As the sound of the earth rumbling echoed, there was a furious war cry, akin to the entire city clamoring. With the world dominated by those, Abel dropped the hand from his neck as he observed the battlefield. Abel, performing a reckless charge during her shout, Yorna easily manipulated the wreckage of the cityscape and the Crimson Lappy's castle alike, hammering a fierce attack on the great disaster. Using a building to strike at something of ambiguous nature could be called quite the unorthodox attack. Yet, due to that nature, the jet-black darkness nevertheless expanded itself. What effect the attack had borne on the great disaster remained unclear. Had it been effective to some degree, or had it been wholly meaningless? Abel, it sure shall not be wholly meaningless. It was not that he was moved by Yorna's reckless assault, but for certain the enemy was not one that would be completely immune to such an attack, as was noticeable from how it stopped taking action as often. Crimson Lappy's castle had been engulfed by the great disaster as of the latter's appearance. In spite of her attachment to this castle that had served as her long-time abode, Yorna had performed an attack by transforming it into a destructive force, certainly slowing the momentum of the great disaster. If not for that, the great disaster would have continued to grow at its initial pace and swallowed the demon city whole, and in that manner stretched its abyss to the entire empire. However, the collapse of the empire had only been delayed. If left in this current state, it was inescapable. Abel, that is the most detestable part about it. Grinding his molars, Abel recalled the details of the man who had foreseen the great disaster. A convenient being who had foreseen the coming threat, yet refused to be asked for more, or should he call said being a pawn of the observers? In any event, his resentment of that person did not help him here. If he had to, it was perhaps worth pondering about that individual as one in a similar position. Abel, Natsuki Subaru you are. With his focus on the great disaster that continued writhing about, muttering, Abel mentioned the name he had been avoiding. And at that moment, Abel Chin, we're back. Abel. Amidst all the noise that was not unlikely to be swallowed by the rumbling and bellowing of the earth, a high-pitched voice firmly reached Abel's ears. Turning his head back, the owner of the voice fell from the sky. Landing behind Abel with a light thud was a girl waving her hand and a brown-skinned woman holding her. Abel, you have returned, Medium Tarata. Medium, somehow. Isn't this situation different from what you talked about before, Abel-chin? Where's Yorna-chan? Abel, over there. Freed from Tarata's arms, Medium directed a question at Abel as she descended onto the rooftop, to which Abel cocked his chin. Ahead of them, skipping about in midair, Yorna attacked the great disaster with physical strikes repeatedly by freely manipulating buildings. In addition, Yorna was assisted in her challenge against the great disaster by another, by Kafma, who likewise had the means of using long-ranged attacks. However, since Kafma's thorn vines were also insects raised inside his body, it was not a good idea to let them be swallowed up by the inexhaustible great disaster. In addition, the residents of Chaos Flame had assembled, each of them dismantling the buildings in their environs, then attacking by having several people throw chunks of buildings like cannonballs into the great disaster. In the past, at the time Yorna had raised the banner of revolt against the imperial capital, the very city itself had been wielded as a weapon. A fearsome collective tactic that had caused great distress to the imperial soldiers to gain total control of the city. However, it was unclear whether that tactic, which had been effective against a group of hostiles, would be effective against a great disaster whose strength was unfathomable. To begin with, he could see from a distance Tarata. The great disaster, is it getting bigger? Medium. That thing, we can't leave it be. Abelchin, what should we do? As they witnessed the great disaster spread slowly but surely, Medium and Tarata requested for Abel's decision. Originally, the goal was to withdraw and abandon the demon city with Yorna's assistance, but that would go unfilled due to Yorna's obsession with the demon city. In that case, the tide would change depending on what Vincent did. No, Abel. Or before that, can you change the situation, Tarata? Tarata, eh? With Abel having mentioned her by name in his question, Tarata opened her narrow eyes in surprise, at a loss for words. However, that surprise was not because she had no clue as to what he was talking about, but rather because she had not expected that to be told to her at this time. In other words, she had an idea of what Abel had just pointed out. Medium, the way you said that was kinda strange, wasn't it? What do you mean? Abel, it concerns you not. Tarita, what did you call that thing? Tarita, what are you talking about, Abel? The great disaster, that is what you called it. Where did you obtain knowledge of that name? To Abel's pressing words, Tarita gasped. The exchange between the two of them left the dumbfounded medium wide-eyed, letting out a great disaster, as that was a term unfamiliar to her. 3. But medium's response was natural. Laying eyes upon the existence of an unknown being such as that, and calling it a great disaster, did not mesh well. Only those who knew of its existence could rightfully call it the great disaster. In other words, Abel, have the stars taught you how to escape annihilation? Tarita, wait a moment, Abel, Tarita. Tarita advanced a single step, putting a hand over her chest, yet words beyond those got stuck. Her face was pale, her eyes began moving frantically. Tarita's appearance became an unusual one for her, and Medium rushed to stand beside her to support her body with a Tarita-chan. However, Tarita did not have the luxury to respond to Medium's compassion. Perhaps she had believed she could hide it all along. She had believed that, just maybe, she could have remained silent forevermore. Abel, fool. There was no such thing as a well-kept secret or an unexposed truth. At the very least, if no effort was made whatsoever to cover up that secret or truth, the day when it would be revealed would surely come. All one could do was to delay the inevitable. Or perhaps it could be delayed till death. The way she perceived it, she could keep it as a secret as long as she remained in the world of the living. Abel, Tarita, if you do know about the great disaster, do you regret it? Medium, regret. Regret what, Abelchin? What are you talking about? What's Tarita-chan? Abel, is it not obvious? I am speaking of how, back in that forest, you failed to kill me with an arrow. Tarita, aghast, all color now drained from Tarita's face, the light in her eyes wavering feebly. Looking straight into her two eyes, Abel paused, let out a sigh, and continued. Abel, or shall you respond to that commandment above from this moment on, hunter of the jungle? No, should I instead approach you in this manner? Tarita, Abel, the one who has inherited the commandment to prevent the great disaster, the one to become the new stargazer. The tempestuous rumbling of the earth, the reverberation of howls, it was as if they were clamoring for the end of the world. HK. If he were to try holding his head and covering his ears, he would be unable to do so. It was the curse of possessing only a sole arm. He was unable to use both his hands to cover his own ears, as to completely dissociate his consciousness from this end of the world. Putting his right ear against his lifted shoulder, he stuck the fingers of his outstretched hand into his left ear, attempting to counter with an inadequate earplug. It was impossible. The ground trembled. The air was terrified. The world was dying. All of them were symbolic of the horror that was eating away at Al and robbing his whole body of strength. Al, why here, HK? His voice trailed off as he cursed and cursed all the despairing events that had taken place until this moment. Of course, such cursing meant naught, because that was no curse at all. He was merely being a poor loser, doing nothing more than comforting himself after the game was over, saying that it would have been better to do it like this or like that. He was prepared for this to happen, or so he had believed. No, he did not. He had never been prepared for it. He had just averted his eyes from it, pretending to be optimistic that it would not come to pass, even when the possibility crossed his mind. The danger that this would happen, as long as he was working with Natsuki Subaru, was plenty. Not just a little, but more than enough. Rather, this situation would not have occurred had he acted alongside anyone besides Natsuki Subaru. Even so, it could not be helped, because he could not leave him alone. There was no way he could have left him alone. Back then, Natsuki Subaru should not have given in. As a result of that, because it was necessary, was why he himself. Me, I was wonderin' who was crying. Turns out it's you. Al, HK. Kaka, look at how you jumped just now. You were like a caterpillar, so funny, so darn funny. Hearing a sudden voice in the middle of the room, he jolted his body in a panic and turned his head. Witnessing his overwhelmingly uncouth appearance, the other party clapped their hands, nay, stomped their feet, as they let out a burst of laughter. Unfortunately, clapping their hands was apparently not something the other person was likely to ever do again. Because, geez, the right hand that's been with me for more than 90 years went on ahead without me. I'm screwed. How am I ever gonna make ration bowls from now on? Kaka. Having said that, a cheerfully laughing, monstrous old man, Albert Dunkelken, was waving, showing his right hand which had vanished from the wrist down. Translation notes. 1. Yorna usually employs Chinese letter, Japanese letter as a second-person pronoun, which has been translated as a simple you. However, from this point onwards, she always uses just Chinese letter, removing the san honorific to refer to Abel. The implication is that she sees differently from others, possibly to signify that she has recognized him as the emperor. 2. The nuance usually conveyed with you, or you, is usually one of anger, but you should picture these lines as using Abel's name, rather than that. The only reason we have not used that is because it feels awfully tone-deaf as to the relationship between Yorna and Abel. 3. The change here is to represent medium misspelling it. Great disaster is usually written as Chinese letter, whereas medium here is using the katakana spelling Japanese letter, to signify that she's slightly mispronouncing it. Arc 7, Chapter 57, I Can't Live Wiser. Machine translated by Archbishop Safakumit, proofread by Archbishop Spritanen, I 3 lay dragon Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Maskbook Art Sources, Pabo Bingo. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality. This is expected to have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. A proper, higher quality translation for this chapter is in the works by our team, so if you would prefer to wait for it, then feel free to check back at a later date, keeping an eye out on our social media for updates. He was within a bleak, dark space, swaying, wandering, being tossed about, being violated. It was as if his four limbs, along with everything from his neck up, had been separated from his torso, each of those parts at different places, floating, drifting, rocking, being fiddled with. His memory was terribly hazy as to what had happened and what was occurring. Everywhere was pitch black, leaving him to wonder as to why he had been thrown into such a completely empty space. Nothing came to mind. There was no possible reason for him to be trapped in a place such as this, his head and limbs detached and floating aimlessly. If that were the case, there would be no pretext as to why he had to be in a place like this in the first place. I love you. Every time a thought of the sort flashed across his mind, a faint voice that restrained him from thinking reached his ears. The voice was hard to hear, be it because it was faint or simply because it was distant. But it was an impassioned voice that instinctively made him want to listen carefully to it, to lean his head in that direction so that he could hear it. I love you. I love you. I love you. Every time he heard that voice, the thoughts he'd had till that moment would be reset, returned to zero. The matter of which option was correct, of whether it should be called bothersome or unavoidable, was unclear. However, with that being repeated over and over again, a novel issue came into being. Could somehow something be done about the distance of that audible voice? I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. As if to interrupt even that notion, the lines from that faint, pleading voice increased. That was counterproductive, however, since desiring to hear that voice, to be with the owner of that voice, was the pretext for the birth of that thought, for him to attempt to reach one, starting from zero. Henceforth, someone. With his limbs and head detached from his torso, he was unable to move, unable to do anything himself. Ergo, he would prefer to rely on the help of those around him, those who would seemingly be able to do something about this situation. Did someone, anyone, who could help him exist, someone who could be capable of lending him a hand, even in such a hopeless situation? Was there someone who had treated him well? If that someone arrived alongside him, surely so would the solution. Based on that, for the sake of reaching the voice reverberating from so far away, he would extend his hand. Al, HK, Albert. Oh, that was quite the spirited blow just now. That instant, a large and potent roar echoed through the air, the tremors traveling across the ground and reaching the two men in the traveling in. Outside the window, a huge black shadow ran rampant, slowly eroding the demon city from its center outwards, taking it into itself, digesting it, turning it into something not of this world. It was, with certainty, the worst nightmare dreaded by every being in the world, reminding everyone of exactly that at a single glance. It was an embodiment of the end, and the one to comprehend the horror brought about by the end of life, with their own skin, or rather, to know it with their soul, more so than anyone else, was Al. Abel and Medium, among others, were currently on the move to defuse the situation. Instead of joining them, he was crouching here, holding his shaking head in his hand, in this predicament. How on earth could he have said that he would follow them and help them? Al, had he followed them only to fully realize how powerless he was? That being the case, for what reason was he in the first place doing? Albert, good grief, here I am hurrying my ass back, and all I find here's just one young and scared shitless on the ground. Well, it'd be a problem if His Excellency were here as well. Albert, but Kafma's fighting that thing, isn't he? Does that mean that His Excellency ordered him to do it, and has no intention of running away? Do you know? Having spoken so, Albert walked up to him, sending a question his way. Small old man cracked the bones in his neck and bent down to look into Al's face, the latter crouching down. His brain, numbed by fear, barely assimilated the contents of that question. Vincent, the absent false emperor, had reached some kind of agreement with Abel, and Al, he's with a lil miss called Tanza. Albert. Tanza, you mean that dear girl? I dunno what he's thinking at this point. His Excellency's a lil short on words, you know. Would be nice if he'd left a note about what he's gonna do. Al, why you? Albert, yeah. Albert's expression formed a frown as he stood up, hearing Al speak. Not wanting to let that monstrous old man distance himself even a bit, Al used his trembling tongue and throat to compose his words. Albert had returned to this place, but what would he do after this? Al, you're gonna fight that thing, aren't you? Albert, oi, don't be stupid. Al, Ha! Al was stunned by Albert answering as if he had nothing to do with the situation. Then, as Al stared on, stuck still in front him, Albert pointed out the window. Albert, nah, got it at first glance. That thing's pretty darn bad. I've got my right hand taken away, too, so I don't want to do anything so dangerous. Al, Albert, the reason I came back here's that I gotta get His Excellency out if he's staying here without a care. If he's not here, we need to find him and get him out of there. Do you happen to know where His Excellency went with that dear girl? Asked by the ever-aloof Albert, Al simply denied it with a shake of his head. It was not a lie, but a fact. Most of the exchanges between Abel and the others that had taken place at Traveller's Inn after that black shadow engulfed and flooded the Crimson Lappy's castle did not remain in his memory. With some difficulty, he only remembered that Kafma had flown out as ordered, and that Vincent had left accompanied by Tanza. And that afterwards, Abel had left an useless Al behind, with Medium concerned about Al until the end. That was all. Albert, we're in serious trouble then, if so. Looks like this town's bunch have been motivated by the Fox Girl's command, and it's getting harder and harder to find His Excellency. I don't want to stay at this absolute cock-up for too long. Al, HKW, what do you mean by that? No way you're running away. As he felt his train of thought reaching an unbelievable conclusion, Al's voice cracked. Faced with Al's astonished look, Albert shrugged his shoulders and voiced calmly, "What else can I do? Albert, don't feel I can do anything about that thing. What's important to me is my life and my dream. I don't see any reason to stay. Al, Tether Emperor, you gotta protect the Emperor, old man. Albert, the fact that His Excellency's thinking and acting on his own means he's doing what's best for himself. If he thinks he's got my help here, he doesn't get me either. That's why him Bane called the wise emperors also a crying shame. Al, oh, Albert, here's some advice for you. You better run away too. You won't get anything by risking your life here. Meaning, the one who lives wiser wins. Albert's philosophy, something that blended the deadly Valatia-style iron-blooded code with the fact that his life as a shinobi had been long, was bloody and rock solid. This was something that could not be changed, no matter what an outsider such as Al said. No, most likely, Albert's thinking could not be challenged by anyone other than Albert. No one should allow others to dictate and distort one's life. For that reason, this man, Albert Dunkelken, reigned as the strongest shinobi. He was a shinobi who had been perfected with him, not holding anything as precious, or having anyone to whom he devoted his heart. No emphasis had been placed on the title of general, on the position of shinobi head honcho, or on the sense of duty to protect the emperor. Not freedom, but lawlessness. The world's greatest outlaw, those were his true colors. That idea would not budge. It could not be swayed, not by anyone. Then, having a back and forth regarding his ideology here would yield naught. Al, strongly, firmly grating his molars together, Al lowered the arm he had been pressing against his ear. The audible booming roars and rumblings of the earth, the cries of the residents of Demon City as they confronted the Black Shadow, echoed like the scene was a depiction of hell on earth, shaking Al's heart. His heart was about to fracture. His mind was about to shatter. His soul was close to dispersing. But I haven't yet. If they haven't, Al, old man, let me ask you one thing. Albert, what is it? Al, that black mass of shadows has got something to do with bro, doesn't it? Gritting his teeth to the point of tasting blood, Al assembled words, hiding the trembling in his voice for only a moment. Al's deathly resolve as that was concealed behind the cloth mask, Albert perhaps understood so from the expression of the former's eyes, gone unseen, and from his tone. Bringing his left hand to his own goatee, he spoke. Albert, oh, right. To me it looked like the shadows came out of the boy. Al, Albert, after hearing that, have you decided what you're gonna do? Closing his eyes, Al masticated what Albert had just told him. It was something he already knew. Natsuki Subaru was beneath that black shadow. No, Natsuki Subaru was at the center of everything. If so, in that case, Al had to raise his face with the resolve of having his molars broken. If Natsuki Subaru was there, Aldebaran needed to follow him. Al, you told me to live wiser, old man. Albert, yeah, right. That's what I believe. Al, but I don't agree with it. Old man, your way of life ain't a wise one, it's a cunning one. I don't wanna be a cunning adult. Boom, a powerful noise was heard. Not from outside, but originating from right beside Al. He had slammed his own fist into the floor, the pain and momentum of the slam raising his body. He rested his uplifted body against the wall, having somehow managed to stand up. Knees trembling, heart frightened, spiritually wounded all over, even though he had not even fought, and yet, Al, this ain't the time to sit around. Won't be able to look my parents in the face if I do that, will I? Standing up with his hand on the wall, Al bared his teeth inside his mask. Hearing of his dogged determination amidst blood-curdling cries, Albert raised a long, bushy eyebrow. Sending a sharp look out the window, closing one eye to Al's howling back, Albert, your enthusiasm's good and all, but you really think we got a chance to win against that thing? Al, no fucking way. No one can win against that. Even if I tried 10,000 times, I couldn't win. Winning against that thing, only Natsuki Subaru can do that. With a large swing of his arm, Al turned around with a bang on the windowsill. Looking at the monstrous old man directly in the face, Al stepped forward, both his eyes blazing in a conflagration. Al, old man. Albert, whoa, you're getting fired up. I'm just gonna tell you, if you want me to lend you a hand, I gotta refuse. Al, I don't want it. Instead, just turn me back, you shitty geezer. Albert. Al, if you want time to run away, then I'll make some. So give me my authority back. Stretching his stubby right hand straight out, Al bellowed that towards Albert. Albert's breath caught in his throat as he heard Al's cry, a mixture of a bestial roar, of a mournful lament, and of a fiery sense of purpose. Then, giving a slow sideways shake of his head, the monstrous old man, Albert, well, if you're gonna go tar the trouble of playing the martyr, I can't argue with you. The boy won the game in the first place, so I gotta keep my promise. Al, bro, won. Albert, that's right. That boy actually caught me in a game of tag. It was a real big deal, in my opinion. As Albert said this, Al went out to meet him face to face, Albert greeting him with a wave of his left arm. Having heard what Albert had to say, Al felt a single note of relief and admiration ring out over his pulse, ticking like a bomb. At a time when even the sound of the wind caused Al to stiffen in fright, Subaru had carried out his task, going head-to-head with Albert and managing to ultimately pull off a win against him. Surely, having accumulated defeats that could not have happened merely once, Albert. Though, I just want to hear one thing out of curiosity. Suddenly, a hoarse voice interrupted the beating of Al's heart, and he looked at the other man silently. Displaying his teeth, Albert smiled towards the unwelcome look in the other person's eyes as he gently placed his outstretched left hand on Al's chest. And then, Albert, how do you intend to challenge an enemy you can't win against even if you try 10,000 times? Al, pipe down, you shitty geezer. I'll go and die, even if it's 1,000,000 times. Abel, the one who has inherited the commandment to prevent the great disaster, the one to become the new stargazer. The moment this was pointed out, Tarita's world was rocked, dramatically so. The great disaster's rampage was causing the demon city to shake. Earthquake-like roars could be heard without end. But the reason for the illusion of collapse beneath her feet was not that. It was what the only masked man in front of her, what Abel had pointed out, which gouged her heart of hearts. Medium, star, gazer. Standing by Tarita's side as to gently support her unsteady body, Medium muttered that unfamiliar term as if to confirm what it was. It was a term unknown to her, and one she did not need to know. In reality, had Tarita continued to live peacefully within her hometown in the forest as a simple member of the people of Shadrach, she would have never had any need to associate with it, even. But Tarita, I, Medium, Abel Chin, I have no clue what's going on. What are you talking about? On behalf of Tarita, her voice quivering, Medium lashed out at Abel. She had been shrunk, yet she remained steadfast nevertheless, her thin chest puffed out as if to protect Tarita as she glared straight at Abel. Medium, what's that stargazer thing you're talking about? Why is Tarita-chan becoming that? Abel, a stargazer is one who has taken on the role of foreseeing the future based on the alignment of the stars and their guidance. No, calling it a predestination rather than a role would be more accurate. Medium. Are you putting it in such complicated words on purpose? Abel, that is not my intent. Abel, hearing Medium's words as she frowned and struggled to understand, gave a small sigh. After that, putting Medium aside, Abel called out to Tarita once more using her name. Tarita. Her shoulders hitched involuntarily. Abel, looking directly at her, spoke. Abel, the reason why I was ousted from the imperial capital in the first place is closely related to the stargazers. Tarita, you should be aware of that matter, right? Tarita, by the matter you mean, Abel, of course, that the ruin of the empire was foreseen. You knew that. That is why you wished to murder me in the Budime jungle. Tarita, HK. Tarita's cheeks tensed up, and she lowered her head due to Abel's matter-of-fact statement, crossing his arms. The shock of being called a stargazer nearly overshadowed the fact that Abel had pointed out something that could not possibly be overlooked. He had stated it with certainty. Tarita was the hunter of the jungle. Did she regret missing her opportunity to shoot him down? When put into words, Tarita, since when, Abel? Tarita, since when have you known I was after you? Medium, Tarita-chan. Face turned downwards, Tarita raised this question without being able to look Abel in the eye. Hearing Tarita's words, a voice of utter shock leaked out of Medium. Of course it did. From hearing her question, it was evident that she had no margin to deny Abel's pressure. It was a confession of the truth. Tarita had attempted to kill Abel with her archery. Abel, the stargazers' foreknowledge, commandments are, for the most part, shared among fellow stargazers. It was to be expected that my pursuers would come at me after I escaped the imperial capital, aware of that commandment. In addition, Tarita, in addition, Abel, that I would rely on the people of Shadrach, based on knowledge of the throne's mechanism, could be conjectured. In all probability, there is an assassin amidst the Shadrach. Tarita, Abel, I only obtained definite proof of the assassin's existence, however, when you targeted Natsuki Subaru, mistaking him for me. Hearing Abel's line of reasoning, Tarita grasped the hem of her clothes tightly. That was true. Tarita, living in one end of the empire, possessed no way of knowing the countenance of the Emperor of Valatia. All she knew was that black hair and black eyes were characteristics of his outward appearance. Never would she have thought that multiple owners of such unusual features would appear in the forest on that day, at the same time. Abel, your reaction to seeing the two of us, me and that one, trapped in the village's cage, was remarkable for a pawn of the observers. Your nature is a far too honest one. Tarita, Abel, you accompanied me in both the capture of Garel and the journey to the demon city that followed, but you were not at all willing to follow the commandment. Why is that? Tarita, Abel, why do you refuse to obey that commandment? From what I have heard, a stargazer's predestination is not something one can resist even if they are aware of it. I do not believe you have the will to resist that predestination. Had she that sort of strong will of self-discipline, Tarita would not have accompanied them on this journey in the first place. Abel's judgment was harsh but correct enough to draw blood. Tarita did not possess the strength to abandon her own commandment. If that were possible, she would have abandoned a burden of the sort much, much sooner. For certain she knew that, if she did not obey that commandment, the great disaster would destroy their empire. Medium, oh my gosh, I don't get it at all. Tarita carried on in anguish, while Abel continued on in pursuit. Sandwiched between the two, and yet kept out of the loop, Medium exploded. She glared at Abel with her blue eyes, spreading both her arms in order to shield Tarita behind her back. Medium, I don't know anything about Abelchin being targeted, or that it was Tarita-chan who targeted Abelchin. First of all, if Tarita'd have had her mind set on it, Abelchin would have been killed by now. Right. Abel, you learn to watch your tongue. Medium, right. Abelchin, can you run away from Tarita-chan? The shape of Abel's mouth took contours of loathing after Medium spoke her words filled with vigor. He could not deny her words, but doubts on this front had been posed to Tarita by Abel already. In other words, just as Medium had stated, she could have done it if she wanted to, so why hadn't she? That was Tarita. Because I couldn't find a meaning to it. Abel. What reason do you require, beyond saving the Empire from ruin? Tarita. I didn't even know that you were the Emperor, or how you were chased out of the imperial capital. That's because, to me, as a stargazer, I am the anguish that had been locked away at the back of her chest for so long finally began to overflow with the opening of her mouth. And what had unleashed the anguish she had been unsure of how to put into words for a long time had been none other than Abel's hounding. But before she could clearly put it into words, Medium, Nuo, a wide-eyed Medium exclaimed, and Tarita and Abel's attention quickly shifted upward. Right above, black darkness covered the building directly above where the three stood now. That was not it. It was not just sable darkness spreading, but rather a huge black arm. Endowed with 5 fingers, it stretched itself upright, then swung down on the building from directly above. As if attempting to smash the 3 people present at this place now, as if attempting to grab them with its huge hand. Tarita, HK medium, Abel. The moment she witnessed its approach, all extraneous thoughts disappeared from Tarita's mind. The scene of verbal assault from just before vanished into thin air. Tarita moved as her instincts dictated, embracing medium in front of her, carrying Abel on her shoulders, and leaping directly backward. With that, she attempted to escape the gargantuan black arm's range. Not enough, however. Caught by the falling fingertips, they were helplessly snatched away from this world. I will not allow that to happen. However, just before the titanic arm reached Tarita and the others, a huge mass was wedged with great violence overhead, between the 3 of them and the giant arm. Tightly entangled in emerald green thorny vines, the castle walls had been torn apart and seized. With tremendous centrifugal force, it became a dome that protected the group of 3 in which Tarita was included, trying to intercept the falling giant arm. Naturally, the limb was not something that would be halted by anything of the sort. Once the huge black arm touched the wall, the latter came undone as easily as candy, disappearing in a second like a leaf being devoured by a winged insect. However, I won't tolerate any further disorder in my city, HK. A woman clad in a kimono dived right under the disappearing castle wall, the beast ears on her head all perked up, kicking her long legs upwards, propelling the wall towards the gargantuan arm. A wave of pressure broke through, beckoning the collapse of the building it focused on. However, the unfathomable might of the woman's kick caused the gigantic arm on the other side of the wall to bend, halting the erosion. But it only stopped for a moment. Still, that one moment was enough. Tarita, HK, were safe, narrowly escaping the giant arm's range. Her heels grinding into the ground, Tarita exhaled. Released from her arms, Medium and Abel also landed on the ground. The 3 of them looked up to see the building that had been their perch earlier being swallowed up by the shadows. Medium, Wayona-chan is. Abel, she's safe, though it looks like we are being pursued even more than we were a moment ago. Jerking his chin, Abel answered as Medium cast her gaze all around her with a worried look. At the place her glance was directed to, jumping around while being chased by the shadows running amok, was the kimono-clad woman who had just let loose a potent blow was Shiona Miss Higya. That transcendent force was worthy of qualifying for the 9 divine generals. It was understandable that Abel would wish to have someone like her on his side. A person as powerful as her could easily accept a destiny that would determine the course of the world. Unlike Tarita, there would be no hesitation if the time came. Abel, you saved me once more, Tarita. As if seeing through Tarita's indecision, Abel examined the kneeling Tarita. She was unable to calm her breathing down, for reasons aside from her exertion immediately prior. However, Abel would spare no quarter to Tarita, either physically or mentally. Abel, had you not extended your hand, I could have lost my life without any effort on your part. And yet you saved me. Was that because you cannot fulfill the commandment you have received without getting your hands dirty? Tarita, that's wrong. Abel, if so, how come? Your conduct is inconsistent with Medium. But more importantly, thank you for the help, right? Once again, Medium came to Tarita's rescue, rendered speechless after the accusation of inconsistent behavior. Medium, her beautiful golden hair disheveled, was thrusting her finger at Abel right before the latter's eyes. The difference in stature between the 2 was visible in her gesture, but even so, Medium did not let go or yield her claim. Medium, Abel-chan, you and I would have died if Tarita-chan hadn't saved us. No, we gotta thank her first of all. Tarita-chan, thank you, Tilda. Tarita, her, Medium, then back on track. What's up with that, Abel-chan? What do you want to have Tarita-chan do? Medium looked back and thanked her, then quickly turned to Abel. Her questioning was delayed somewhat by the exchange between Abel and Tarita, with the former sighing that Medium could not keep up with her understanding of the situation. Abel, I already conveyed that to Tarita. I do not require that you understand. Medium, if I don't understand, I'll just keep disturbing you till I do, okay? How about that? Abel, in order to quell the great disaster, I must lose my life. That is the future the Stargazer has seen, and the commandment bestowed upon Tarita. Medium, I got no idea of what you mean. Why would that big black shadow calm down after Abel Chin's death? That's so weird. In response to Medium's persistent pleas, Tarita bit the inside of her cheek. Certainly, she could understand the foresight that the Empire would be spared from destruction as a result of fulfilling that commandment. How exactly would that be brought about? Tarita was unsure. However, that being pointed out only made Medium realize Abel's ruthlessness. Abel, is it not odd? But Tarita's conjecture was stalled by the echo of Abel's words that followed. Baring her teeth, Medium voiced out odd in vehement protest, to which Abel, covering his mouth with his hand, once more repeated it. Odd. Abel, Tarita. Tarita. R.W. What is it? Abel, the commandment you have received, to take my life to avert the Empire's ruin. Are you certain of it? Tarita, H.K. Being directed a question to again, hesitantly, Tarita nodded her head. She had been told that the commandment she was unable to execute was necessary. But after ascertaining this, Abel once more spoke. If so, Abel, would that not be what you know as destruction? Tarita. Ha. Abel, you know of the divination that a great disaster would bring about the ruin of the Empire. But you hold the belief that that thing and the great disaster are one and the same. Are you certain of that? With that question, Tarita's thoughts began racing, trying to discern its meaning. What could one call that entity that evoked dread and horror, the black shadow gradually spreading from the heart of the demon city, if not the great disaster? Time and time again, a nightmarish spectacle was displayed to her repeatedly. Every night, a nightmare, urging her to not forget, over and over again brought Tarita visions of the coming doom. That thing was certainly a manifestation of that, however, Tarita. Is that the great disaster or not, Abel? You have not obtained knowledge of it, is that so? Then perhaps some other stargazer has. Tarita, some other. After that sentence, Tarita's eyes began moving frantically. Although Abel had stated stargazers were connected to each other, Tarita was an exception. No, exception was not the correct word. To begin with, they were different from the get-go. That was why Tarita had no idea about the existence of other stargazers. Tarita. If she were to have an idea about that stargazer, it would be the person she had encountered just a few moments ago. Tarita, that delicate man who did not let go of his carefree attitude, that obnoxious person who had not even given his name, was so well informed that he had called Tarita the disgrace of Shadrach. He knew of Tarita's sin, perhaps due to the connection between stargazers. What had he, the stargazer, said upon laying eyes on the great disaster? If she recalled correctly, the man had stated Tarita. That it was outside his responsibility, Abel. Truly was that what the stargazer said? I see. Medium, Abel Chin. Hearing Tarita leaking that expression, dumbfounded, Abel nodded, then turned away. Frowning her eyebrows at that, Medium wrapped around Abel as to go towards his front and peer into his face. And once she did, Medium's round eyes widened. Startled. The reason for her surprise was evident in Abel's immediate reaction. Abel placed his palm on his own face covered by the Oni mask, and fixing his stare solidly on the heart of the demon city, where the great disaster, or rather, where the all-consuming jet-black mass continued its rampage. Abel, the Empire's ruin, is it not that great disaster? With this murmur, Abel then cleared his throat slightly, letting out a short exhale. To Tarita, who was unable to see the expression on his face, it had nearly sounded like a laugh. Abel, if so, there is no reason for you to stumble along the way. I shall have you disappear from the board, you interloper. Arc 7, Chapter 58. Those with no place to turn to. Machine translated by Archbishop Kiln Safa Comet, proofread by Archbishop Spritanen I3 Laid Dragon Eternitishak Safa Comet, Japanese to English, checking by Archbishop Maskbook Art Sources Pabo Bingu. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality. This is expected to have a quality dip in accuracy. Therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. A proper, higher quality translation for this chapter is in the works by our team, so if you would prefer to wait for it, then feel free to check back at a later date, keeping an eye out on our social media for updates. Tarita first began being tormented by nightmares related to a commandment 3 years prior. Up until then, Tarita had lived a life wholly detached from a commandment. Of course, she had also been completely ignorant of the existence of stargazers. Once people heard the word commandment, what would come to mind? Fate and destiny, the inevitable trials and obstacles in the walk of one's life. When it comes to thinking of such, there was a clear difference between those and a commandment. Things that were unavoidable, very much like the falling rain when walking on unsheltered roads. The people of Shadrach, too, had an understanding of something such as inevitable events. Putting it in honest words, it could be said that death was the most inescapable fate among all. Old age and illness, hunger and injuries as well, things associated with death were the curtain of destiny that would arrive without exception, something difficult to avoid. No matter the person, one could not go against their destiny, nor should they consider that they should defy it. When a compatriot of theirs died, they prayed and sung, so that their soul would be welcomed into peace. Singing, feasting, and seeing them off was the way of Shadrach, a value Tarita believed in. Her older sister, Miselda, was an outstanding Shadrachian. Although she was not as prominent as her sister, Tarita had also inherited the blood of a lineage that continued to carry the role of Shadrach chieftain for generations. Being a Shadrachian was an unquestionable truth for Tarita. Following the teachings of Shadrach was only natural, something not to be questioned. Tarita had never been good at mulling over stuff. She was not one to be bothered with things, nor did she wish to add to her own worries. She had believed that her life would be one of following her older sister's footsteps alongside the people of Shadrach, her own people, who shared her blood and her own path, from beginning to end. That was to be her fate, her destiny. Hey, Tarita. I was chosen to be a stargazer, and I have a commandment to fulfill. That was, until the one closest to her, her soul sister, confided in her. Abel, the Empire's ruin, is it not that great disaster? The man in the Oni mask stared straight ahead at Tarita, her resolve shaken, wobbly on her feet. The writhing, jet-black thing visible from a distance was instinctively recognizable at a glance as a great disaster. However, the man Abel ridiculed the notion of being afraid of it. Abel, if so, there is no reason for you to stumble along the way. I shall have you disappear from the board, you interloper. Abel stepped forward, stating clearly and with much grit that it was something undesired. At that very moment, the small medium shouted, "Wait, wait," from beside him. Grabbing the hem of Abel's clothing, she halted his movements with all her might. Medium, you're suddenly really determined, aren't you? But it's too dangerous for you, Abelchin. Abel, fool, it is clear what needs to be done. If that were likely to be the great disaster, I would lament that the preparations were beyond insufficient. If that is not the case, however, medium, then what? Abel, then it is merely a sideshow before the real deal. There is no time for such entertainment. As far as that is concerned, we shall promptly put an end to it. You, too, shall become aware of that if you observe it from a distance. Jerking his chin, Abel indicated the great disaster to Medium after her question. But much like she was unsure of his intent, Medium frowned. Back and forth, she took glances at Abel and the great disaster, sizing them up. Medium, I don't understand a single thing you said. You've got a bad habit of putting on airs, Abelchin. Abel, are you holding me responsible for your lack of intellect? Medium, like I said. If I can't grasp the point of this, then I'm going to get in your way. Abelchin, you're just getting in your own way. If you were smart, you'd realize that. Abel, stomping on the ground and puffing out her cheeks, Medium would not let go of the hem of Abel's clothing. Perhaps thinking that he didn't have time to ponder over Medium's defiance, it being one of her strengths, Abel let out a small sigh, and then Abel. If you have not noticed, that girl, Yorna Mishigya, Kafma Urulux, and the people of the Demon City are struggling desperately to stop that great disaster. Medium, tilde that bad habit of yours again. Abel, that thing has a will. It has a clear, obvious human will. Abel spoke, and Medium tilted her head. Will. Tarita, standing behind Medium, also raised an eyebrow at the latter's question. That great disaster, the embodiment of the end of the world, possesses a will. Furthermore, Abel labeled it the will of a person. Where could such a thing exist there? In the first place, the idea of considering that thing as a living entity was one she could not even conceive. The figure, which was whittling away at the world with all of its entirety, bubbling away, writhing, spelled the end of the world itself. What in the world could Abel have seen that had made him conclude that it possessed a will? Just when Tarita and Medium arrived at that very same question, Abel, earlier, that thing reached out to you people. Medium, ha, Tarita, ah. Abel's seemingly unexpected words made both of them let out dumb noises. Medium happened to have no idea of that, but Tarita felt a faint discomfort. When she'd snatched the two of them away from the shadows that had come swooping down, Tarita had sensed it as well. That, from that abhorrent jet-black thing, there was something akin to a slight attachment. Abel, most likely, it reflects the will of the one struggling deep inside it. Seeking salvation, it keeps reaching out its hands. Behold! Before Tarita's astonished gasp, Abel now extended his hand as to indicate the great disaster. Tarita and the others, drawn by the gesture, looked at it, and now understood Abel's point. Sitting at the center of the demon city, in place of the collapsed Crimson Lappy's castle, the great disaster spread unrelenting destruction and demise to the surrounding area, expanding, but that which the darkest of shadows extended to as to reap it, bringing its demise by taking it unto itself, were not buildings nor the very earth, but human beings. And that too, Medium, Louis-chan and Yorna-chan are the only ones being attacked. Tarita had the same impression as what was contained in Medium's faint mutter. As they watched the fierce battle against the great disaster from a distance, they could easily see the bias in the shadow's aim. The two main targets were Yorna, who was unfolding a fight across several fronts, and Louis, who was evading the shadows she had attracted with instantaneous movement. Even Tarita was impressed, her eyes opened wide, by Louis's incredible movements, but wielding destructive power. Yorna's offensive and defensive abilities were a testament to her transcendent strength as one of the 9 divine generals. But the man from the Insect Cage clan was no less capable, demonstrating suppressive abilities comparable to those of Yorna, keeping the damage caused by the great disaster at a minimum again and again by use of his vines of thorns. And yet the only attacks that flew in his direction and in the direction of the building-throwing residents of the Demon City were basically akin to stray arrows. Medium, if it's targeting Louis-chan as well, it means it's not going in order of who's stronger. Abel, taking into account strength, and strength only, she's not too far behind Kafma Urulux, but assessing it from a bird's-eye view, it is self-evident. It possesses a will, meaning it only makes sense for me to move. Tarita, W, what makes you so sure about that? Abel, it is a given. There is no way that thing is fond of me. Let us say that it is reaching out hands as if to cling on to someone, then the likes of me are not fit candidates for such a thing. Tarita found Abel's disinterested manner of speaking a baffling, puzzling thing. She understood Abel's thought, defining the existence of the great disaster of being something with a will. However, it was peculiar that, using that as a basis, the great disaster's selection criteria would be clear. It was as if Abel knew to whom the will of the great disaster belonged. Abel, it is Natsuki Subaru. Tarita, HK. Medium, ha! As if to push Tarita's doubts and Medium's lack of understanding out of the way, Abel trained his line of sight at the great disaster as he asserted that. Viewing the two staring motionless and in shock, Abel gave a deep nod and continued, Abel. It was something that overflowed from within Natsuki Subaru. Then it is no wonder that his will intervened. All along, I had regarded him as a man of numerous secrets, but this is beyond my expectations. Medium. W, wait a minute. Abel-chin, you're saying. That's Subaru-chin. Abel. Strictly speaking, it is something that permits Natsuki Subaru's will to be reflected. I'm not saying that it's him or something serving him. Either way, the result is the same. Medium. Abel-chin, why do you seem to be so calm about it? Medium, her round eyes wide in surprise, complained in a voice that made it seem like she was about to cry. Looking down at her small figure, Abel's black eyes on the other side of the Oni mask narrowed, just like an adult troubled by the tantrum of a child. Abel, do I look calm to you? He let that thing overflow from inside him, and my whole plan fell apart. Reconsideration is required for this, and yet I do not possess the time for that now. And yet you say I look calm to you. Medium, no, that's not what I'm talking about. It's not that, it's Subaruchins calling out for help, right? But even so, you're so calm about that. Why? Abel, would cuddling up with that thing in its suffering bring the situation at hand under control? Unfortunately, reality is not so accommodating nor benevolent. Medium's fervent words, however, failed to sway Abel's heart of iron. That was because he was a cold man, incapable of understanding people's hearts. No, he was a man that regarded the human heart as unimportant, but who at the same time he was a man who could separate his priorities. For those who stood at the top, like politicians and leaders, it was a quality that must be possessed. The same would be required of Tarita, who had to assume the position of chieftain. But Tarita, for me, she was unable to think in the same way as Abel did, nor could she have his decisiveness. Much less, she was also unable to head-on say that she hated something if that was the case, just like Medium. Abel, I have no time to argue with you here. I shall take my leave. I must converse with Yorna Miss Higya. Medium, with Yorna-chan. But how? Stating that he could not spend any more time answering her questions, Abel attempted to step forward. But Medium interrupted him, her gaze testifying eloquently to the difficulty of proceeding. Having declared the place he was going to, Abel, in his attempt to talk with Yorna, would find himself in the front lines against the mad rampage of the great disaster. The battlefield where a split-second decision from those transcendent people could mark the difference between life and death. It was evident that Abel would only endanger his life were he to step forth. In fact, he would not even be able to make a move that would change the course of the battle. Tarita. Tarita's whole body froze at the thought of a move that could change the course of the battle. Or perhaps it was an option available only to Tarita. Only Tarita had the means to appease the disgusting harbinger of death that was the great disaster. The only one aware of the commandment bestowed upon her for the sake of repelling the great disaster, Tarita Medium. I'm going to go to the front too. Abel, what? At the prospect of such a big decision, Tarita's body shuddered. To Tarita's side, Abel's voice was filled with doubt as Medium declared so. Black eyes flickered as if peering into the heart of the little girl restraining herself. Abel, what are you thinking? To begin with, have you even been listening to me? The only grounds on which I shall be taking my leave is because I believe that thing is not fond of me. If you go there, Medium, I got that already, so I'm not going with you. I'm going where Louis-chan and Yorna-chan are fighting. I want Subaru-chin to find me. Abel, Medium, if it is as Abel guessed, Subaru-chin will reach out to me, right? If that's the case, Louis-chan and the others will have a teeny bit less trouble, won't they? Maybe that way Abel-chin won't be targeted either. Abel, to begin with, I am less likely to be targeted. Medium, maybe then it'll be even less likely. Right. Stepping forth firmly, Medium emphasized her own bid. For a moment, it was clear that Abel was considering Medium's proposal in earnest. As per her words, if the great disaster reflected Subaru's will, then it was highly likely that Medium would be targeted. However, Medium remained as a concern, her stature still diminutive, her mobility still hampered. Even if she were to take on the role of attracting the attention of the great disaster, there was a good chance that she would be swallowed up by the shadows without being able to fulfill her role in any significant way. If that much were to happen, it would generate a mental turmoil to those around her. It was none other than Tarita herself who thought she would not be able to remain calm if Medium were lost. Energetic, full of life, and unafraid to be around others, Medium was one of Tarita's favorite companions. She would be incapable of facing her brother, Flop, either. In that case, she wondered if she, in her current state, would be able to face anyone. Abel denied. Medium, Abel-chin. Abel, I considered it for a moment, but in your condition, you would not be able to fulfill the role of a decoy. The impact of your death on those around you would be a greater concern. I cannot accept such a gamble. Adjacent to Tarita at a standstill, Abel dismissed Medium's proposal out of that very same concern. However, gnashing her teeth out of anger, Medium's eyes transmitted a lack of satisfaction. At this point, it was quite possible that she would disregard Abel's opinion and leap onto the battlefield and raise her voice toward the great disaster. And amidst that sort of perilous situation, then I'll protect Lil, Miss Medium. You shouldn't have any complaints then, right? Stepping over the rubble, the voice of a newly arrived figure interrupted. At the sound of the familiar voice, the group of three, all in their own worlds, turned to look at the person speaking to them. the dow hanging from their thick right arm and an ugly rag covering their face. They possessed a suspicious appearance. Although the sense of them being a particularly powerful person had never been there, for some reason, at this moment, in this place, the man standing there was brimming with a fighting spirit, so striking that it was almost too much to look at Al Medium. Al Chin, you've gotten bigger and back to normal. Al, right, I just happened to run into the old man coming back. I didn't have time to go back to the inn to get my helmet, so you'll have to overlook this clumsy presentation for a tad. Medium, not at all so cool. But if Gramps is there, barring the rags wrapped around his face, Al had returned to his original state. Medium's voice seemed sunnier due to his words, which made her look around restlessly as well naturally. As Medium was in the same state, she would opt for returning to her normal self. But Al appended with sorry regarding Medium's situation. Al, sorry, I couldn't bring the old man along. He said he'd be wise about it. Medium, tilde, I see. I get it. But I'm glad, even if it's just Alchin who's back. Have you stopped being so scared now? Al, being scared, that's something that ain't gonna stop for the rest of my life. Medium switched instantly from having her eyes downcast for a moment as hope was taken away from her. Hearing her words, Al lowered the tone of his voice, shaking his head. His voice was filled to the brim with unconcealable fear and anxiety. In the face of that great disaster, everyone held instinctive fear. No one could condemn them for that. However, whereas Al harbored no feigned fear of the sort, Al, still I gotta do it. Bring it on, oh inevitable fate. Medium, Alchin. Suddenly, Al raised the clasped dow overhead. Medium looked impressed by his determination. Meanwhile, a small snorting sound interrupted their conversation. Abel, for a trembling, shriveled abomination, you sure talk big. That Albert Dunkelken should have no ability to inspire others. Al, and you'd be right. The old man just said a lot of things that pissed me off. It wasn't that lil shit that made me stand up. Abel, then what did? After having been rendered unmoving, how will you convince me that you can be included in my future plans? Al. Abel, kept like that by Medium seizing the hem of his clothing and being held back, asked that of Al. Those cold eyes of his, piercing his Oni mask, were probably still thinking of the victory that had to be grasped. How would Al be able to convince Abel to add him to his ranks here? With Abel turning his gaze towards her, Tarita had trouble breathing, unable to imagine how he would convince him. Under the watchful eyes of Tarita, Abel, and finally Medium, Al, sorry, but I ain't gonna waste my words to convince you, Abel-chan. Abel, ho. Al, the only master I got is the sexy cute princess. The reason I've gone along with you like this is so that I can give bro some assistance. So that's what I'm gonna do. Feel free to work my moves into your equations however you want, Abel-chan. Declaring so with a defiant attitude, Al shouldered the dow. That brisk and clear decision made Abel's only mask-covered face tense slightly. But even if the answer was not in accordance to his own thoughts, Abel had neither the power to drive Al away nor a relationship valuable enough to hold him back. Exactly as Al had predicted. No matter what, Abel would have to formulate a plan with the assumption of Al's presence. Abel, if your sanity returned, then what has merely returned is just a bothersome clown. How do you plan to fight it? Al, trade secret. Well, I ain't gonna let you die, lil Miss Medium. And don't worry, I'll protect you too, Abel-chan. Medium, Al-chin, with the great disaster's rampage right before his eyes, Al's reply was far too reassuring. What in those words had caused Medium to open her eyes wide was the surprise that Al had recovered from what Abel had described as a disgrace, becoming an embodiment of honor. Consequently, Medium strongly nodded, and Medium, I'll do my best with Alchin. Abelchin, is that fine with you? Abel, from the beginning, the presence of you two was not part of the plan. Medium, thank you very much. Just the apparent fact that we weren't included among those with fighting power makes it feel like we're getting special treatment. Shrugging at Abel's answer, Medium lined up with Al, who stepped forward. Only then did Medium's hand part with Abel's sleeve at last. Waving his released arm, Abel released out a small exhale, then turned to face the great disaster. And then, Abel, Tarita. Ah, Abel, if you prefer to target my back, so be it. But take in mind. Ultimately, you will have no choice but to make the decision of whether or not to follow your commandment by yourself. Rather than turning towards Tarita, he let her hear that from over his back, and then, Abel's steps proceeded in the direction of the battlefield. Medium and Al, both of whom were facing in the same direction as he was, also seemed to be accompanying him in his advance. Tarita, HK. Only Tarita was unable to move forward or backward. She could only see off the backs of those three people. The words that Abel had just said to her kept echoing in her mind over and over again, as if a reminder to herself. To just shoot down Abel's back by knocking an arrow to the bow in her hands would be an uncomplicated affair. But if she could take the plunge into an uncomplicated affair without batting an eyelid, Tarita would not be so worried. Tarita, obey or disobey the commandment, I. Biting her lip with force, Tarita cast her head downwards while holding back the heat slowly rising in her body. She was unable to muster the resolve to take aim with the arrow in her grasp, or the courage to spit out the thoughts rooted in her heart. Amidst the demolished demon city, dominated only by the continued violent tremors and roars, Tarita looked downwards. Similar to how, one certain day, she was swept away, ridiculed by the stars. While she guarded against the encroaching jet-black darkness, a tempest swept fiercely within Yorna's heart. Yorna, swinging her kaisru, the purple smoke produced served as a barrier that halted the offensive of the great disaster, restraining its expansion. At intervals, parts of the city would be fired, akin to cannonballs, in an attempt to inflict even a single piece of damage to the great disaster. By repeating this over and over again to deal with the extending shadows that would dispossess her of her life from just a graze, she would devote everything in her mind and body to manage it as best as she could. However, she would not keep up these increasingly ineffective actions for long. Yorna, HK, what are you becoming so faint-hearted about? To object to the timidness that had entered her own heart, Yorna curved her beautiful lips. Regardless of its effectiveness, she held no intention of withdrawing the caustic words she had left Abel with. This city belonged to Yorna, and those who lived in it were under her protection. The last stronghold for those with nowhere else to go, they could not afford to lose it, Louis. Uorowu. Yorna, child. Abruptly, copious amounts of black corruption poured down, targeting Yorna. Before Yorna could deal with it, a small shadow appeared and rushed over, moving towards her waist, and in the blink of an eye, the world changed immediately afterwards. For nary a moment, there was the wobbly sensation of her head shaking, but upon seeing the ground a number of meters to her side, becoming gashed right after that violent assault, Yorna grasped that she had been protected. The one to pull that off was a blue-eyed girl, her golden hair pulled back in a bun Louis. Her slender shoulders violently heaving up and down, Louis, her lovely face having taken a grim color, glared at the great disaster motionlessly with round eyes widened in grief. What she was looking at was not the great disaster itself, however, but what was within it. Yorna, you're worried about that child, aren't you? Louis, you. A short reply to Yorna's words, and Louis's figure once again bounced like a ball and headed for the great disaster. Louis was jumping around the top part of the great disaster, that bubbling, amorphous great disaster, in which there was nothing that looked like a head. But if there was one, she was jumping around the part that corresponded to it, attracting its attention. Aimed at Louis's petite body, nearly 100 shadowy arms were shot out in succession. Avoiding all of those, Louis's contribution to preventing the spread of damage was immeasurable. Were it not for her, it would be hard to believe that Yorna and the residents of the Demon City would have been able to contain the great disaster on their own. That only made it all the more horrifying. Kafma, use that. Little girl. Louis. Oh, assisting Louis to break through was the wielder of thorny shrubs extending from both arms, Kafma. Offering the vines of thorns which boasted significant suppressive ability as a scaffolding, he adroitly supported Louis's evasive maneuvers. Of course, those thorns late to retract would be swallowed by the great disaster, but Kafma seemed to not be affected by this. As could be seen by the earnest look on his face, his mute yet masterful performance would resume playing an active role. Behind Louis, Kafma, and Yorna in their battle, the residents of Demon City continued to resist the great disaster, albeit on a lesser scale. Those with flames lit in one of their eyes were under the influence of Yorna's soul marriage technique. Their power increased. However, there were individual differences and limits to how much the level of one's strength could be raised. Moreover, Yorna's soul marriage technique had the disposition of favoring the weaker ones. It was a tool that enabled the weak to face the strong, not a substitute for the strong to face something stronger. That was nothing more than the difference in the quality of one's soul, something Yorna was unable to influence in any way. Therefore, Yorna. And yet, it's only been a few minutes. It seemed as if an endless amount of time had passed, but only a few minutes had gone by since the great disaster engulfed Crimson Lappy's castle when Yorna and the others began their all-out battle. Nevertheless, the wear and tear on Yorna and her group was not negligible. That was what it was like, being smack dab in a place where you were always overly anxious of fatal injury. That probably marked the difference between those considered true warriors and Yorna Miss Higgia, a woman who just so happened to be endowed with power. Were she a true warrior, she would challenge this great disaster that could erase her entirely without any discretion and wrest out a win. However, she did not consider herself that blessed of an existence for such. That self-awareness was a strong point of the leader of the demon city, named Yorna Miss Higgia. And thus, here, with a vigorous call to arms, a fresh fighting force entered the battlefield, which seemed to be tilting towards dire straits. A girl of petite build, wielding a cleaver in her hands, charged in with a momentum such that the words launch in served as an apt descriptor. The intrusion of the little girl, launching herself in with her long braids dancing in the air, all while maintaining a lively atmosphere, lead everyone on the battlefield into a state of bewilderment, Yorna included, of course. Just what would happen with the entrance of a lone girl on the battlefield? All that could be seen was a little girl who was displaying foolhardiness and whose bravery would be her downfall. Moreover, she was not the sole odd intruder. "Let's go, Lil Miss Medium. Let's battle proudly." So barked a masked man that landed behind the girl, carrying the dhow. He was one of the people who had visited the castle tower as messengers the previous day, but unlike that time, hiding his face was not a helmet, but rather a mask of cloth, and the way he held the dhow was bizarre. For some reason, he had the blade of the dhow tucked close to his own neck as he broke into a run in such a perilous stance. One mistake, and just like that, he would inadvertently cut off his own head. In any case, the battlefield's atmosphere froze due to that passing party of two, which evoked only bewilderment. However, that congealment only affected the defenders who were aware of this melee. The great disaster, apparently devoid of any will, was unsurprised by these reinforcements. Nonetheless, the fact that, perhaps having a sense of what one may perceive as annoyance, the majority of the shadows cast by the great disaster lashed out neither upon Yorna nor Louis, but rather at the girl who had just rushed out, almost as if in a state of emergency. She had to protect them. Yorna made a sudden move, but Al, to the right. Step on the scaffold and jump. Place the tips of your feet on the rubble, then up you go. Medium, Arya. There was a shout from the masked man, and the girl bounced in time, raising an enthusiastic voice. Doing as she had been told to by the man, the girl jumped to the right, stepped on a piece of rubble, and flew forward. Once the girl's foot reached the rubble ahead of her, she used the strength of her fingers to fly upward in a big leap. In turn, the shadow caressed, scraped, and encircled the places the girl had moved to. The girl, however, barely managed to dodge it, achieving not being harmed. Yorna, that's. This was the same scene she had witnessed at the tower as of the previous day, when messengers had partaken in a bout proposed by Yorna and were targeted and attacked by the Emperor, or rather, by a man dressed as the Emperor, alongside the group he commanded. That masked man had escaped the crisis by directing his allies to take preventative measures against Kafma's thorns and Albart's attacks. Aside from that, the man seemed to have no special abilities. Was it just tremendously good intuition and no reason beyond that? Whereas she viewed the latter to be most likely, she could not reach a conclusion as to why that would be exactly. Even so, the situation had changed. Medium, Alchin, what's next? Al, don't rush me, I'm a nervous wreck. Hey, tattoo bro over there, gimme a hand. I'll tell you what to do, obstruct that thing's movements. Kafma, I refuse. Why should I follow someone as suspicious as Al, up there, spread the vines wide? Kafma, wah! Much like how he'd been called out by the little girl, the masked man who had been referred to as Al by the little girl now called out to Kafma. Kafma was naturally reluctant to follow the other party's command, as his competency was unknown, but the jet-black shadows that surged in concert with Al's cries proved that this was no time for quarrels. Thorn vines spread from Kaphma's arms as he bent down in haste and raised his hands above his head, as the great wave of shadows changed course to stream along the briars. Of course, the vines of thorns could not totally withstand those all-consuming shadows, yet Kaphma had saved his own life with that single second earned. Bursting into a gap and having escaped that hardship, Kaphma glared towards Al. "You, Kaphma, can you read the movements of that great disaster?" "Al, we have a bit of a connection." "Are you ready to hear what I have to say?" "Kaphma, it is unavoidable if for the sake of reducing damage, but I will not tolerate thoughtless words." "Al, you're more flexible than I thought you'd be, thanks." With Kaphma openly admitting his superiority, Al chuckled sarcastically and stepped forward. Then, instructing the girl and Kaphma again, the Tao still trained on his own neck, he began taking command of the front line against the great disaster. And adjacent to that struggle, "Yorna, Miss Higya. Yorna, you are." About to join the unexpected combat forces of Al and the little girl, Yorna turned her attention toward an Oni mask making its way over, treading over the rubble in the direction of Abel. Few minutes had passed since their parting earlier, but he was not a man of such an affable nature that he would change his mind in such a short time. In the first place, the disconnect between Yorna and him was not the kind of thing that could be easily wiped away with the passage of time. That sort of turbulence seemed to lay in the background, and as if in support of Yorna's thoughts, Abel, abandoning the demon city, have you cooled down enough to consider that suggestion? Blithely and ruthlessly, Abel once again threw a proposal at Yorna that had been discarded once before. Of course, cooled was a word unfitting of a mind aroused with fighting spirit. As long as the situation and their relationship remained the same, the answer on Yorna's side would not change either. Deeming arguing as pointless, Yorna turned her back on the cold-blooded emperor. "Abel, you stated this was the last place for those who had no place to go, no place to stay." "Yorna, Abel, my notion of it as worthless sentimentality remains, but allow me to correct your mistake." "Yorna, my mistake." By that inexcusable argument, Yorna's attempt to return to the battlefield was halted. It was absurd, Yorna being mistaken in regards to the demon city of Chaos Flame. This was Yorna's city. All of its residents were Yorna's beloved children. That towards them, Yorna would hold misconceptions or anything of the like. "Yorna, just what exactly am I erring in then?" "Abel, it is not to this city that those weeping cling and rely on. It is you." "Yorna, Abel, the demon city was originally built on desolate land, a city composed of the leftovers of warfare. The Crimson Lappy's castle was erected as a symbol, but the true symbol has always been its tower. Namely, you." Once more, Abel's eyes were fixed on Yorna as he concluded so. Her eardrums struck by the power and the true meaning of those words, Yorna's cheeks stiffened. She understood the logic, but it was very much lip service. Whether Yorna was a spiritual pillar for the residents of Demon City or not, the fact remained that when it rained, they needed shelter, and when they were hungry, they needed something to eat. Whatever a city could provide, Yorna could not provide alone in comparison. "Yorna, or do you believe that these children would say that they would endure odious things, such as enduring an empty stomach or getting wet in the rain as long as I am there?" "Abel, they would." "Yorna, Abel, do you believe everything under your wing is a suckling baby? A baby, grumbling for comfort, waiting to be fed milk?" "That is not my opinion." Due to Abel's figure as he replied, Yorna quietly gulped. Immediately afterward, a violent booming sound erupted behind them, and pieces of debris wrapped up in the maelstrom of the great disaster flew towards Yorna and Abel. One of the fragments landed right next to Abel, who stood still, as the impact struck the slender man, ripping the Oni mask from his face. "Yorna, HK." His pale face had become uncovered, and blood was running down his forehead, having been slightly grazed by a splinter, yet his countenance did not waver in the slightest. The handsome man picked up the Oni mask that had fallen by his side, clutching it in his hands. Darning his true face, Abel nay Vincent Valatia stared at Yorna. "Abel, the populace is foolish. If it does not hurt, they forget to resist. If they have no enemies, they do not even arm themselves. They know not how to unite without disaster, and they are so afraid of death that they avert their eyes from it." "Yorna, Abel, and for all that, it is that weakness and foolishness that makes them them. The empire rules its populace by means of iron and blood, and in the demon city your way of being has served as guidance for the inhabitants' own. Consequently, cutting off his words there, Abel then turned his gaze in some other direction. The place towards which his eyes had been lured was to those who had Yorna's love lit in their eyes, the form of the inhabitants opposing the great disaster. Resolutely, they continued fighting valiantly to protect this city. "No, Abel, for your sake they shall endure hunger and the rain, and for the day when the sun shall rise again, for the day their stomach shall be full, they choose to desire with you." Consequently, Abel, abandon the demon city. Their destination is the same as yours, and the only place they can turn to is yourself. Yorna, Abel, or do you lament that you cannot do that? Do your own desires and those of the ones who struggle for you not overlap? As he voiced this, Abel wiped the blood from his forehead with his sleeve, putting the Oni mask once more on his face. Yet again his expression was concealed by cognitive disruption, but the words declared just before penetrated deep into the depths of Yorna's heart, becoming a thorn that would not fall out. From the moment Yorna read the missive, she understood that Abel knew what she desired. But for that to come out and be used as a reference at this juncture was far too barren of compassion, and that void of compassion was a quality desired in the Valetian emperor of the current generation. It was for that reason that taking all the necessary measures was, Yorna, if we abandon the demon city and escape from that great disaster, what shall you do? That thing may drink this city dry, but it may not stop there. Abel, are you attempting to size me up this late in the game? You get what I am saying fully. Abandoning the demon city and allowing the great disaster to do as it pleases, just what was the true meaning of those words? Abel responded to Yorna's query with sullenness, jerking his jaw. That gesture of his indicated the great disaster itself, or rather, the base below the raging great disaster. Put into other words, there lay the site of the Crimson Lappy's castle, where the great disaster had first made its appearance. Abel, do the same as you did when that thing swallowed the castle, but now for the demon city. The swallowed castle was not enough to blow it away, but your beloved demon city will be a different matter altogether. From a distance, the wind fluttered the hem of his outfit, piercing black eyes gazing upon the great disaster that laid ruin upon the city. Yorna's schemed to minimize the spread of the damage as much as possible, along with Kafma, the city dwellers, and other unexpected contributions of military strength, appeared to be manifesting some effect. However, that would not last for long either. To an undeniable extent, the threat that was the very darkness of the great disaster was overwhelming. Perhaps in ancient times, people would personally witness such things, and resigning themselves for the end of the world, left behind legends to pass on their fears to the survivors. The most extreme of these was the Witch of Envy. This great disaster was another, just like the former. One, but the great disaster that would destroy the empire, it is a disaster of a different sort. It is. Oh, knew Tilda this could be an issue now. That it'd happen like this wasn't foreseen. I feel like forgetting my place and complaining to the stars myself. With arms folded, standing still at an overlook, was a man Vincent, and looking at the same sight to his side was the blue-robed stargazer crouched down. Along their journey, the man had not even chirped as to give them advance warning, yet had yelled out, tilde Annie, tilde rag, tilde, that's outside my responsibility, in regards to the thrashing great disaster, as to dodge any and all blame. However, one of the few virtues of the stargazer was that he would not lie about what he had seen. So for a stargazer to be so bold, this disaster, and the ruin of the empire foreseen by the stargazer, had to be a different problem. In other words, oh, Carmen. Geez, I was rushing quite a bit. Ubulk, my old man Albert. Behind Vincent, who squinted in thought, an old man with a faint presence appeared. The stargazer was first to call the name of the elderly man of Albert, who nodded his head with an aye. Shooting a sideways glance at Albert lined up next to him, Vincent's eyebrows scrunched in a scowl. Vincent, did you leave your right arm somewhere? Albert, just as I'd expect, you're quite perceptive, Your Excellency. Actually, I keep my right hand tucked in Your Excellency's breast pocket. Well, at least it'd be funny if I did. It was swallowed by that great shadow. Ubulk, I see. Sounds like quite the painful experience. Albert, yeah, 'twas painful. Even at my age, I was bout to cry and whine like a lil kid. Embarrassing, embarrassing. With a flutter, Albert ranted and raved as he waved his right hand, which was missing from the wrist down. Leaving Albert and the stargazers charade aside, Vincent once more looked upon the battlefield. At the former site of the Crimson Lappy's castle, the great disaster stirred. Plus, there was the city's strength pushing it to keep it at bay. The measures necessary to repel the great disaster were already being relayed to Yorna. So after this, Albert, but is it all right for your excellency to just casually stick round at this place? Vincent, it is of no importance. To the words of an Albert tilting his head, Vincent responded quietly. It was his role to transmit the plan to Yorna and persuade her. In return, Vincent had to carry out the role as Vincent would. Therefore, Vincent, that move has already been made. The move that should be made as Vincent Valatia, Emperor of Valatia. Translation notes. 1. In the original text, the Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. In Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, can express the idea of a group extending to something, or something being connected to something else. As such, there's a possible second meaning in the text here about this great disaster being connected to the Witch of Envy. Arc 7, Chapter 59, Tarita Shadrach. Machine translated by Archbishop Bruceff, proofread by Archbishop Spritanen, I3 Laid Dragon Eternitishak Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Maskbook Ice Art Sources, Applefresh 379. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality. This is expected to have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. A proper, higher quality translation for this chapter is in the works by our team, so if you would prefer to wait for it, then feel free to check back at a later date, keeping an eye out on our social media for updates. Hey, Tarita, I was chosen to be a stargazer, and I have a commandment to fulfill. The one to confide in Tarita was another of the people of Shadrach, Merieli. All Shadrachians were born and raised in the Budam jungle, and that was where their lives would come to an end. Hence, all the fellow villagers in the settlement were like family, and Merieli was no exception to that. For Tarita, however, Merieli was a special and close friend. The reason for this was that she and Tarita had been born on the same day, soul sisters who had raised their birth cry in the same place. A belief of the Shadrach was that the souls of children born on the same day were connected. The connection was considered stronger than the one between one's mother and sisters. They were treated as the very half of themselves. It was an ancient Shadrach custom that soul sisters were connected by a deep and profound bond. Kuna and Holly were likewise soul sisters, having been born on the same day. When thinking of the friendship between those two, the existence of a bond that transcended that of blood could be keenly understood. The beautiful Shadrach, the woman named Merieli, her black hair dyed a pink color at the ends, was Tarita's soul sister. She was gentle and calm, someone with good chemistry with Tarita, the latter someone anxious and shy. Tarita also consulted her soul sister about her real sister often. She would ask her to listen to her anxieties and her lack of confidence in her ability to support her older sister, who would eventually take over as chieftain of the tribe. Any conflicts or embarrassing insecurities she had, she could naturally confide in Merieli. So when Merieli told her she had a secret to disclose, Tarita was happy to be asked for advice, feeling compelled to repay her trust. And so she spoke. She had been chosen as a stargazer, bestowed with a commandment to fulfill. Merieli, to fulfill the commandment is a stargazer's important role. It's a great honor, Tarita. Tarita, well, I don't understand. What are the heavens telling you, Merieli? Merieli, it's not the heavens, Tarita, it's the stars who tell us. The stars assign us a role to play. A very, very important role, in fact. I wasn't going to tell anyone, but Tarita, Merieli, you are my soul sister. Looking over to the smiling Merieli and her trust, Tarita was unable to say anything. It was merely a topic that her soul sister, Merieli, had confided in Tarita, trusting her. The thought of revealing it to anyone but herself was not one that Tarita possessed. Besides, that sort of thing which seemed like an obsession could quickly be forgotten as a passing delusion. It was truly a passing delusion that really did not need to be taken seriously. By believing this, Tarita averted her eyes from the matter of Marieli. But changes manifested themselves, slowly but surely becoming anomalies. And then, one day, when Tarita and Maiselda returned from hunting, Marieli, who was taking care of the village children, was singing an unfamiliar song. That was bizarre. The people of Shudrak in the village could be split into two roles. One of those was the role of the hunter, those who left the settlement and made it their profession to hunt prey. Maiselda, Tarita, and many other Shadrakians belonged to this group. The role of the others was that of a guardian who would stay in the village, raising the children and defending the settlement. Marieli, she belonged to those with the role of guardian. Her hunting skills never improved. Her ability was so ruinous that should she draw the bow, she would miss all shots out of 100. However, she was an excellent cook and seamstress, and her strong points were in singing songs and telling stories of the past to the children. Henceforth, it was not surprising that Marieli was singing. Marieli was an excellent singer, and at feasts, everyone would beg her to sing. Tarita, on the other hand, was useless at most of a guardian's duties, and was not very good at singing either. Truly, the two were halves of one person, or else they would not be able to fulfill one whole individual's worth of work. And yet, Maiselda, I can't remember hearing Marieli's song before. Tarita, sister, Maiselda. But it's a good song, pleasant. Stopping to listen to the same song, Maiselda paid no mind to the abnormality. The same went for the others, Kuna and Holly. They all noticed that Marieli was singing a song they did not recognize, but they did not think twice as to its significance. Only Tarita was fearful and apprehensive about the source of the song. It was Marieli who had spoken of the stars having informed her of the role she should perform, such as the commandment. Surely she would not say that even that song had been taught by the stars. Marieli. No, Tarita, that's a misunderstanding. I didn't learn it from the stars. I just sang a song I already knew. Tarita, you know the song Marieli. Yes, I know the song, not personally though. Another stargazer does, Tarita. I don't understand what that means. It was not the answer Tarita had feared. In a way, however, Marieli's answer had gone beyond what Tarita had feared. This stargazer remark was proof that she had not forgotten the tall tale that had come out of her mouth. It was proof that the fantasy still perdured. No, it was proof that it was getting worse. However, due to Tarita not understanding anything of what she spoke on the subject of stargazers, Marieli made a lonely face. Because it had seemingly betrayed her trust, Tarita agonized due to something impossible for her to understand. After that, the honeymoon period with Marieli's stargazer continued. She would spend her days demonstrating unfamiliar knowledge, singing unfamiliar songs, telling unfamiliar stories, and fulfilling an unfamiliar commandment. It was a Marieli that Tarita did not know. Always, she would discuss everything with Marieli. There had never been a time in her life when Tarita did not seek Marieli's advice on a decision. The same was true for Marieli, even regarding her daughter's name. Yet Marieli's attention was always on the sky, seemingly prioritizing something other than the people of Shudrak, something aside from Tarita and her daughter. Her life slowly and gradually became trapped by the stars, bound by the commandment. Someone who was not a star, was placing wisdom in her. Suspecting this, Tarita had even attempted to indirectly pry around her surroundings. However, with her role as guardian, she never left the village. There was no opportunity for her to gain knowledge of the outside world. It was really as if the stars were whispering to her. Tarita, are you the one who's misleading Marieli? Looking up at the night sky, she inquired to the stars that could be seen through the gaps in the treetops. The stars that spoke to Marieli, however, did not speak to Tarita, to whom she was connected by soul. Unfamiliar knowledge, the songs no one had ever heard, a commandment one must fulfill. Tarita, give me my soul sister back. Drawing her bowstring with force, Tarita took aim at the brightest star in the night sky. As soon as she released the string, a sharp arrow roared up into the night sky, and naturally, it fell down aimlessly, not hitting anything. The stars refused to acknowledge even Tarita's rebellious will. The stars did not speak. They did not hand down commandments. Then, what exactly had changed Marieli? She could not understand it. She did not even know who she should let hear this lament. All the troubles and sufferings that she could not express had been heard by Marieli. Then, who should she turn to listen to her worries and sufferings caused by Marieli? She was certain that her older sister would not comprehend. Her older sister was strong and composed. That she could dwell on anything or stand still was inconceivable. Besides, the horror of confiding in her older sister was larger than that of just not being understood. The current Marieli was antithetical to the teachings and to the way of life of the people of Shadrach. Would Miselda, now the chieftain of the tribe, approve of that? Or was it possible that she would banish Marieli from the village because of her dangerous ideas? Some had been driven away from the tribe in the past, unable to return to the jungle ever again. She did not want to lose sight of Marieli, even if now Marieli had changed from the one whose soul Tarita's own had been connected with. Therefore, Tarita kept her anguish bottled up within her chest for a long time. And then, Marieli. What should I do, Tarita? I'm a stargazer, and then the incident of that day, the same as the nightmares she saw every night, truly began. Sensing the change in the state of the battle, everyone on the battlefield began acting in their own way. As the situation was irreversible, no one was falling behind, their faces alert as a result of their nerves being on edge. The great disaster raged on, the rampaging shadows engulfing and consuming the surroundings, chipping away, magnifying demise. However, none of those who had steeled their hearts to resist the disaster faltered. That was the hard-earned reward of those who had overcome the very first obstacle. There was a condition for mounting a challenge on the great disaster. They had to be warriors. That meant that they must possess the strength to fight. Simultaneously, it also meant that they must possess a heart able to oppose it. If either strength or heart were lacking, one could not stand on the battlefield as a warrior. Conversely, as long as one could prove that they held both of those, there would be no other obstacles in their path to challenge the great disaster. Louis, Yuao. Raising a soundless voice, with clenched teeth Louis continued evading the shadow's onslaught. She had neither any attachment nor a connection to Chaos Flame, no stake in whether the city would be destroyed or not. If the city were to disappear, it would not bother her in the slightest. Albeit she appeared young and frail, she was endeavoring her utmost to survive the great disaster, but for other reasons. If that conferred Louis with strength, with heart, no one had the right to hold her back. And that was not limited to only Louis. Medium, wielding a barbarian sword with her small frame. Al, holding the Tao against his own neck. Kafma, mobilizing all the power of the insects within his body. And the residents of Demon City, one of their eyes ablaze. All those held a determination to not retreat against the great disaster equal to that of Louis. Each of them had their own, different reasons for taking on the great disaster that was destroying the Demon City. For those that had made it past this first hurdle, the great disaster behaved in a simple manner, and despite its danger, it was not too complicated to deal with. The great disaster was not a living thing. That was the greatest factor. The great disaster was no longer a disaster of that nature. Instead, it could be said that it was a phenomenon of destruction itself. Shadows that chipped away at everything they came in contact with, an amorphous figure, bubbling and writhing, that did not allow one to be sure an attack had been successful. However, that was all there was to it. Al, it doesn't even have the brains to respond to our attacks or to change the way it acts. Running across the battlefield using debris as footing, Al stared intensely at the great disaster while issuing directions to those around him. Although there was no way to erase the panic leaking from the core of his body, via a show of bravado, and with his grasp on the situation, he was able to give his mind some respite. Respite for Al to think. The behavior of the great disaster was, to put it simply, predictable. It would shake off or absorb anything that drew near, and would wriggle and engulf its surroundings to cause further damage, were it to go undisturbed. However, the defensive forces, Al included, would not permit the great disaster to proliferate further. By driving attacks in, or by dispelling its attention from the goal of the overflowing shadows through becoming bait themselves, they would generate a pause on its engorgement, wasting its time. Repeatedly. Had the great disaster been a living being, it would have learned, taken in how to react, and change the tide of the battle. Or else it could have brought forth a change of its behavior because of emotional aggravation, which certainly should have generated a change in the course of the battle. But because that did not come to pass, even this fighting force was able to hold it back, albeit barely. However, Yorna, all of you, get ready to move back. With a single stomp, the earth shattered, and the billowing shockwave split the great disaster's gargantuan body in twain. Of course, not long after that the great disaster squirmed, quickly reverting to its original state. But it was the absolute suppressive ability of the demon city's mistress that allowed her to inflict a discernible level of damage. The one who had performed that deed, Yorna Mishigya, her thick-soled guitar producing loud sounds, blocked the shadows which came surging forth like waves of the rough seas, as if to sweep the earth and everything on it away. Medium, Yorna-chan. Yorna, stand down. Though it is frustrating, we'll do as that man says. Medium, you mean Abelchin. As they conversed amidst the storm, Yorna's slender jaw went up and down in a nod in response to Medium's question. Her almond eyes regarded a handsome man wearing an Oni mask, standing atop a hill overlooking the battlefield. Even if he did not have the ability to join the fight, he was not running away, still present, perhaps because of some pride. In any case, the plan he had elaborated via the perceptions circling in his mind had been conveyed to Yorna, and she had adopted it as her plan of action. Then, Yorna, I'll allow this city to be swallowed up, and then I'll blow it up from within. Aside from this, there's no other way to nip the buds of that disaster causing this debauchery. Kafma, can you do it? Yorna, if one castle isn't enough, then it's just a matter of using one city. But if that's not enough, then I'll have to be made Empress Consort and use the country. Kafma, as one of his retainers, I must admonish you firmly for such a thing. Having heard Yorna's plan, Kafma yelled at her, red-faced due to her unnecessary comment. Still, the honest warrior of the insect cage tribe changed his expression at once and nodded his head in assent with an understood. That was probably because he had realized that Yorna's decision to abandon her city was a choice that brought pain akin to cutting her own body. Kafma's short answer falling upon her ears, Yorna's eyes were cast downwards slightly, followed by a charming, delicate smile. Yorna, there's no need for your concern. With me and those who love me, a city like this can be established. Me and them both have that solace. Yorna, putting her hand on her chest and stating as much, had no objection. In fact, just how much power the ace up Yorna's sleeve would demonstrate was unclear, but he fully understood that, aside from it, there was nothing else that could tip the scales against the great disaster, right now. Henceforth, Medium, we're all gonna have to fight our way back together, as fast as we can. Those brief words asserted by Medium were the cue for the final gambit in the battle of the Demon City to be carried out. The nightmare she had every night started on one chilly night, under a moon pale and freezing cold. After professing to be a stargazer, Merieli had gotten to the point where she was revealing unknown knowledge. Her brethren did not care where this knowledge came from, but Tarita's fears grew day by day. However, she could not disclose the anguish she carried to anyone. Merieli had never told anyone aside from Tarita that she had become a stargazer. Not because of self-interest, but rather because of the simple bonds between the two. There were vows and secrets, which were only exchanged between fellow soul sisters. Kuna and Holly, who both had a strong sense of belonging to the Shudrak, certainly also had their own secrets, which they had not told their other brethren. In Merieli's case, that would be her role as a stargazer, which she had confided to Tarita. Plus, it was nigh unthinkable that a soul sister would let slip a secret, confided with such faith, to others. And thus, Tarita's anguish continued to gnaw at her heart, unable to share it with anyone else. However, those days would come to an abrupt end in a way she had not conceived. That would be Merieli. What should I do, Tarita? I'm a stargazer, and yet Merieli's words came as a shock to Tarita, who became so stunned that she was unable to move. Because what had come out of her mouth were not merely her frail laments, but also fresh, red blood, which drenched the front of her chest. Her body had not been healthy to begin with. The reason she had toiled as a guardian instead of a hunter was not just down to her inexperience in hunting skills, but also the frailness of her body. Back when she was a kid, she would often be bedridden due to illness. But as she got older and those bouts grew less common, Everyone must have let their guards down, assuming everything with her would certainly be all right. And despite that, the demon of ill health had been slowly gnawing into her very core to a point of no return. Marieli kept puking up blood over and over again, her face white as a sheet. Anyone could clearly see that her body was growing more haggard by the day and that the light of her life was starting to flicker out. Thus, the rest depends on Marieli's willpower, Tarita. Tarita, big sister, spend some time with Marieli until her last. That's the duty of a soul sister. Making her drink an infusion, Maiselda left those words behind which weighed on Tarita. The duty of a soul sister that felt just like a commandment spoken to her by her big sister, no different to that of the heavens, saying that she must carry it out. Other Shadrakians who had known Marieli for a while, such as Kuna and Harley, each exchanged some words with her. They then took their leave, leaving behind a few words for Tarita. Everyone understood that this was their last chance to talk to Marieli, and the one who would see Marieli's end with her own eyes would be none other than Tarita, her soul sister, who had been born on the same day as her, but would die on a different one. Ma, Marieli's young daughter, who still could not comprehend what was going on, clutched her mother's hand and softly rubbed her own cheek against hers. Prompted by their surroundings, mother and child finished their last farewell without a semblance of understanding. A farewell between an innocent daughter who held no doubts in her belief that she would see her again tomorrow, and her mother who lay on her deathbed. Marieli, good night. Marieli finished giving her farewells to her waving child, as well as to her brethren who had spoken to her in turn. Now faced with her own death was something special. There was no doubt that Marieli, who Tarita believed in and loved, was strong at her core. However, Marieli, what should I do, Tarita? I still haven't fulfilled my commandment, and yet, Tarita, Marieli, I still haven't finished it. Why me? As soon as she was left alone with Tarita, the tension broke audibly. Marieli's face turned even paler than it had been. What she was worried about was not death looming before her, nor the future of her child, but rather something incomprehensible like the whispers of the stars. Marieli's eyes were filled with tears as she despaired, wondering why. But Tarita was the one who despaired first, even before her tears and expression. Tarita, why you're still going on about that? Marieli, Tarita, commandments or whatever, nothing of the sort exists. Absolutely not. You're Marieli of Shadrach. There's nothing more to it than that. What more do you want than that? Live as a Shadrachian, die as a Shadrachian. That should have been the most important thing, the biggest priority. So what needed to be done in order for Marieli, one of the Shadrachs, to die as one, was Marieli, meaning for having been born. Tarita, meaning. Marieli, that's what I want. Marieli's words, which even at a time like this saw worth in the commandment, pierced through Tarita. Born like a Shadrachian, live like a Shadrachian, die like a Shadrachian. Upon being asked what could she desire further, she replied by telling her she desired the meaning of being born. She had a daughter. She had Tarita. She had the Shadrach. And yet she said she desired meaning. In that very instant, she, Marieli, had renounced the blood flowing through her, dismissing it as meaningless. She had betrayed her blood and declared that she found worth in the whispers of the stars, which were nothing but a sham of all things. This kind of betrayal was one very difficult to forgive, as far as Tarita was concerned. So for that reason, Tarita, enough already. Marieli, Tarita, I'm your soul sister. How can you even speak about the meaning of being born in front of me? As if she were saying she couldn't bear to hear any more of this, Tarita displayed her intentions using her cold blade. She had drawn out a dagger, its tip quietly pointed against Marieli's pale throat. Tarita hoped Marieli would be brought back to her senses, making her withdraw her words with how sharp and frigid the blade was. Naturally, it could be that these threats would not get through to Marieli, given she was on death's doorstep. However, Tarita could not conceive of any other way. Henceforth only this method remained. Even so, that was the greatest mistake Tarita had made in her life. Marieli, right, Tarita, I had you. Tarita, ha, her face white as a sheet. Marieli focused on Tarita. The hue of her eyes seemed different from what Tarita had ever known of Marieli, and that made her body tense up. That very instant proved to be a fatal one. For Marieli. Tarita, Marieli. Marieli's thin hand pressed firmly over Tarita's, pushing down the blade pointed at herself. Tarita immediately tried to resist, but was prevented from doing so due to her momentary confusion and by how atypically strong Merieli felt. The blade was one that opposed the thick pelts of beasts. With how sharp it was honed, the blade sliced through Merieli's body like it was water, shedding blood. There came a sickening sound along with a sickening sensation. There she knew that the tip of her dagger had fatally torn into Merieli's chest. Tarita, we need to get you patched up immediately. Merieli, no, Tarita. You have a role to play, Tarita. Please stop saying these foolish things. This isn't the time for that, Merieli. Listen to me, Tarita, HK. She uttered a scream that felt like she was spewing up blood. No, she literally was spewing up blood. Her chest had been torn into by the dagger, the light of her life growing ever dimmer by the moment. However, Merieli's arm would not let Tarita go. As blood foamed from the corner of her mouth, her eyes bored into Tarita. Clinging to her life, which she was about to lose at any moment, she spoke while forcibly digging her nails into her, Merieli. After 1,000 nights have passed, you'll come across a traveler. Tarita, Merieli, this traveler is an ally of the great disaster that'll bring this land to ruin, so you must kill them, Tarita, Merieli, Merieli. Must kill them, Tarita, Merieli, Merieli. Her voice, filled with anguish and mixed with the coughing of blood, robbed Tarita's arms of their strength. But before she even knew it, Merieli's unbelievable strength fizzled out. That was when she should have stood up and called for someone. No, it was too late to do that. It was too late for everything. The Grim Reaper had already placed its fingers around Merieli's soul, and it was about to be taken away. Delaying that for even a second was mere wishful thinking. Merieli, a traveler with dark hair and dark eyes, kill them. Tarita, Merieli, stop the great disaster, Tarita. That's my duty, I can't fulfill it anymore, so please, Tarita, my soul sister, Tarita. Why you're still saying Tha? As she shed blood, Merieli used the last of her strength for this entreaty. And for that, for the very first time, Tarita hated her. All this time, Tarita had been desperately trying to keep her in check due to how they were connected in soul. And yet, she had ignored this altogether and brought that up in her very last moments. It was so despicable. Those words struck Tarita in her very heart. Hearing Tarita's tearful voice, Merieli's eyes flickered slightly. And just like that, strength ebbed away from Merieli's body, and her head slowly slumped down. Merieli. You, Tarita, Merieli, Merieli, Tarita, Merieli. At the very end, a weak hoarse breath escaped from her, and that was her last. There lay Merieli's body, limp and with no pulse, a dagger still stuck in her chest. Tarita remained stunned for a few seconds, then quickly ran out from the cabin in an attempt to call her big sister and the others. However, Tarita threw open the cabin door and tried to run off outside. However, she stopped in her tracks. Sitting there was a small silhouette that should not have been there. Perhaps she had been worried about her bedridden mother, or perhaps she had felt a bad hunch as a child would. Whichever one it was, the young girl, who had what it took to become an excellent hunter, had shown her qualities on a night in which she should never have done so, slipping past the eyes of the adults. The young girl, Utakata, was staring at Tarita, who was soaked in her mother's blood, shedding tears upon tears. The shadow of the great disaster rampaged on, and a cataclysmic earthquake fractured the demon city from the inside out. Yorna's decision reached all residents of the demon city, for each and every one of them to abandon the land that had become their home. A bitter decision had been made. For them, this was the very final place that had welcomed those with no other place to go, that had permitted them the freedom of not having to run and hide. The loss of all of this, how could one not lament it? However, Yorna, if there's life, I'll save it. For the sake of witnessing a new demon city with our own eyes, we must be quick, without delay. Since the mistress of the demon city, the last stronghold of the helpless, had announced it, the people believed that they could rally and rebuild their home. They started running, turning their backs to their land, the home they were accustomed to living in. Ruin engulfed, pulverized the demon city. The responsibility for that lay within the great disaster, its scale ever enlarging. The shadows it wielded grew in density, the wriggling jet-black mass swelling exponentially before their eyes. The increase in both its size and the number of shadows utilized going unchecked signified that the great disaster posed increased danger. As the area covered by the wave of destruction widened, the earth itself and the cityscape being gouged out, Yorna was astounded by the great efforts a certain meritorious person was undertaking to keep the human casualties at a minimum. Al. Lil, Miss Medium. Back off. That's enough. You won't make it if you stay there any longer as you are right now, Lil, Miss. Time to go. Medium, a tilde, so frustrating, but thank you. Trusting the judgment of Al, shouting so, Medium, carrying the barbarian sword, fled at once. A barrage of shadows shot out in pursuit of the young girl's back, which were blocked by a wall of thorns of vine that sprang out from the side, allowing the girl, whose petite body had played the perilous role of a decoy, to escape. Al, thanks for the save, and Tenebro. But it's about time you, Kafma, about time. Are you going to tell me to retreat? If so, then I, Kafma Urulux, will not listen to such talk. Al, no, I do consider you a character who'd say that, but I really mean it. Kafma, what are you trying to say? Al, whatever. Shrugging his shoulders, Al shook his head loosely at Kafma's angry bellow. As a result of going without Kafma's support, the battle against the great disaster would have been much more precarious. Although Al was grateful for his assistance, his hot-headed disposition was annoying. Anyway, Al, Fox babe. Yorna, I'm not pleased with the way you're calling me, but I got it. At the voice Al had cast her way, Yorna nodded in assent. From the center of the city to the outer gardens, the operation to withdraw from the great disaster had reached its climax. Yorna's decision to abandon the demon city had been made known, and the evacuation of a significant portion of the population had been completed. Just as they had decided, they would then let that which had swallowed the demon city, the great disaster, feel its retribution. If only there were some mistake about it, and there was no necessity for that. Yorna, is there perhaps a lingering attachment, the great disaster suddenly reaching its limit, collapsing and vanishing beginning from its edges, or a weak point being suddenly exposed, allowing an attack just on that one spot? Such convenient miracles would not happen. They understood it without a hitch. The great disaster was a calamity that would continue on inexhaustibly. Were it to go unstopped, it would not cease with the demon city alone. Much, much more would be caught up in its destruction. To prevent this, they must sacrifice their precious demon city. Yorna, closing her eyes, for nary a moment, she hesitated, regrets flashing through her mind. Even in the history of the ability called the soul marriage technique, Yorna's own was unique. In essence, the mass of souls that an individual was able to carry made no difference whatsoever, no matter how big the difference between them was. However, Yorna, because of certain circumstances, was in possession of a soul thousands of times more voluminous than others. It was not a power she desired. If she were upfront about it, she even wished to relinquish it. It had been useful in getting the position she was currently in, but she had not anticipated that an opportunity in which she was required to make use of it would come knocking. No, rather, it should be stated that she had avoided thinking about it. Hence why it had taken her so long to make a decision when the time came. And that, Yorna, that man. Having been seen through by him, Yorna looked over her shoulder at the figure of a man wearing an Oni mask, watching on in the distance. Standing in the outer gardens of the demon city, a place that could no longer escape destruction, the man with his arms crossed did not waver in the slightest. Perhaps his emotionless gaze was because he regarded the sacrifices necessary to halt the great disaster as a foregone conclusion. Even so, the fact that he had stayed there unmoving to see the conclusion with his very eyes was perhaps the way of the man to display humanity to Yorna, urging her to make a decision. Al, HK, that idiot. A moment later, as she resolved to give her all to her opponent, the great disaster, Yorna's eardrums were struck by the sound of cursing. Turning towards its origin, then seeing that it had been Al, and following the gaze from behind his mask directed to the great disaster, Yorna understood what he was swearing at. A small body kept bouncing all around the great disaster, kicking debris and keeping it in check. Louise. Her golden hair dancing, her white attire stained with dirt and dust, her shoulders heaving up and down heavily, her whole body drenched in sweat, the girl continued mounting an assault against the great disaster. Louis's goal was merely one: to find the black-haired boy who had been right where the great disaster had sprung. Yorna, that child. Because she had not found the means to rescue him, Yorna had agonized while coming to this conclusion. It was equally as painful as abandoning the demon city, or perhaps even more, bringing pain akin to cutting her body. Once this plan came to fruition, what would happen to what the great disaster had absorbed? Perhaps if that were returned, the black-haired boy would be included. But Yorna knew that had a pup's chance to happen. For that reason, she also knew that Louis's dogged struggle would end in futility. Kafma, we have to bring that girl back. Al, you gotta be joking. Leave the brat alone. In the first place, she's Kafma. What about that girl? Al, she's at HK. Shouting at the sight of Louis bouncing about, Kafma glared at Al, showered by Kafma's sharp glare. The latter choked on his words, seemingly holding some thoughts on Louis. Yorna wanted to save Louis. As long as Louis's desire could not be fulfilled, Yorna wanted to at least save her life. Perhaps she would be happier if they died together. That was what Louis possibly desired from the boy absorbed by the darkness. Al, shit, for fuck's sake. Why do I gotta worry myself, stupid cause of her? I'm gonna resent you, bro. Shouting this wildly, Al started running with vigor that did not betray the tone of his voice. At his destination was Louis, constantly leaping from side to side against the great disaster. Louis was agile enough to not let that jet-black monster set its sights on herself, however. Al, I can see through you. Louis. Ah. Dodging the rain of debris, the aftermath of the Shadow's actions, pouring down on him, Al wrapped around Louis as if he knew how she would move, then snatched the girl's body in an underarm carry. With the two as they were, still grappling with each other, the pair narrowly avoided a storm of shadows aimed at them. Al had unbelievably protected the two in a close cut, just barely escaping the range of the attack. Louis. Ooh, yow. Ow. Al, go to sleep. Louis. Ook. All the while, Louis struggled about in Al's arm, trying desperately to reach out in the direction of the great disaster. However, Al drove a callous blow with the hilt of the dao, and Louis's head fell limp. And with that, Al lifted Louis's small body, then initiated a sprint, turning his back to the great disaster. Al, antenna. Kafma. It's Kafma Urulux. In response to his urgent call, Kafma's vines unfolded an escape route for the fleeing Al. The great disaster intensely pursued Al, attempting to corner him as he dashed towards the thorny shrub's path. However, while they produced a path for Al, the vines also created barriers to the great disaster. Al, carrying Louis, ran across the battlefield in a tremendous combination of offensive and defensive cover fire. Then, Abel, do it, Yorna Miss Higya. In a final move, a shout urging for decisive action was raised from behind, and Yorna thrust her hands out in front of herself. The gesture itself was meaningless, very much like when the castle was swallowed. It was merely a gesture for Yorna to make known how much she was willing to sacrifice in order to achieve this. Yorna, I do not love you. With those few words, unto the great disaster that had swallowed the majority of the demon city of Chaos Flame, Yorna's soul exploded. Its potency was certainly as if the very city had crashed down. The impact of the explosion produced something akin to a blast wave, and a tremendous gale blew the demon city up. Rocked by the shockwave, all that composed the demon city was broken, crushed, obliterated. Amidst all this, the great disaster at the nexus of the shockwave was engulfed by the destruction and was certainly likewise destroyed. With that, by a single blow unleashed in exchange for the city itself, the great disaster was negated. Abel, was it not enough? Amidst the unrelenting tempest and the lingering plumes of smoke, the voice of a quiet man echoed. Realizing that this was the voice of a man who never turned away, even in a situation where nobody could help but face down, Yorna, her body losing strength, held her breath. It had suffered a blow into which she put her utmost, yet nevertheless, the presence of wriggling darkness remained on the opposite side of the columns of smoke. It had connected, but it was not sufficient. This end result made her grind her molars. Yorna, ah. Before she resolved to take action to paint over her disappointment, Yorna's voice escaped her. The reason was simple. Something had acted faster than she did. However, the inextinguishable embers of the great disaster were not that something. That Yorna, Tanza, had been the small figure of a deer girl leaping out of the blown-up inn's basement. Utakata, who saw it, Ma stabbed herself with Tar's hands. The testimony of Utakata, Merieli's daughter, the young child who had witnessed the whole affair, was the deciding factor. Merieli's body had been pierced by Tarita's dagger. The latter did not even make any attempts to wipe off the blood she was drenched in. To anyone's eyes, this horrifying spectacle would appear as if Tarita had murdered Merieli. However, Merieli's daughter of all people disproved this view, annulling Tarita's disgrace. Killing their own kin disgraced their soul, forbidding them to return to the same soil as the spirits of their ancestors. That was which the Shudrak abhorred above all else, the disgrace of the Shudrak. Yudhakara's testimony denied this suspicion. Additionally, Miselda, the way she was stabbed. If Tarita had stabbed her, she would have aimed for a spot that wouldn't have brought suffering. It wasn't my sister's doing. The way the blade had pierced the body, and even more importantly, the location of the wound. With just one glance, Miselda was able to determine that Merieli had stabbed herself. The same thing was also noticed by other, more perceptive than average Shadrakians, those among the most perceptive. Those who were not were convinced by Miselda's verdict. They did not conclude that the chieftain, Miselda, was trying to cover for her biological younger sister, Tarita. Rather, it was the opposite. Only Miselda had never attempted to defend Tarita, not because of a lack of sisterly affection, but because Miselda was a Shadrakian among Shadrakians. Their strong Shudrak blood was the basis for Miselda's judgment. It was decided that Tarita was not at fault, and that Merieli, having taken the dagger from the former, had committed suicide using it. Perhaps in an attempt to escape the agony of her illness, or perhaps to leave her death in her own hands rather than the demon of ill health's hand. From the Shudrak's point of view, the latter option would have been seen in a better light. But Tarita, let Merieli die. It was none other than Tarita herself who did not see it that way. Tarita had drawn her dagger to shut Merieli's mouth, to prevent her from speaking words she wished not to hear, to prevent her from leaving any more curses behind. Without Tarita's imprudence, then, Merieli would not have died in such a manner. And above all, Tarita, a commandment. On the verge of death, Merieli made Tarita listen to the commandment bestowed upon herself. Until then, Merieli had never explained the slightest thing about the contents of the commandment to Tarita, although she had told the latter it had been handed down to her. Only on her deathbed did she let Tarita hear it for the first time. Tarita, great disaster. The commandment was to avoid destruction, and that destruction was the great disaster, so had Merieli explained. The implementation of countermeasures to prevent it was Merieli's commandment. Tarita, a traveler with dark hair and dark eyes. Would there truly be a thing such as a traveler who would appear 1,000 nights from the present? How could the death of the traveler stave off destruction large enough to even be called a great disaster? But until the very end, Merieli had believed in the commandment, in a stargazer's duty. Going without fulfilling it wholly made her feel as far as her life had been meaningless. Tarita, that it was meaningless. That it was absurd, was something Tarita could assert without doubt. How many times had Merieli's words, Merieli's kindness, been salvation to her? Due to her existence, Tarita had been spared from being crushed by the inferiority complex she held towards her own elder sister, worthy of bearing the name Shudrak. Devoid of her support, Tarita would not exist as she did this day. This, too, was Merieli's achievement. Tarita would not permit anyone to state that it had been meaningless. Above all, Merieli had Yudhakara, the child she gave birth to after a painful pregnancy. Tarita, I won't let anyone say that all of it was meaningless. Biting her teeth with force, she raised her eyes to the night sky. The sky replete of heavenly stars had not changed. They did not confer Tarita with any of their teachings. Of course not. The stars spoke not. Merieli's mind was trapped within a delusion. Even so, even if she had sought salvation in that delusion, even if she had sworn a vow. Tarita, these stars or whatever, I wish they would shatter. Simultaneously with directing her hatred towards the night sky, however, Tarita beseeched this. As Merieli had whispered, a traveler would come to the forest. Merieli's soul, ruled by despair and regret, would continue to wander, unable to finally join with their ancestors' spirits. Without severing that despair and regret, her soul sister would not meet redemption. What had happened in those final moments was a secret that the still young Yudhakara could not know. It was a secret that even blood relatives should not meddle with, only soul sisters should. Tarita, surely my arrow would shoot the traveler dead, severing Merieli from her lingering attachments. For that end, she waited and waited and waited without end for the traveler's visit, and finally, One day, Tarita drew her bow at the sight of her much-awaited traveler, Subaru, Ram. The shot set loose from the bow drawn tight missed its target, and the dark-haired, dark-eyed traveler leapt to the protection of the girl at his side. Having fixed her aim towards his heart, Tarita's heart sprung mightily as she clenched her molars. After 1,000 nights, a black-haired traveler had made their appearance in the forest. Struck by a shock akin to her heart being frozen over, Tarita knocked an arrow to her bow and became a hunter. Calmly, coolly, the tip of the arrow was steadied, aimed at its target. But her soul was bellowing in fiery applause. Bellowing, 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 it was bellowing. The moment the deer girl jumped out, all sound vanished from the world. The tremendous shockwave just before that, with the great disaster at its center, caused the world to literally shake, the force blowing the very city itself away in a violent explosion, holding the energy to stamp out the great disaster. Their entire bodies were engulfed in the violent winds of the shock. It was enough for them to hold the conviction that any existence engulfed in a shockwave thousands, tens of thousands of times more powerful than this one, would be shattered into pieces. However, overpowering even that conviction, the great disaster survived this destruction. Though it could not be said that to be alive and well, Tarita, having become a bystander, aware that she was shaking as she knelt on one knee, sensed the presence of the great disaster having escaped annihilation from beyond the plume of smoke. Louis, Medium, Al, the people of the city, they were watching this desperate resistance. Unable to decide how she should be, unable to confront the commandment she had continuously been controlled by, and recollecting Marieli's face, stained with the color of blood, Tarita was unable to move in the face of the great disaster. Everyone carried out their own role, leaving the worthless Tarita behind. Just as Yorna Miss Higya, the ruler of the city, struck a blow at the expense of her beloved city. Just as the deer girl, seeing that the blow was insufficient, jumped out of her hiding place. Tanza, running fiercely, her right eye alight, was the girl in a kimono, the messenger who had made her appearance at the inn. At the destination of the girl who had introduced herself as Tanza was the great disaster on the other side of the fluttering plume of smoke. Tarita did not understand just what in the world she was going to do. However, Yorna don't. Reprimanding her shaking legs, Tarita understood Tanza's aim and resolved by chance upon hearing Yorna's reaction, screaming towards the back of the girl running past. Tanza was risking her own life to challenge the great disaster by means of some technique. Yorna, with a guess as to what she was doing, and because of her love for the girl, tried to stop her. But to stop the young girl would mean missing a golden opportunity to destroy the great disaster, whose movements had been arrested by a single blow with the demon city as a sacrifice. Or perhaps, if Yorna, one of the 9 divine generals, was so inclined, she may be able to perform the clincher against the great disaster and drive it away in some other fashion. But was that really true? Tarita, HK. Cursing herself for trying to harbor such wishful thinking, Tarita gasped quietly. Casting her sight to her surroundings, Tarita longed for the means to change the situation, for a chance to make a move. She even hoped that someone other than herself would take action. However, the wreckage of the blown debris and the people who were tossed and scattered by those had no strength left to deal with this situation. Only Tarita did. Only Tarita, who had hesitated to participate in the frantic offensive, trying to weather the passing of the storm, was in possession of options at this point. And then Abel, Tarita. Tarita turned her gaze at the faint call and saw the figure of a man standing up on a hill. Abel, blood flowing from within his Oni mask, his dark eyes looked fixedly at Tarita. Rather than utilizing language, he silently pointed his finger towards the heavens. To look to the sky was not what he was conveying. Abel indicated the heavens, or rather the stars. Namely, the commandment. Being told to choose, Tarita was forced to make a decision. Tarita, the blood-stained Marieli's final moments, and the commandment to kill the dark-haired, dark-eyed traveler were resurrected within her mind. Were she to execute it, they would escape the great disaster. Marieli's soul would be freed from its shackles. Consequently, Tarita quietly, and without hesitation, drew an arrow from her quiver, and putting it on her bow, took aim. It was a hunting procedure she had repeated thousands upon thousands of times. It transformed Tarita from a frightened, bewildered, and foolish girl who was unable to do her job into a hunter. If she were told something as high and mighty as to choose a method to save the world with, this would be how she would elect to do it. All along, Tarita's answer to the proposition of the heavens, to the whispers of the stars, had long since been decided. In other words, Tarita, I don't even know what sort of thing a commandment is. The bowstring was released, and the nocked arrow flew furiously through the air, cutting through the wind. And it did not miss its mark, as it pierced the leg of a tall woman who was about to get up and break into a run. With a startled cry, the woman fell forward and stumbled over. Impatience and surprise etched on her white face. The woman reached out her hand in grief, raising her voice. Even in a world where all sound had vanished, Tarita understood very well that this voice was calling out the name of the girl pushing onwards towards the great disaster. Even so, she had made her choice. Disobeying the commandment entrusted to her soul sister, she allowed the young girl to achieve her greatest wish, pushing on to stake her life. Tanza, Yorna-sama, kicking off the ground, just before she burst into the opposite side of the cloud of smoke, the girl's lips invoked that name with loving devotion. And then her petite body was swallowed up by the great disaster that awaited her beyond the wisp of smoke, a monumental second shock. An extreme explosion comparable to the demon city's own blew the great disaster away this time. Arc 7, Chapter 60, The Planting of a Tumultuous Seedling. Machine translated by Archbishop Bruceff, proofread by Archbishop Spritanen, I3 laid Dragon Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Maskbook Ice Art Sources, Pabo Bingu Pasby. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality. This is expected to have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. A proper, higher quality translation for this chapter is in the works by our team, so if you would prefer to wait for it, then feel free to check back at a later date, keeping an eye out on our social media for updates. Vincent, Yorna Mishigya must abdicate the demon city in an attempt to destroy the great disaster. The soul marriage technique might succeed in this, but there is no guarantee. Tanza, supposing the demon city were offered, and it's not enough. Vincent, if that does come to pass, the great disaster with no way to stop it shall threaten to engulf the entire empire, or perhaps even more, spreading outside its borders, with the demon city as its epicenter. Tanza, Vincent, Tanza, Yorna-sama will not approve of giving up this city. Vincent, this is not a situation for sentimentality. Regardless of whether you want it or not, the city shall be abandoned. In the first place, it is not up to me to persuade you to do so. Tanza, you believe he can convince Yorna-sama. Vincent, if he cannot, everything shall turn to dust. If he must, he shall undertake it. That is the type of person he is. He has maintained that way of being since forever. Tanza, I don't understand. If you know that much and are so sure about him, what do you want from me? Vincent, you should already be aware of what I intend. You are young, but you are in a position to be utilized plenty by the ruler of the demon city. Tanza, Vincent, in case the great disaster is not destroyed, Yorna Mishigya shall suffer tremendously. The demon city shall be used against a great disaster that is yet to develop fully, but if that does not suffice, Tanza, I, Vincent, Tanza, Yorna-sama, for Yorna Mishigya's sake, the most magnificent among all, a lady akin to a compassionate mother, for that far-away love I am to die a martyr's death, I assume. Vincent, it is a grand undertaking. Tanza, I do not need consolation nor compliments, except Yorna-sama's tears. Yorna, don't. Tanza ran with Yorna's voice behind her, the latter reaching out her hand, shouting with a pained expression on her face. Pitching forward, Tanza nimbly kicked the ground, her right eye blazing red, her young body filled with strength that even heavily armored imperial soldiers would be unable to match. She was no exceptional fighter, nor did she excel in magic or special techniques. Still, no one could stop her current self. The reason for that was that she was aware of being loved by Yorna, more loved than anyone else was. She supported Yorna by her side, was given affection, spoken to, helped, thought of, prayed for. To love Yorna and to be loved by Yorna were the necessary qualifications to receive the maximum benefits of the soul marriage technique, yet Tanza's love for Yorna was not out of self-interest. One may perhaps say that love requested not in return, speaking with a know-it-all look. However, Tanza believed in that. She believed that the feeling of loving someone was in itself a reward. The thought of that person and the beating of their heart was the reward for love. Then Tanza had to reciprocate it, with all of her little body, in return for what she had received. That was exactly, Tanza, the reason why I was given this life. The first time Tanza was granted audience with Yorna, having been driven away from someplace else, she was far too young, concealed behind her kind older sister's back, unable to do anything besides looking up towards Yorna and her dignified conduct. But for the first time in her life, she had been promised that she could live her days without being threatened by anyone. Believing in that promise, she had thoughts more than fleeting about spending her days with her older sister. The second time she was granted audience with Yorna, having had her older sister stolen by horrible things, Tanza snapped at Yorna in desperation. However, Yorna did not reproach her. On the contrary, she listened sincerely to Tanza's pleas and even helped to avenge her lost sister's death, even if she would be stigmatized as a rebel in return. Why should she not love her, a kind person who had given so much love and compassion to Tanza priorly? She wept at the death of Tanza's older sister, regretted being unable to keep her promise, and apologized to Tanza. Why should she not love her? Tanza. In front of her, she could observe a horrifying, writhing black mass of stagnation gathering behind a plume of smoke. The city beloved by Yorna had been destroyed, and yet her stubborn persistence remained unshattered. Tanza was not intimidated by the darkness that made everyone wish to avert their gaze from itself. If fear was a reason to falter, then that was not what ruled Tanza's heart. Accordingly, Tanza jumped forward using the debris as footing, pushing headlong into the flickering great disaster. If she turned around, it would become a lingering attachment. She knew it would in turn become a curse. But Yorna, Tanza, hearing the one she loved calling out her name, Tanza's gaze was directed behind her back. There she saw Yorna lying on the ground, reaching out her hand. A single arrow had painfully pierced her leg. She understood that the person wielding a bow far away from her had been the one to perform that deed. Were it not for that arrow, Yorna would have rushed towards the great disaster, towards Tanza. Tanza was thankful to the arrow's shooter, as she could not have done anything as drastic as that. And then Tanza, Yorna-sama, her lips moved. Whether the words that followed reached Yorna or were inaudible, she would not know. However, in that moment, just like she did every day before sleeping, every time she woke up had she even the slightest of time, she offered a prayer. May you, my beloved, be in good health each and every day. The light blew away everything, white scorching the retina of all. As the light faded and the seared eyes gradually regained their capabilities, all beings witnessed the end of the demon city. The ground zero of the explosion had caved in, as if a circle had been gouged out, and at the center of the demon city, where the Crimson Lappy's castle should have been located, a titanic hole had been opened wide. It was as if a giant's arm had dug up the large pit, a literal mark that proved the existence of a fearsome entity that had swallowed up the entirety of the demon city. And the disaster, which had been defied by the forces of concerted battle, had vanished abruptly. It was the result of the trump card played by Yorna Mishigya, the mistress of the demon city, and all those who had participated in the battle knew that the final push had been performed by the little girl who had staked her life. In other words, we were saved by that girl. I am deplorable. A man so muttered as he peered into the bottom of the gaping hole, stretching out the vines of thorn he wielded Kafma Urulux. There was no falsehood. Probably those words were true from his heart. As typical of a warrior a cut above the rest, this honest young man who adhered to the philosophy of the empire reproached himself for having allowed others to correct his own shortcomings. And making it all the more aggravating was that a young girl's life had been spent to cover for that. Kafma, originally I am at odds with you and your people. Now that things have settled down, I see that the truce should end here and that we should turn towards that. Then you'll fight us. Kafma, we should not. Looking back at the big hole behind him, Kafma shook his head at the question. Facing Kafma was Medium, her barbarian sword, too large for her small frame, carried on her back. The query of the battered girl covered in mud was a shining ray of light, even amidst the devastation. That beautiful beam of light was what Kafma believed necessary to keep things from deteriorating. At any rate, the end result was that the demon city of Chaos Flame had been destroyed, and no building could be found standing straight. From here, the survivors' struggle to pull through would commence. Of course, Kafma's role as a general of the Empire was to deal with those refugees, and with Yorna Mishigya, who would lead them. Kafma, right now, I am traveling as the bodyguard for a very important person. First and foremost, I must give priority to meeting up with said individual. Everything else is trivial at this point. Medium, trivial, you say. I think putting it like that is awful. Kafma, and no, that's not what I meant. Receiving an objection for being unscrupulous, Kafma flinched slightly at Medium's barbs, but a somber voice called out to her just like Kafma, Lil Miss Medium, offering him some timely help. Looking toward them, slowly coming their way, was a one-armed figure. That's just that guy's own concern. He's saying he's got more important things to do, so he won't fight us. So let's settle it with that about right. Kafma, I cannot say anything myself. I will leave how you interpret that up to you. Hey, plenty of people like you around. You know, roundabout like you here, big bro. Shrugging his shoulders in exasperation, the one-armed man Al stood next to Medium. Looking up at him, Medium's eyes widened with an ah. And then, once she pointed at his face. Medium, Alchin, you actually managed to find your helmet. Al, yes, somehow. It was lying in the vicinity of where the inn was, so it was a blessing in disguise. I just needed to find it since I knew it wouldn't break. Medium, you mean it's tough? Al, yeah, I mean tough. No one in this world can break it. As he declared that, Al wrapped his fingers on the jet-black helmet he donned. Medium nodded her head with a really tilde. In reply, but Kafma shot a sharp look at Al, noticing the look in his eyes. Al tilted his head, asking, what do you want to do? Al, your opinion's that you don't want to fight us, right? Of course, same goes for us. Or perhaps I should say that we're all too worn out for that. Kafma, you directed us brilliantly during that battle earlier. Why did you know how the great disaster would move? Al, trade secret. If I don't tell you that, no truce. Kafma, no, I will not retract my statement. Shaking his head, Kafma responded to Al's answer with genuine sincerity. He then dusted off his tattered cloak with his hand, turning his back on both Al and Medium. He turned to what he had stated was a very important person. Kafma, I cooperated with you this time because of these developments, but you and I are enemies. Lest you reconsider, we will see each other on the battlefield. At that time, I will not stay my hand. Al, even if you didn't tell us that. Medium, same goes for us as well. Thanks for helping us. Kafma, I only did what I was supposed to do as a general of the Empire. With these words, Kafma spread his transparent wings across his sturdy back and flew away in one swift movement, the beating of his wings producing a loud noise. Medium and Al watched his back as he moved away, a cloud of dust and smoke enveloping him as he kicked up dust. As Kafma disappeared from sight, Medium, Alchin, thank you so much. Really, thanks. You saved my life. Al, well, it's a win-win situation. If it weren't for your persistence, that big thing's assault would have been much more lopsided. There would have been a lot more dead people. Medium, dead people. Hearing Al's answer, Medium gently lowered her eyes. Looking at Medium casting her gaze down with a heart-rending expression on her face, Al fiddled with the seams of his helmet's visor with his fingers and said, Al, I know you do know what I mean, and I know it's not much consolation, but if Tanza hadn't done that, we would have been wiped out, for sure. Medium, maybe, we could have tried harder. Al, nah, that way wouldn't have worked out. Experimenting with that went up in smoke. The dejected Al's words really made no sense to Medium. However, she would have been lying if she said it was not comforting. She understood that Al had said something for the sake of consoling Medium, so it was a genuine consolation. Medium, thanks, Alchin. Al, you're welcome. The words Al responded with once again made no sense to Medium. Have you finished settling your mind on what needs to be done, Yorna Mishigya? Yorna, is that you? Piles of rubble, the broken remains of buildings, and an unfathomably large hole had been created in the aftermath of the fierce battle. While Yorna stood on top of a hill, surveying the spectacle of scars that remained as a result of the demon city of Chaos Flame going to all-out war against the great disaster, a man appeared beneath her. Abel, his face hidden behind an Oni mask. inquired as to her feelings in a tone of voice audibly devoid of even a hint of emotion. Unhurriedly, Abel made his way through the rubble, desiring to see the same scene as Yorna. However, without inserting any emotion into his voice, he spoke. Abel, what I can offer you is exactly as I wrote in the missive. Let us hear your answer. Yorna, is that really what you should say when looking at this tragic scene? Abel, will comfort provide shelter or pity a refuge? You and I both were born amongst the haves, part of those who chose their duty. As such, a second from us is not of equivalent value to a second from others. Yorna, to not wish for comfort, nor for sympathy, he was someone who had chosen that way of being. Understanding that, Yorna held back from rebelling against his attitude. Most importantly, Yorna would gain nothing by antagonizing him here for emotional reasons. Yorna, I've already lost too much today. Abel, the city, its citizens. It would be a mistake to add the time you took postponing this matter to those. Yorna, she was, Tanza. Abel. Yorna, the beloved child who sacrificed herself to save us at the end. Her name was Tanza. With these words, Yorna pulled out the arbidome from her kimono and showed it to Abel. Abel threw her a sidelong glance as she scrubbed it in a circular motion, questioning her intentions mutely. The outer corner of Yorna's eyes lowered slightly due to that questioning gaze. Yorna. This arbidome was fashioned from the horns of that girl's older sister. When mourning over her sister's corpse, Tanza made it for me, and aside from that, Abel. Yorna, both these hairpins and kanzashi are tributes from my beloved children. These are the marks of those children who have been driven away from their homes, those children who have nothing and gave of themselves to repay me. The colorful ornaments, the hairpins, the kanzashi were all tributes from the residents of the demon city. Some had removed their scales, some had gathered feathers, some had polished their horns and fangs, only to then offer them to Yorna, their way of life and gratitude giving them form. To Yorna, they were more valuable than any precious gem and treasure, and for having been given such things, she felt that she had to live up to their love. And yet, Yorna, I cannot afford to make any more mistakes in my promises. Abel, sooner or later, the departed Vincent Valesha and his group shall begin moving. They shall not make a move here given the situation, but it is only a matter of time. There is no time to spare. Yorna, what will you do regarding the place where my children go to? Abel, we shall have no choice but to use the fortress city as a base at first. Along the way, we shall seize other towns and add them to our banner. With you and the inhabitants of the demon city, it is possible. With the loss of the demon city's faculties, it was necessary to find a place to receive its stranded residents. Abel's proposal was a forceful, absurd thing that forced the unreasonable upon others. But Yorna had similar priorities. To save those she loved, that was Yorna. And aside from that, Yorna, are you sure you're truly prepared to fulfill my wish that was in your missive? Abel, I do not intend to speak of it twice. However, you must ponder it over carefully. Yorna, ponder it over. Abel, which do you prioritize, your long-held wish or your own love? With Abel, whose emotions were not visible, Yorna could not tell whether his words, or rather what seemed to be his advice, were given out of favorability or unfavorability. But Yorna, struck by his words, pulled a kaisru from her belt, fixed its crooked tip with her finger, set it alight, and let the purple smoke waft out. Below, Yorna's loved ones were probing the broken city, gathering their lives, the parts that sustained them, preparing for what would follow. It was up to Yorna to give them shelter, and be the light to show them the path towards tomorrow. To give Abel the benefit of the doubt, and drag Vincent Valesha, the fake who acted as him, off the throne, and make him fulfill the promise in his missive. And on the contents of promises to be fulfilled, Yorna, shouldn't it be that parents die first, Tanza? And so, the beloved child who had decided her own destiny vanished, just like the purple smoke in the fleeting wind. As she observed the purple smoke rising from a distance, she greeted the man in the Oni mask as he walked out from underneath it. The one being received, Abel, gave a small snort at the sight of Tarita standing stark. Still there, Abel. If you are preoccupied with the leg you shot through, then it is nothing more than just needless worry. The wound has already begun to heal. It shall recover fully by tomorrow. Tarita, I'm glad for that. It's not what I was worried about, though. Abel, ho. As Abel had stated, no physical discomfort was visible in Yorna's posture as she stood on the hill. Her kimono and disheveled hair, seen from the back, let off a sense of exhaustion, but her right leg, shot through with an arrow, gave off a different aura. That in and of itself was possibly a benefit of the secret arts she manipulated. However, the result of inflicting the wound was heavier than the wound itself. Of course, Tarita was well aware of that weight. Tarita. At that last moment, having been entrusted with a choice, Tarita herself had left the decision to an arrow. If she were to follow Merieli's commandment as a stargazer, Tarita should have shot Abel through the heart with that arrow. It was true that this was the most promising possibility among Tarita's options, although it was hard to imagine what sort of causality would lead this to quell the great disaster. But considering that Merieli, who was so dear to her, had turned into an existence unbeknownst to her, solely obeying the stars, it was a decision not any different to one of cutting one's own life short. At the very end, that was the one point that had made Tarita settle on that decision. Tarita detested the stars that had changed Merieli. Thus, she did not follow the stars. Perhaps just following the commandment would have meshed well with Tarita's personality, someone comfortable with being told what to do, with being shown the way, with being at the beck and call of others. However, the meeting between Tarita and the stars had been a bad one. If the stars had spoken to Tarita from the beginning instead of Merieli, Tarita may have lived for the stars. But that was not what had happened. Therefore, Tarita, at that moment, I pushed the back of that dear girl who ran without hesitation. As a result, the girl somehow gave birth to the light that would then destroy the great disaster from within. In exchange, the young girl's life vanished, and the amount of damage done to the land where the demon city once stood was not negligible. It was possible to declare, however, that she had been able to protect that which she wished to protect. Abel, yet in spite of that, you do not appear so pleased. Tarita, I was right, wasn't I, not following the commandment and not shooting you? Abel, as if I, in the position of the one not being shot, would tell you that you should have taken the shot. How correct or wrong your decision was is not in the scope of the things I should speak of either. As cliched as it may sound, the rightness of your choice can only be proven by your own actions later on. Tarita. Those words, I don't think they belong to you. Abel, correct. From Iris and the King of Thorns, a quote from a classic. Having spoken of a matter Tarita did not understand, Abel shook his head sideways, stating, you needn't comprehend it. He then surveyed Tarita from top to bottom. Abel, you may possess some trepidation even now, but you seem to have gotten over it to some extent. Now, what shall you do? Tarita, I don't know for sure. I just want to go back to that city and have a conversation with my sister and my people. I would like to talk to the daughter of my already late soul sister. Abel, a soul sister which left a commandment to you. That clarification as to why you yourself are not a stargazer does make sense now. An increasingly abominable bunch. Tarita. Abominable, Abel. You are not who I was speaking of. I understand your general plan. Abel turned his head around in response to Tarita's mutterings. A large number of people marched into the streets that had become ruins, gathering household goods that had escaped damage, as well as materials that could be used for some purpose, and began prioritizing what was needed in order to stay alive. Tarita was struck by the resilience of the way of life held by those from the demon city. Recalling the origins of the demon city, they were probably accustomed to being persecuted, oppressed, and losing. Even taking that into account, that was. However, Tarita, those people, are you going to drag them into your fight? Abel, indeed. Involuntarily, Tarita felt daunted due to that short, definitive answer. There was no hesitation. Abel observed the people trying their best in the devastated land, yet stayed consistent with his original purpose in coming to Chaos Flame, putting his heels together with a noise. Then, though Abel-chan's opinion might be right, I wonder if the people around him are gonna obey so quietly. Even the fox babe might have a hard time being on our side emotionally, right? While expressing a reasonable opinion, Al joined Abel and Tarita. He had been out of sight for some time, but judging from the way he had set his familiar helmet back on his head and languidly walked toward them, it seemed that something aside from his normal size had been recovered. At Al's side was Medium, who looked up at Abel with her round blue eyes. Medium, I feel the same way as Al Chin. I'd be happy if Yornat-chan was on our side. But after what happened with Tanza-chan and the city, I'm not sure she would want to be a part of this. Abel, are you saying that Yorna Miss Higya shall not follow us, those who have brought along the existence at the center of the catastrophe? That idea is an overly sentimental one. She has already made up her mind. Medium, really? Abelchin, you didn't tell her something awful again. Abel, regardless of how heartless they are, I shall say what needs to be done. My intentions are clear. Medium's cheeks puffed up at Abel's refusal to deny the question she had posed. In fact, from what Tarata's ears had picked up, the exchange between Abel and Yorna had not been emotional, but it was far from being gentle, calm, and cuddly. Still, the reason why Abel did not doubt Yorna's intentions like he did was because, Al, you're prepared to take advantage of Miss Yorna's weakness. After all, if she doesn't walk the same path as us, she can't protect the city's residents who have got nowhere else to go, right? Medium. Good gracious. Again with your heartless words, Abelchin. Abel, what other choice do they possess? The only other option remaining for them is to stick with their meaningless obstinacy and die a dog's death. Medium, there's no other way, but there's another way to say it. Why don't you get that? Abel directed a frigid gaze towards Medium through his Oni mask, the latter pressing him for an answer by raising her voice. Tarita was fairly certain that Abel would make a callous judgment regarding Medium's complaints, but her emotions were close to Medium's. However, as long as he followed the covenant between the Emperor of the Past and the people of Shudrak, Tarita was unable to abandon Abel and cut off their relationship. The likes of allies by sentiment held no significance on a very real battlefield. Al, you're right to be angry, Lil, Miss Medium. However, I personally don't dislike Abel's idea of using whatever he can. I wouldn't have any objection if Lil, Miss Yorna came with us just for utilitarian purposes. Medium, I'm telling you, I've got many objections with it. I hate you too, Al Chin. Al, there's a pain in my heart from hearing that Lil, Miss Medium hates me. That aside. Cutting off his sentence there, while keeping Medium, who was glaring at Abel and himself, at bay, Al cast his gaze around, turning his attention toward the large hole in the center of the demolished area. Once that movement captured Tarita and the others' attention, and turning to it as well, he voiced, Al, let's talk about one of ours. About bro. Everyone. As Al broached the topic, the parched air grew tenser ever so slightly. It was a topic that they all knew must be talked about, but at the same time, it was a topic that they were all feeling a bit uncomfortable about, wondering what to say. At any rate, Medium, Subaru-chin, where have you gone? Medium's somber muttering spoke of a damage of smaller proportions wrought by the great disaster. Compared to the fact that one of the larger cities the Empire took pride in had completely disappeared, and the fact that the lives of two emperors had been endangered, that damage could perhaps be said to be quite trivial. However, for the group that came to the Demon City, it was damage that could not be overlooked. Medium. Yorna-chan said that the shadows overflowed from Subaru-chin. Al. Old man Albert said that as well. He was smiling even though his right hand was gone. As someone with a long history of having one arm, it was unbelievable. Tarita, the old man's attitude, you mean, or was it what he said? Al, it's frustrating, but here, it's the attitude. As to what he was saying, I'm certain it's true. With a click of his tongue, Al said that he trusted Albert's testimony. Tarita also did not have a good impression of the monstrous old man, but it was also true that he had no reason to lie. As long as what he had stated matched up with what Yorna said, it was probably true. Suddenly, what came to Tarita's mind was the memory of Marielai's last will and testament. A traveler with dark hair and dark eyes. Upon first sighting Subaru in the forest and aiming for his life, there had been no doubt in her mind about him. Later, once she learned of Abel's existence and identity, him being trapped in the village, she believed that she had misjudged her opponent without a doubt. But Tarita, what if it had been Subaru, and not Abel, the one responsible for the great disaster foreseen by Marielai as the stargazer? That could be why the great disaster had overflowed with Subaru at the center. Such doubts kept nagging at Tarita's heart. Abel, there is one thing we must unify our views on. Tarita's anguish was put aside as Abel held up a finger at the center of the group. Having caught their attention, Abel surveyed the faces of Medium, Al, and Tarita respectively, then declared, Abel, from your way of speaking, that thing's Natsuki Subaru's survival is not something you hold doubts on. Do you believe in earnest that he survived that wretched scene? Medium. HK, of course. Him dying something. Abel. Do not say anything such as not wanting to think about it. Even if it is difficult for you to accept, things that are meant to happen shall happen. The life and death of others walks a fine line. Medium. Abel chin. Abel's matter-of-fact tone clashed head-on with Medium's emotional insistence. As for Tarita, her sentiments here, too, leaned towards Medium. But she was not hopeful that Subaru could have survived, as he had been at the heart of this catastrophe. Perhaps it was because her daily life was spent hunting, coming into contact with the life and death of living beings. The people of Shudrak were brave warriors, but even routine hunts were deadly. Sometimes, beasts would fight back in their death throes, and her companions would lose their lives. People died, easily. Whether those people were important or not made zero difference. Tarita. Unfortunately, Subaru, Al, bros alive. Medium, Alchin. Shaking her head, Tarita tried to express her condolences. But her statement was interrupted by Al's words full of conviction. Hearing them made Medium's face light up. Naturally, Abel turned his eyes, which seemed to be in a foul mood, towards Al. Abel, clown, how can you be so sure of his survival? Al, plain and simple, it's cause Natsuki Subaru's that kinda guy. Or rather, Abel, rather. Al, the world hasn't been destroyed. That's my basis. Tarita could not fully stomach the rationale and the logic that Al laid out. It seemed the same went for Medium, who also tilted her head with a look of incomprehension. Abel, too, cut him down in one go, telling him to quit being a fool verbatim. Abel, I do not possess the leisure to listen to your nonsense. If you wish to be a clown, do it around Priscilla. Al, I'd love to do just that, but unfortunately the princess ain't here. Speaking of that unfortunate fact, I'd like to ask the same of you, Abel-chan. Abel, what is it? Al, what do you think, Abel-chan? Do you believe bro's dead? Touching the chin of his helmet, Al inquired Abel as to the latter's thoughts. His opinion, however, seemed to be set in stone. He was the one who had originally started the questioning in such a tone, questioning their sanity for believing Subaru was still alive. Naturally for him, the belief that Subaru, who had been within the great disaster, had survived. Abel, since that was not the great disaster, a role for him to fulfill remains. If he possesses the ability for that purpose, it would be premature to assume he is dead. Tarita, medium, Abel chin. But what Abel actually declared was the opposite of what Tarita had expected. The answer made Tarita become speechless, and even Medium, who should have obtained the answer she was looking for, rounded her eyes in surprise. However, Abel, not meeting the gazes of Tarita and the others, turned his body immediately after and slowly walked away from that place. Glancing at each other's faces, Tarita and Medium then followed him. Al followed the backs of those three as well, leaning his head in befuddlement. Medium, Abel, what do you mean? Explain already. Abel, what is it you need an explanation for? Medium, everything. You were talking like Subaruchin was dead until just a moment ago, that's why. Abel, I just said that, if you believe he survived, you need to present me with an argument other than an emotional one. I do believe he has a reason for surviving. That is why I think he survived. End of story. Medium, tilde tilde HK. Abel's answer, bereft of kindness, made Medium go red in the face and express her dissatisfaction. That, too, bore no effect at all on Abel. He did not even glance back. Abel's feet, with the three of them in tow, finally stopped after walking for a while. They did so right in front of the gargantuan hole made by the now scattered great disaster where the demon city once stood. And there, crouched at the edge of the hole, was a small girl, Louie, hanging down her head. Her white clothes were completely stained with mud, and she was feebly shoveling soil with her bare hands. Her hands were filthy from the dirt, but it was also noticeable that they had been stained red due to the bleeding of her broken fingernails. Medium, Louis-chan. In a panic, Medium rushed up to Louis and embraced the girl from behind. Even with Medium's embrace, Louis's hands still would not stop. Pawing away at the ground, or pushing aside debris, the girl kept searching for something. No, not something. Tarita, she's looking for Subaru, Al. For better or for worse, I guess. She doesn't leave a good taste. As they watched the back of the petite Louis, Tarita and Al each exhaled their own thoughts. Unbeknownst to Tarita, Al's attitude toward Louis had become terribly irritated. However, Al had been the one to protect Louis from the final strike, the one that blew away the great disaster. So Tarita could not quite decipher the relationship between the two in that regard. Prodding into it now probably would not make anyone happy. She had a vague idea, but Tarita acted as she had not listened to the topic that had been delved into. Abel, stop it already. Digging through the dirt and looking underneath the rubble shouldn't help you find what you are looking for. Louis, you ow. As Louis was hugged by Medium, Abel stood behind her. Turning her head to see the gaze of the Oni mask directed at her, Louis made a face that was not quite one of anger, nor one of sorrow. It seemed to be both condemning Abel and appealing for him to not stop her. Abel did not care if it was the former, and even if it were the latter, it would reach deaf ears. So he cocked his chin in the direction of the large pit to Louis's side. Abel, discovering him shall require much effort of you. At the very least, he will not emerge even if you paddle through the dirt alone. Furthermore, you are not even aware of where he was blown off to. Louis. Oh, ow, you are. Abel, you may search like the simpleton you are, but you shall never find him. You would do good to recognize that. Louis, ooh, ooh. Abel's cold-blooded words caused Louis to turn red and open her mouth in vehement protest. From her vigor and look of anger, it was evident that she would never give up looking for Subaru, and that she was keen that she would find him without fail. And then, Medium, Abel Chin, is there a way to find Subaru Chin? Louis, ah. Medium, the way you just said it, about how Louis-chan can't find Subaru Chin alone. Do you have a better method in mind? Or doesn't it exist? Do you have one? While Medium posed a question to Abel, looking into his eyes, Louis grew more excited as Medium embraced her. As Louis's vigor subsisted because of Medium's words, Abel shut one eye and Abel, you are not very perceptive, but you have good instincts, don't you? You and your brother are like two peas in a pod, Medium, of course, because Big Bro and I are brother and sister. More importantly, answer me properly. Is there a way to find Subaru-chin? Is there? Is there? Expectations swelled, and Medium threw out the same question over and over. Sighing at Medium pitching forward, Abel paused for a beat, then added, Abel, it is not anything as proper as a search method. The original aim would not be to find someone who has disappeared, but to secure a pretext to stir trouble in the imperial capital. Medium, make it easier to understand. Abel, if that plan works, you and this girl's wish may come true. After all, the whole empire shall search high and low for that one person. Tarita, the entire empire, looking for Subaru, you say. Picking up on an intriguing part of Abel's words, Tarita's eyebrows frowned. Like Medium, Tarita was not the most perceptive of people. The only difference was that Medium would say out loud that she did not understand what she did not understand, while Tarita would keep it to herself. In any case, Abel's explanation, which he had attempted voicing in an easy-to-understand manner, was not quite grasped by Tarita due to her lack of knowledge beforehand. However, Louis, you are all. The intent behind those words had been only conveyed with certainty to the one whom it had been addressed to. Louis, who had been on the verge of a violent outburst, relaxed in Medium's arms, and staring at a motionless Abel, she cast a question without the use of language. In response, Abel nodded, voicing, of course, although he probably did not know its exact meaning. Al, so what are we gonna do? How can we implement this plan to find Bro? Abel, nothing so difficult, just spread the word. Medium, Abel responded to Al's question, and Medium glared sharply at him again. Then Abel sighed, as if anticipating the hounding that would follow from Medium, and resumed. Resumed with Abel, that Vincent Valetia's illegitimate son, a black-haired, black-eyed abomination, is seeking his father's position, precisely like a reenactment of Magris's guillotine. On the same day, at the same time, in a certain place. HK. They forcibly pushed their soaking wet body up, pulling themselves nearer to ground, to which their fingers were just barely clinging to. There would be no returning if they were to let go of this feeling, even for a moment. This person was literally in a struggle to the death, no, more like, in a struggle for their life. The pitch-black water, which offered no refuge, sapped away their body temperature and stamina something fierce, so many times making them feel like they would breathe their last. They were unable to distinguish whether this was a dream or reality. They felt as if they had been bitten over and over again by a large fish lurking beneath the water. They felt like they had drowned, all the while tasting blood, the inside of their lungs being filled with acrid water, unable to breathe. There may have been some times in which they had passed out from a hypothermia or lack of stamina, their life being snuffed out amidst sleep. And so, while repeating that, piling that up, floundering like so, finally they, bah, beware! They forced their body up onto the shore while coughing out water they had swallowed. This was tough, anguishing, and heavy. From the bottom of their heart, they wished that they could utilize both of their hands to make things easier. However, they could not do so. Opposite to their right hand, which had clasped the shore, wrapped around their left arm, there was something which they could never let go of. They had failed over and over before they had understood its identity. They had ended up letting go. However, once they understood what it was, they absolutely could never release it. And so they had piled up so many mistakes. And yet they had not given up. Before they did so to themselves, they pushed the one wrapped around their left arm up onto the shore. Though small in size, they were still heavy. The fact that the one doing the carrying was not in perfect condition, and that neither of them were dressed for swimming, was unfortunate. Even more so regarding her, since she was wearing a kimono, and those had more cloth to them than normal clothing, meaning it would soak up more water. They hoped she would forgive them for removing some of her kimono en route to make her lighter. Something had also sharply dug into their flank and nape upon pulling her towards themselves. The reason for that had been the splendid antlers sprouting from her head. With this pain, they would prefer that she would interpret this as putting the two of them even. All that was left was, ah, gah. They pushed the girl up to the shore, and now all that remained was to muster the last of their strength and get themselves onto the coast as well. However, perhaps because the thread of tension was cut once the girl had been put on the waterfront, they were incapable of procuring that last strength to muster, and their hands only clawed fruitlessly at dry land. Their wavering head and the ringing in their ears chided them, conveying to them that they could not remain as they were. It was the omen of their consciousness fading, and losing their consciousness here meant death. If the tension were cut, and their willpower to accomplish anything were severed, they would be stuck repeating dream and reality to obtain this luck once again. Anything but that, they thought, struggling in earnest more and more and more as to revive their consciousness. Their consciousness grew faint. Eventually, their hand let go of the shore. Oops, careful. At that moment, as they loosened their hold on the shore and once again sunk into the water, someone held onto that hand. Firm, slender fingers gripped their wrist, pulling their plummeting body up onto the coast. Their face rose from within the water as they gasped for air, and right before losing consciousness, they looked at the other person. Just who was it that had caught their hand, however? Nah, let's not have that. You're on the verge of losing consciousness at any moment, right? That'd be a tad shoddy if so. Having gotten this chance, I'd rather kick things off in a more dramatic fashion. Of all things, the hand opposite to the one holding on to them came to cover their eyes as they attempted to get a look at the other. What they observed was no more than the wrinkles of the other person's palm. The hand of an unknown someone with palm lines that were unusually long. Too, with that as the last thing they saw, their consciousness faded away. However, nice job swimming all the way here. Really, such a strange coincidence, walking wherever the wind took me got me here. My, real nice, isn't it? Caught by their fading consciousness, that cheerful voice accompanied them all the way until its end. That voice, almost akin to a high-spirited thunderclap. Don't you just get the feeling that a grand tale's gonna begin? With that unanswerable question, their consciousness, Natsuki Subaru's consciousness, was lost without answering. Translation notes. 1. Abadome, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, are accessories worn on the string that ties a kimono. It is said that these accessories were first used by geisha, traditional Japanese prostitutes, an archetype on which Yorna is inspired by before becoming widespread. For more information, see https://www. Japanese Wiki Corpus, org/culture/abadome. HTML. 2. This is a double entendre, as Chinese letter can mean something like a factor that makes the difference between life and death, and the lines in one's palm. Arc 7, Chapter 54b, Covering the Blue Sky. Machine translated by Archbishop proofread by. Archbishop Spritonen, I3 lay dragon Japanese to English checking by. Archbishop Maskbook art sources. Potekibad. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality. This is expected to have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. A proper, higher quality translation for this chapter is in the works by our team, so if you would prefer to wait for it, then feel free to check back at a later date, keeping an eye out on our social media for updates. The piercing blue sky cast a majestic gaze down on the activities of the people beneath. Brilliantly twinkling white sun, big white clouds flowing slowly. A lukewarm breeze caressed their neck and ruffled their pale blue hair as they breathed deeply and quietly, feeling the world with their entire body, realizing that they were part of it. It was a quite pretentious phrase, and it felt as if someone had spoken an exceedingly difficult thing. However, having been told that this was what was required of them at the moment, they put it in practice first and cast doubt on it later. They had requested to be taught on their own volition, to boot. These were still the early days as well. Their temperament was not so short as to make them resign from those lessons. Although, I cannot lie about my impatience. Gently placing their hand on their own chest, they awaited the inhaled air to exert its power within the lungs. They could not quite tell whether this feeling would nurture them from inside. It was frustrating, and it made them feel hateful of their own petty nature to seek instant gratification. No, maybe it was not that it was in their nature to desire immediate results, but the reason was rather the situation they were placed in. Not their own, but that of someone not present, who was endeavoring to fulfill their role elsewhere. Ah, there you are. And then a voice called out behind them to their quiet, meditating backs, reminding them of the breath they had been holding. As they exhaled the air that had built up in their chest, they looked back, seeing a small figure running up to them. It was a young boy with fluffy, pink hair. He was such a precarious child with a lovely face, cherry-red cheeks, and dazzling white bare legs in short trousers. The boy, who looked about 11 or 12 years old, smiled as he made his approach. "Boy, Priscilla-sama wants to see you. I would like you to come with me." "I understand. Thank you very much for taking the trouble, Schultz-san." Schult? Absolutely not. This was not something that would merit such gratitude. Carrying himself modestly, his cheeks being dyed by delight, the corners of the boys of Schultz's mouth slackened due to the circumstances. But the matter he had brought along was an errand. The two could not just keep talking and smiling with that in mind. On that note, he tensed his relaxed cheeks and nodded with a small exhale, and then, "So, shall we go together?" Schult: "Yes, of course. I will join you, Remsan." Bouncing up and down, Schultz saluted them with a hand to his head, and the girl Rem, somewhat surprised by Schultz's vigor, nodded, and the two of them headed towards the one who had beckoned her, towards Priscilla Bariel, Rem's provisional master in the fortress city of Garrel. The fall of the fortress city of Garrel about 10 days had passed since that terribly absurd operation had been carried out, resulting in the capture of the city with minimal human casualties. Fortunately, there was little chaos in the city, much thanks to the ability of Zikr Osman, commander of the imperial soldiers, and the leadership of Maiselda, whose influence did not diminish even after handing over the role of chieftain to her sister. The presence of those two exercised authority on those endowed with military might, preventing disorder and tragedy from occurring beforehand. Of course, not only those able to fight were present in the city. Rather, the overwhelming majority of those present would be the townspeople, who were divorced from any martial matters. However, even if they did not fight for a living, Garrel's townspeople were still very much in the thick of the action. Initially, reports of strong contempt for Zika and the imperial soldiers had been rife, as they had been deprived of real authority after the city hall had been taken over with little to no fight. However, such complaints by the townspeople were soon drowned out. That was because, Priscilla, it is the custom of the empire to follow the strong. It should have been obvious to everyone that my actions were more righteous than those of people who only parlor. Rem, that's Priscilla. Those are the words of those unworthy of being heard, or perhaps of those who bow their head, bearing the tempest, crying aloud when the wind ceases, demanding that their abodes be repaired. Is the word of such a person worth anything? Rem, no matter how you slice it, that sort of extreme is unfair in my opinion. It was not merely a simple standpoint, but a way of speaking of someone that looked down at another party from a higher position. In response to this way of sealing off one's escape route, Rem calmly retorted in response. There was a pause before her answer, and then arrived a slight scoff. Priscilla, you insult me as a coward. I see, you are quite daring, Rem. It would be reckless if my life were at stake. But Priscilla-san isn't someone that short-tempered. Priscilla, you dare measure me by your own standards. Rem, because I don't have anything else to measure others with, for starters. Crimson eyes stared her down, yet Rem steadfastly refuted it. For Rem, who had lost her memories and had no real past, everything she saw was new, every action she took was an unknown experience. To dread something that may incur Priscilla's displeasure as a result would mean being unable to take a step forward. What was certain to her current self, whose existence had begun approximately 20 days prior, was that, for these last few days, Rem had been able to spend time with the woman in front of her without losing spirit. Therefore, Priscilla, HMPH, what a petulant thing to say. What an uncute girl. Stating so, she buried the hatchet, not betraying Rem's expectations. Albeit Priscilla operated in absurd ways for reasons beyond Rem's understanding occasionally, her impression of Priscilla was basically that she was a rational woman who kept her boisterous remarks to herself. Priscilla sat upon a luxurious chair, resting her chin upon her hand, with a book open in her lap. She appeared quite picturesque, behaving as if she were the master of this palace, or perhaps mansion, albeit this was only a temporary abode. Priscilla, currently sojourning in the fortress city, had seized the largest mansion in the city, leisurely spending her days there. The mansion was, barring the city hall, the largest building in the city, a luxurious waste of space that could accommodate 20 to 30 people. Of course, there had been some protest from the original owners of the mansion regarding the seizure, but it was settled in the way of the empire, the way of barbarism, accompanied by some shedding of blood. In other words, for each side to force the acceptance of their claim, the use of force, Rem. Quickly, Rem directed her gaze to one corner of the room. In the room where Priscilla had summoned and gathered those in a position of servant, another person aside from Rem and the smiling Schult was present as well. This man was the one who had brandished a sword in the duel over the management of the mansion. Rem, Heinkel-san. Heinkel. What? Rem, no, it seemed like you were looking at me in some kind of meaningful way, so I thought something was wrong. The man who responded to Rem's call in a low voice made a sullen face due to the repeated questions. With that, he scratched his own red hair wildly. Heinkel, it's no big deal. I was simply stunned that you were such a reckless girl, talking to Miss Priscilla like that. Rem, after being called daring, I am now reckless, is that so? But that really isn't the case. Heinkel, it just looked that way to me. Don't be petty about it. With a small click of his tongue, the man waved his hand, scratching his head at Rem's answer. The man with fiery red hair, a well-built, tall figure, and looks whose innate manliness became spoiled by his stubble, was a man named Heinkel, one of Priscilla's subordinates. After Priscilla had arbitrarily decided to remain in the fortress city of Garrel, Heinkel and Schult flew in from their original headquarters. Together with the man in the helmet with Al, they made up Priscilla's followers. Schult, of course, Remsama's also one of us now. Heinkel, don't decide that on your own whim, Pipsqueak. This woman is friends with one of Miss Priscilla's enemies. Not only is she not on our side, but she's also a potential enemy. Schult, Remsama, you were our enemy. Rem, ahem, that's on hold. His perfectly round eyes widening in surprise, Rem responded to a panicking Schult raising a commotion. Heinkel's way of putting things was extreme, but that Rem's position was complicated was something that could not be denied. Rem, having lost her memories, lacked the awareness and the information to confirm her affiliation. Of course, that which contributed most to establishing Rem's tenuous standing was him. She knew that black-haired boy's presence, Natsuki Subaru's presence, someone who had left the fortress city to fulfill his appointed role, was something that brought certainty to Rem's vague position. However, Rem's feelings were that she could not lend an ear to his words, nor accept them so meekly. The reason as to why Rem could not accept his actions and words was the horrific miasma that surrounded Subaru's entire body. No, right now, that was not the sole reason. The miasma certainly did hinder Rem from taking Subaru at face value, but she had already recognized that there was nothing deceptive or malicious in neither his words nor his deeds. The reason for not accepting him so docilely was that Rem's own foundation was unstable. Who she was, and what kind of relationship she had with Natsuki Subaru and the others, she wondered. If she were unable to face it, Rem's frozen time and halted feet could not move forward. Although Rem wanted to face Subaru in order to solidify her existence, in order to face Subaru, she had to solidify her own existence. It was already a dilemma, akin to being lost in a maze with no way out. Priscilla, you appear to be experiencing plenty of turmoil. The crease between your eyebrows is clear evidence of that. Rem, that is true. I'm trying to put Priscilla-san's advice into practice, but, Priscilla, what is it? Rem, Priscilla-san's conversations are always so difficult to understand. Her eyes cast downwards. A Rem bearing shame explained that she herself was the reason for her own ignorance. Speaking in riddles, Priscilla's choice of words was esoteric and difficult to understand. More importantly, Priscilla was quick-witted, and on top of that, she rarely held any consideration for others. The nature she possessed pretty much resembled that held by Abel, or perhaps it should be rephrased as them having the same nature, rather than them being similar. Perhaps both Priscilla and Abel would be displeased if this were to be mentioned, so Rem would not bother bringing it up. Heinkel, advice. What are you talking about, advice? Miss Priscilla advises this woman. Schult. Yes, Heinkel Sama. I am aware of it. Rem Sama is studying with Priscilla Sama, and she takes care of Priscilla's personal needs just like me. Heinkel. Oi, 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 are you out of your mind, Miss Priscilla? What's in it for us? You're just helping our enemies grow. Heinkel, who had not been told the details of the situation, was left blindsided upon learning of the contract between Rem and Priscilla. Striding up to Priscilla on the podium and pointing to Rem, he then opened his mouth. Heinkel, I thought you were just keeping them close to you as a lackey, so that they could give out information on their camp. Going out of your way entirely to simply be in an unfavorable position, there's a limit to games. Priscilla. Silence, simpleton. Do you intend to order me around? Heinkel. Gah, Priscilla. I have dealt you a number of painful blows, but you are a man who never learns, are you not? My hands are not free to beat you, because their task is to turn the page of this book. Tracing the cover of the book on her lap, Priscilla announced that to Heinkel with a glare. There was no specific anger in Priscilla's voice, but Heinkel gasped in reaction, as if he had been confronted with a sword, taking a step or two backward. Rem felt that Heinkel's fear was too exaggerated. Of course, she had witnessed Priscilla's prowess and swordsmanship defeat one of the Empire's mightiest warriors, one of the 9 divine generals, with her very own eyes. Even ignoring that fact, Rem felt on her very skin that Priscilla was a woman of unparalleled power. However, Rem, I don't think Heinkelsen is that far below her, though. But Rem needed to preface that this was just from her point of view. However, during the seizure of this mansion, with a swordsman representing the owner of the mansion as his opponent, Heinkel had triumphed without dispossessing him of his life by snatching away his sword before he could do anything about it. His pure fighting spirit and his superior swordsmanship were such that even if the Imperial soldiers in the area were to gang up on him, they would be no match to him. Nevertheless, Heinkel's fear seemed to be the pinnacle of overreaction. That said, Rem was an amateur, even at being herself. The strong may have a way of looking at things in the world that was impossible for Rem to grasp. Anyway, Priscilla, setting my eyes on this girl is merely a whim. But it was also on my whim that I picked up Schult, starving to death in a barren land, and that I summoned you when bloodied from your fruitless efforts. Schult, yes, I was saved thanks to Priscilla Sama's good mood. I was very lucky. Heinkel, are you really fine with that? Rapping her finger on the cover of the book, Priscilla declared that it all was dependent on her mood. Rem was overwhelmed, almost in shock because of those words, while Schult happily boasted of his good fortune. Heinkel, too, seemed to be spared from the fear he'd had until then, but some wariness yet lingered in his eyes as he looked toward Rem. Perhaps he was the one with the most straightforward view of things. Rem, so, Priscilla-san, what is your reason for calling all of us? Priscilla, Rem, If it's just about looking after your person, why not just me or Schultz-san? There's no reason I can think of for Heinkel-san being here as well. In terms of division of responsibilities, Rem and Schult were plenty capable of sharing the care of Priscilla's daily life at the mansion. Rem had become quite accustomed to living with a cane, and simple household chores were of no worry to her. Perhaps she did something such as partaking in these duties before. Since the work was divided in such a way, there was no reason for Heinkel being there. If she were to go even further, Rem, what exactly does Heinkel-san do? I only see him swinging his sword, drinking, or playing with Schultz-san. Heinkel, I'm telling you, I don't remember playing with that pipsqueak. Schult, that is correct. Heinkel-sama often takes care of me, but it is me who has been approaching him because I want to. Heinkel-sama always seems to be lonely when he is alone, so I thought I would make sure he does not get lonely. Rem, oh, I see. Schultz-san is very kind. Schult, heh. The question that had arisen in her mind was resolved, and Rem gently stroked Schultz's curly-haired head. There was a strange charm about Schultz that made Rem want to pet him like this. Of those within the city, Rem also wanted to pet Utakata, who would come by every now and then. Perhaps she simply wanted to dote on younger people, though. Heinkel, shit, I can't keep up with you. Miss Priscilla, just answer the question now. If you don't need me, I'll be at the tavern, Priscilla. It is about time for those who have left this city to arrive at the Demon City. Heinkel, Priscilla, if circumstances were to change, the likelihood that this opportunity would be made the most of is high. Do not lower your guard. The humidity in the air changed as Priscilla spoke this, resting her cheek upon her hand on the armrest. The parched, stale air was a sign that attention had been correctly applied to Priscilla's words. Heinkel's expression sharpened, and Rem felt as if she had been prodded in the chest. Only Schult, Rem's hand on his head still, had shown appreciation for the group who had embarked on a long journey, saying, Alsama, thank you for your efforts, Tilda. Rem, if circumstances were to change, was what Priscilla had prefaced her statement with. But at least for Subaru and the others who had departed, it would bring about definite changes, both good and bad. Negotiating with the only potential ally, this negotiation would certainly determine Abel's decisions from henceforth. Heinkel, this whole thing about this opportunity being made the most of, Miss Priscilla, is there something particular that you noticed? Priscilla, no, it is nothing so concrete. It is merely a rule of thumb of mine. Heinkel, rule of thumb, is it? What is that supposed to? Priscilla, when great things move, they move all at once, as if the quietness that had prevailed up to that point were a lie. It is as if by design, all at once, akin to lined-up building blocks falling down in a row. There was a kind of ineffable, compelling force in Priscilla's indifferent manner of speaking. Ultimately, it was a singular point about not letting one's guard down, yet Rem took a deep breath and looked down to regard her feet again. If she were to get hung up about Subaru and the others so much as to neglect what was close to her, that would be like putting cart before the gale-wind horse. To begin with, putting something such as getting hung up over Subaru into words yet again made her realize just how unpleasant the situation was. Rem, whether he's around or not, he's a troublesome person. Schult, Rem-sama, is everything fine? Your face is somewhat red. Rem, it's okay. Something was just surging within me. I was seething angry. Schult, it is not good to be angry. Rem-sama looks wonderful when she is smiling, Tilda. The corners of Rem's eyes lowered due to Schult flapping his limbs and raising a potent appeal. Heinkel's face, on the other hand, became serious after Priscilla's admonishment. Heinkel, Miss Priscilla, if that's all you want to talk about, then I'm going. Priscilla, do as you like. You are free to indulge in alcoholism or spend your time in sloth. Heinkel, I'm not in the mood for booze. I'm going to go talk to the shaggy-headed commander at the city hall. Answering right back with an earnest look on his face, Heinkel walked out of the room with broad steps. Seeing him off, Rem then turned to Priscilla. Rem, so what is it you're going to do, Priscilla-san? Priscilla, are you concerned about mine activities? Rem, that is a given. I don't think that everything Priscilla does is correct, but still, Priscilla judged things with knowledge and insight that Rem did not have. For Rem, who possessed very little, this was a valuable resource to determine what to decide next. At Rem's remarks, which were extremely rude in a sense, Priscilla let out a laugh. Priscilla, so you are not planning to become a doll without a mind of its own? Well, there would not have been any meaning in having you at my side in such a case. Rem, Priscilla-san. Priscilla, guessing from the answer to my question, preparations shall be laid out by that simpleton. The general and the people of Shadrach may also be used accordingly. With that I shall, Rem, Priscilla-san will. With a slight gulp, Rem waited for Priscilla's next words. Unknowingly next to Rem, Schult also clenched his fists in anticipation, waiting for their master's answer. As she met the gaze of the two, Priscilla's almond-shaped eyes narrowed, and Priscilla, prepare a hot bath, float the petals and burn the incense. Rem, ha, Priscilla, what, do not make me say it twice. I shall take a bath. Prepare the bathhouse as soon as possible. With a fluttering wave of her hand, Priscilla urged Rem and Schult to hurry up. Of course, Rem was incapable of hiding her bewilderment, letting out a WR. But Schult saluted her in a snap. Schult. Understood, oh yes indeed. I will go and heat the water right away, Tilda. After answering cheerfully, just like that, Schult ran out of the room with great energy. Seeing off his small back, Rem then turned to Priscilla. Priscilla was still resting her chin on her hand, set to resume reading the book once again. Priscilla, shall you not go? If left to Schult alone, I am sure he shall forget the plug and much hot water shall be wasted. Rem, I'll help Schultz-san. It's just, what are you thinking? Priscilla, your skepticism is also a sign of your preconceived notions. Do you regard me as this world's observers who can manipulate every event at will? Rem, I wouldn't go that far, but... Persuaded by facts and logic, the momentum of Rem's questioning deflated. Priscilla scoffed at Rem's behavior and continued, Listen, Priscilla, everything in this world is made for my convenience, but that does not mean that everything shall follow mine will. Such tedium is not what I desire. Rem, having everything according to your will is tedium. Priscilla, where is the point of facing tomorrow if everything that can happen is as written? Rem, do you desire a world where everything has been over since the day you were born? Rem. Upon being asked that by Priscilla, Rem shut her mouth in silence. Priscilla's words were again esoteric, so she barely comprehended the point of the conversation. To live one's days as desired meant never encountering the new or the unknown, and that was undesirable for Priscilla. However, Rem, as someone who can't perform many things properly, I will strongly disagree. Rem had seen Subaru off on his journey, remaining in the fortress city beside Priscilla. Underlying this was a desire for the Rem that had been lost, and a search for a way or a chance to break free from her current inadequate self. Priscilla's way of enjoying what did not follow her wishes was incomprehensible to Rem, who suffered from being unable to do anything the way she wanted, even if that made Priscilla give up on her, regarding her as an uninteresting woman. Priscilla, I do not expect you to be like me, nor do I expect you to want the same thing. Do as you please. But Priscilla's reaction to Rem, who was even prepared to speak out of her pathetic conviction, was unexpectedly soft. Priscilla looked at Rem, eyes rounded in amazement, as if gazing at a helpless puppy. Priscilla, the world is beautiful just as it is. Priscilla's quiet mutterings seemed to contain her true feelings without any compromise. Posteriorly to thinking so, Rem dismissed the idea as ridiculous, because if those were her true feelings without any compromise, they were far too grandiose. Priscilla loved and cared for things far too grandiose. Rem, caring for and cherishing is the exact opposite impression I get from Priscilla-san. Priscilla, did you say something? Rem, no, nothing of importance. Rem shook her head loosely. The fuzziness in her chest had faded slightly. Not all was clear, but that dark cloud that had just been there had disappeared. Indeed, Rem had just finished a step further into her self-analysis, and Schult, WWWR tilde. Hot water is overflowing. I am drowning tilde. And so, they heard Schult's urgent screams coming from the bathhouse of the mansion. Sure enough, Rem was reminded of Schult, the latter amidst an unexpected situation, and directed her face upwards. Priscilla's eyes meet hers, the former then jerking her white chin and commanding her, Go. Rem, I won't move to your whim, Priscilla-san. Priscilla, but you cannot ignore Schult's screams. See, the victor is I. Rem's resistance to at least not being at her mercy dissipated, as if ephemeral. Because Schult's safety was at stake, no further defense was raised. Priscilla's advice, it had with certainty driven a wedge deep into Rem's heart. When things moved on a grand scale, they would pay no heed to every individual puny human. With nary a worry for those who embroiled into it, They washed over the latter much like surging waves. Rem believed she had experienced this firsthand. Having woken up without memories, the current Rem's memories started in an unfamiliar place, with an unfamiliar someone holding her arm. Running from that boy, coming across him once more, being captured by many Imperial soldiers after that, being rescued from within the smoke and flames, she now spent her days in this city just going with the flow. So much so that Rem believed that turbulence was just the word for what she had been through. However, the fact that even that understanding of hers was too naive was something that Rem would soon be made aware of. Rem, Priscilla, San. Rem's brow creased due to Priscilla, who stood up after smoothly evading her hands. Enveloped by warm vapor, Rem was in the mansion's bathroom, wrapped in a bath towel. The principal reason for which Priscilla had requisitioned this mansion was the existence of this splendid bathroom. A bath that you could fill with hot water, stretch your limbs in, and be completely submerged in, seemed to have been made on the design of the mansion's owner. Nothing in the world could replace it. While in actuality Rem would be allowed to bathe in it only after she had finished assisting Priscilla with her own bath, she'd had such an experience with it that she could even understand Priscilla's feelings of wanting to hog it all for herself. At any rate, during her bath in the bathhouse, Priscilla stood up gently, distancing herself from Rem's hands which were washing her hair, and headed towards the bathroom's window. Rem, Priscilla-san, I'm still in the process of washing your body, so, What are you trying to do? That question of Rem's seemingly fell on deaf ears, as Priscilla, her beautiful body generously exposed, opened the bathroom's window. Cold open air which could not compare to the hot steam entered the bathroom, and Rem unconsciously drew in her body. However, Priscilla's sudden actions did not stop there. She leaned her body over the open window and continued out towards the balcony outside the bathroom. Rem, what are you doing? Others will see you. No matter if this is the top floor, you can't just. In a rush, grabbing onto the cane and a towel, Rem pursued Priscilla, who had gone outside. Draping the towel over her slender shoulders, she admonished herself for believing herself adapted to her suddenness. However, ignoring Rem's introspection, Priscilla with her gaze turned towards the sky. Priscilla, it is the sky. Rem, the sky, we're not so high up as to be there. Come on, before the water gets cold, let's go back in. As she tried to pull on her arm, Rem's movement was interrupted. Priscilla turned around, having gently and smoothly pressed her finger onto Rem's lips. In front of Rem, whose eyes had unconsciously opened wide, Priscilla's blood-red pupils swayed, and Priscilla, look to the sky. Rem, it appears to be the end of this vacation. She did not understand that word. Her tone had not allowed Rem to hold any doubt. Her line of sight was simply carried up as if guided, and Rem too turned her eyes towards the sky Priscilla looked up at. Rem's blue pupils focused so as to see the same thing Priscilla had seen. However, the fact that she had definitely not failed to notice it was something that she could not enthusiastically declare. As for why, Rem, that's above the balcony, overhead from Rem and Priscilla basking in the wind, in the sky that the overly big sun was shining upon, there was a black spot of light floating there, slowly approaching. The black spot was a single one, nay, two, three, slowly multiplying. As their blurry shape became more and more distinct, Rem's throat unwittingly released a gasp. Their numbers increasing, the true identity of the approaching black spots was Priscilla. Hurry, and tell those below to make ready weapons. A flock of winged dragons is no laughing matter. Priscilla's advice, becoming more pronounced with reality, was something Rem perceived with her skin, with her soul. At the same time, gazing at a city surrounded by tall walls from above, golden pupils narrowed, body entirely wrapped by the azure sky, traveling through a grand space like they owned it, an existence that cut through the wind, flying next to the clouds, this greatest of all the world's creatures, a swarm of flying dragons. The fortress city of Garrel. Putting the target city's name on their tongue, their seething, burning fighting spirit fired up the blood in their entire body. Responding to that rising fighting spirit, the spirits and enthusiasm of the flying companions surrounding them increased. The sound of neighing mixed with the flapping of wings in the sky, as their anticipation for the hunting time drew near before their eyes escalated. Whoever rebuked this as rashness would be nothing but a shame to the hunters of the azure skies, the dragons. Whoever did not have their blood boil from this expectation was a coward without the qualifications to be adjacent to the white clouds. Dragon, Curerera. Understood. Let's do our job properly, as the senile old man said. The appeal rising from below their feet was the expectation displayed towards the hunt from the one whose back they borrowed. On the back of a flying dragon flapping its wings, the small figure of a person with arms crossed expressed their understanding of that excitement. Sky-blue hair that met at the shoulders and golden eyes that shone brightly. The florid dress that wrapped that seemingly dainty figure did not express in the slightest the ferociousness and savageness of that existence. At a glance, some could even describe it as a charming appearance. However, that was only till one laid eyes on the two black horns that rested atop that figure's head. Even in the Valatian Empire, where horned races were not few, laying eyes upon black horns was something that seldom, nay, never should come to pass, because that was nothing if not proof of an existence that should not be. Everyone, are you ready? The figure with black horns that should not be, their call beckoned innumerable, neighing the responses of the swarm of flying dragons, of the rulers of the sky, of the uncommittable swarm of several hundred. With the sun at their backs, crossing the blue sky, the embodiment of ruin advanced in droves. A catastrophe should they swoop down, shouts and screams would reverb in the air. All life would be extinguished, vanishing to naught. Strangely, at the same time, a great disaster laid waste to a far-off city. A catastrophe in a different form approached the city protected by a fortress. Before the curtain call of the absolute, inescapable, cruel hunt, that existence's golden eyes, those of Madeline Eschot, narrowed, her cheeks contorting into a smile. The flying dragon general, ninth of the 9 divine generals, having been ordered to destroy the city, passed her judgment. Madeline, tremble in fear, try and flee. You all have nowhere to run, for I, the dragon, have come. So she spoke. Arc 7, Chapter 55b, The Cacophony of the Fortress City. Machine translated by Bruce F. Archbishop, proofread by Archbishop Safa Comet Spritanen, I3 Lay Dragon Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Maskbook Archbishop Art Sources. Rokumama. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality. This is expected to have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. A proper, higher quality translation for this chapter is in the works by our team, so if you would prefer to wait for it, then feel free to check back at a later date, keeping an eye out on our social media for updates. Time goes back only a little further before the attack of the winged creatures. Ugh, I messed up again. I really am no good at this. A boy walked down the street, shaking his head crowned with pink fluffy hair. The boy from the city's largest mansion, Schult, was wearing short pants that exposed his white legs. With a sigh, Schult, looking downcast, held and opened his slender, soft, not too sturdy hands. Schult, still young, had already decided that, for the rest of his life, he would only have one master. Born in a poor village, Schult was reduced to a meager existence by the weight of the year's tax collection, destined to starve to death on the side of the road after being evicted from his home. Hungry and thirsty, he ate mud and nearly made that the last meal of his life, but the radiantly beautiful sun came along and saved him. He had been saved by that way of life that scorched the whole world to the ground, and that posed as the reason why Schult existed right now. That was why Schult sincerely hoped to devote his entire current and future being to his benevolent master. And yet, Schult, I hate myself for not being able to help in any way. With a deep sigh, and even that sigh was weaker than the average person's, with his lung capacity as rationale, Schult's head, chest, and heart were collectively aching due to his own inadequacy. Recently, he had been struggling to fulfill his important master's mandated tasks, even messing them up completely. To fill the bathhouse with hot water was a trivial task, but the water ended up overflowing, plus the magic stone used to heat the water had been mishandled, leaving everyone in a state of confusion. He was still a newcomer to Priscilla's service, and that too had inconvenienced Rem, someone with faulty legs, and this time he really was fed up with how pathetic he was. Schult, Priscilla Sama and Al Sama both tell me that I do not need to rush to change. He was glad for the kind Priscilla's and open-minded Al's intentions to console him like this. But Schult hated himself for being unable to repay the two of them in any way. In this respect, Heinkel saw things in a distinctive manner compared to the two of them, and therefore treated Schult differently, seemingly being more understanding of Schult. Heinkel had also taught Schult to practice swordsmanship in a way different from how Al had done so, the former having stated that the latter's methods did not suit Schult. Thanks to this, he felt that his biceps were more rigid than they were before. Schult, Heinkel Sama's way of swinging the sword every day was better for me than Al Sama's way of taking 10 days off after 1 day of swinging. I can't tell Al Sama because I do not want to disappoint him. Regardless, with such signs of growth, Schult was also in a bit of a rut, and the heavens did not forgive Schult's naivete nor his complacency. Schult reflected on the fact that this had been what led to the fiasco at the bathhouse. By now, Rem was probably helping her master, Priscilla, bathe in the bathtub that had been refilled with hot water. Schult sincerely thought Rem could do anything, and he respected her for it. Schult, just like Yisama, how are you? Suddenly, the memory of a cheerful and bright maid named Yi Tenzin, who used to work for Priscilla, was revived in Schult's mind. She was previously in charge of Priscilla's personal care, was always happily talking with Al, and was kind to Schult. Because of that, Schult was fond of her. But one day, she had a family mishap and abruptly quit her job at the mansion to go back to the countryside. This left Schult with no time to say goodbye, making him feel quite desolate. The last one to see her off, Al, had told him to give Schult her regards. Perhaps Rem could fill Yi's shoes as the servant closest to Priscilla. If the kind and hardworking Rem did become that someone, Schult would be quite glad about it. She got along well with Priscilla, and he was certain Rem would enjoy it too. Above all, Schult, everyone is so very happy when together with Priscilla Sama. His own personal experience underscored the magnitude of Priscilla's presence in Schult's mind. Rem, too, was perhaps at a moment in her life in which she would be troubled by many things. She was often gloomy and preoccupied with her thoughts. Even if Rem carried such a gloomy, troubled face, perhaps the sun that was Priscilla would make her brighten up. Ah, shoes here, Schult, that would be me. With this thought in mind, Schult, who had been moving his head up and down, stopped in his tracks. The reason for that was that he had heard a familiar voice. In front of him, he saw someone pointing in his direction. Right in front of Schult, walking down the street, pointing at him, was a young girl with black hair dyed pink at the ends. Next to the girl was a young man, and upon noticing Schult and the girl becoming aware of one another, he let out a cheerful "Dear me." "Isn't that Butler Kun there? Princess Kun's not with you, is she?" "Schult, Priscilla Sama is at the mansion, Flop Sama. Were you and Utakata Sama in the middle of a stroll?" "It's rare for U to be called Sama. It's funny." The young man, donning a soft smile and waving his hand Flop, nodded with an "exactly" to Schult's question. Utakata, the girl with him, also put a hand on her cheek, apparently deeply touched by the honorific Schult had given her. Flop and Utakata were the first two people Schult had met after arriving in Garrel. According to what Schult had heard, Flop was a merchant who traveled from town to town, and Utakata was a warrior from a tribe called the People of Shadrach. Both were fine people with their own places to be. Flop, "Oh, that's a rather depressed face you've got there, Butler Kun. I'm wondering if you've perhaps got a problem with your face." Schult, that is amazing. Flop Sama understands. Flop, "Oh, of course I understand. Most people have their worries. My little sister, who may look like she has no problems at all, actually does as well." Utakata, "Midi, I didn't seem to have troubles." Flop, "She does have them. Surprising, isn't it?" Putting his hands on his hips, Flop opened his mouth greatly and let out a burst of laughter. Seeing Flop's cheerful attitude, Schult also felt cheered up somewhat. Flop, like Priscilla, was like the sun that brightened the world in their surroundings. Surely, many colorful flowers would be blooming around Flop. Schult, like a prince in a field of flowers. Flop, I'm nothing as great as a prince. I'm merely a peddler. So, Butler Kun, what sort of issue ails you? Why don't you talk to me? Schult, are you sure? I thought you were on a walk. Flop's body leaned over, bending at the waist. Schult was grateful that he would listen to him. Glancing at him was Utakata, supposedly taking a stroll with Flop. However, Utakata narrowed her widened eyes and shook her head, not looking bothered in the slightest. Utakata, who has time? Playing with Fu was just for killing time, so let's hear about Shu's problems. Flop, exactly. Oh, don't think of it as killing time. Every problem's important to the person suffering from it, so let's listen carefully. So, after a not-so-tough chest thump, Flop led Schult and Utakata both to the end of the street, toward the edge of the curb of the flower bed there. So the three of them, putting their butts on the curb, started talking in the breeze. Schult's problem, as aforementioned, was that of being useless. For Priscilla, he wished to be more self-sufficient, to be capable of doing more. Schult, so how did you, Flop-sama and Utakata-sama, become the great people you are today? Flop, ho, I see. How did we become the way we are now, huh? What a philosophical question. Schult, philosophical, is that so? At the smiling Flop's answer, Schult braced himself at a hint of yet undiscovered wisdom. Without understanding what this philosophy was, could Schultz's concerns be answered? If so, he was willing to study that philosophy as well. Utakata, oo became oo because Ma gave birth to oo. Schult, Ma is it? That would be. Utakata, oo's mother, she was good friends with Ta. But then she stabbed herself and died. Schult, is that so? As she recounted the story of her mother's death, Utakata swung her dangling feet. Although Utakata's attitude was a detached one, Schult was astonished to hear of happenings that he had not expected. Flop, opposite of him with her in between them, patted Utakata's head gently. Flop, I see your mother did such a thing. That's a terrible thing, Miss Utakata. Utakata, it was harder for Ta than it was for Oo. Everyone helped Oo grow up, so everything's fine. I grew up just like that. Flop, yes, indeed, Miss Utakata's growing up very well. I'm sure your mother'd be happy to hear that. Utakata, Ma's dead, so she wouldn't be happy. You say weird things, Fu. While he stroked her head, Utakata regarded Flop with a curious look on her face. However, being patted on her head by Flop did not feel so bad to Utakata, and so she did not try to stop his hand. Utakata's reaction was met with a quiet narrowing of Flop's blue eyes. Flop. Well, Miss Utakata's answer was very pleasant. In fact, if we're going to talk about how I became the person I am today, I believe my answer would be very similar. Schult, similar, so Flop-sama, were you raised by the people of Shudrak in the same way Utakata-sama was? Flop, if that were the case, I'd be very pleased for having such a large family. But my family's dead. The only one I have left's my little sister, Medium. You may think it's very sad and lonely. Schult, is that so? Flop employed in his usual stride for the first half of his speech, then his voice faltered a tad during the latter half. His eyes downcast because of his answer, Schult once again felt disappointed about himself. He had inquired both Utakata and Flop about some very insensitive things. Even Schult would be unable to give a happy answer to someone asking about the family that had abandoned him. He should have been more thoughtful before asking. Flop, it's nothing to beat yourself over, Butler-kun. You'll learn from this, and that's exactly what leads to the next part of my answer from earlier. Schult, from earlier, the one that is supposed to be like Utakata-sama's. Flop. Yes, exactly, just like Miss Utakata, I've been influenced by the people around me to become the person I am today. Spreading out his hands, Flop smiled as if to show off his current self. His cheerful smile and reassuring tone of voice were both important elements of Flop's flopness. Were those also cultivated through the influence of others? Schult wondered. Flop. A long time ago, my little sister and I were living in quite the terrible environment. It was an orphanage, but there was very little food. They didn't pay us for our work, and the adults there would beat the children whenever they got into trouble. It was an awful place. Schult. That's an awful place. What is a child to do in such a place? Utakata. Ood burn it down. Schult. Burn it down. Flop, haha, that might have been a good idea, but it didn't turn out so. Schult agreed with Utakata's suggestion of burning down Flop's harsh past, but Flop, laughing at their answer, had already moved past that. How exactly had they gotten past it, Flop? Well, it was thanks to someone else's help. There was a benefactor who helped us. That was my little sister and mine's family. They're dead now, though. Schult, they helped you, is that right? I'm relieved to hear that. Flop, you understand me, Butler-kun? Schult, I understand. I was also saved by Priscilla-sama. Gently placing his hand on his chest, he felt through his fingertips that he was no longer a body with nothing but skin and bones attached. That was proof of what Priscilla had bestowed Schult with to this day. Schult's toughness, strength, energy, and respectability proved that Priscilla's actions on that day were no error, and Priscilla would not be made to regret them. At the glint in Schultz's red eyes, Flop chuckled a little, and Flop, for the most part, have got similar feelings. So I'm in the process of trying to make my big goal come true. It's a hard road, but I want to keep going and not give up. Schult, I hope you do not give up. Ah, but please be a little more specific. How are you doing your best, Flop Sama? Flop, I wonder. After mulling it over plenty, I'll tell you one thing, but not about me, about my little sister. I'm going to tell you about my little sister, who's taller, stronger, more energetic, and more skilled than I am. Schult. Oh, I see. The reason why Flop put his hand so far above his head was because his sister, the topic of discussion, was that tall of a person. This was not the first time Flop had mentioned his sister, but Schult had yet to meet her in person, as at the time he and Heinkel arrived at Gerl to meet up with Priscilla, Flop's sister had already left for another place. Leaving that aside, Yudhakata, Midi-Eye's big and strong, Mia's impressed. Flop, the best thing about her is that she's vocal and unafraid. And of course, she's also very skilled, which is something I, as her big brother, am very proud of. She's been working hard to become stronger. Schult, to be strong, is that so? How virtuous. Undoubtedly, she had been working hard to become stronger, staying positive and never losing sight of her ambition. Schult tried to accept that maybe the key to progress was to keep trying one's best without losing spirit. However, Flop shrugged, saying, No, no, Flop, you'd think so, wouldn't you? But by the way medium got stronger is a bit more negative. Schult, N negative, what does that mean? Flop, it's simple. When I was beaten up by adults, medium, well, she always stroked my wounds gently. Speaking nostalgically of the past, Flop stated so, lowering the corners of his eyes. Schult was bewildered by the discrepancy between the gentle tone of his speech and the content of his words, however. Being told that stroking a wound from a beating was the beginning of getting stronger made zero sense. Schult, I am so sorry that you were beaten up. But Flopsama, what were you doing when your sister was gently stroking those wounds? Flop, me. I was smiling. I was happy for Medium's feelings. If I didn't smile, she, the one being defended, would be worried sick. Schult, Flop. So the first time I couldn't cover for her and she took a hit, she was surprised from the bottom of her heart. When she stroked the wound she received from being beaten, she felt pain. It didn't heal, nor did the pain go away, as regrettable as that is. Shaking his head loosely, Flop replied forlornly. Hearing Flop's answer, even the dense Schult finally understood his true intentions. He finally understood why his sister had desired to become stronger, and how had she managed to not give up along the way. Yudhakata, if you don't want it to hurt, you have to not get hit. Is this what Midi-Eye thought? Flop. Well, that's precisely it. A very simple and good answer, even though she's my little sister. Thanks to that, Medium's stronger, and our siblings' journeys become safer. Flop exaggerated his smile as he spoke, but to Schult, it looked a little different. Not only was it bright, but it appeared to be a proud one. Surely, Flop was proud of his sister from the bottom of his heart. That was something to be envied very much. Schult, I want to be stronger too, just like your sister, Flop Sama. Flop, I'm sure Medium'd love to hear that. No, she might be embarrassed. It's not often you get to experience being someone's role model. That sounds like a lot of fun. Flop smiled and gave his stamp of approval to Schult, the latter clenching his tiny fists. While listening to the exchange of those two, Yudhakata looked at Schult and asked, Shoo, Yudhakata, if you want to be strong, will you practice with practice the bow? Schult, bow is it? But I also practice the sword. I will do it. I will do both. That way I can be twice as strong. Flop, if you're able to do both, then it's exactly as you say. How wise. Raising both his hands to the sky, Flop joined Schult in his burning determination. Yudhakata, too, puffed up her nostrils and pushed out her chest at the promise of training together. Then showing Schult the bow on her back, Yudhakata, who will work hard like Schult to become a master like Ta. Schult, well, I would like to meet Ta-sama too. Yudhakata-sama, why do you want to become a bow and arrow master? Yudhakata, Ma said something, for to kill a traveler with a bow and arrow. Schult, I see. Wait, what? Because the answer was more extreme than he had expected, Schultz's realization was delayed for a beat. To kill a traveler was what she had said earlier, but what exactly did that mean? Schult, having just reflected on the situation, wondered if it would be okay to ask for more details. And so, while Schult worried over it, he was deprived of the time for inquiring about it. Flop, Butler Kun, Miss Utakata. Schult, Utakata, Fu. Suddenly, a sharp voice called out to Schult and Utakata, and Flop's expression morphed. Schult's shoulders hitched because of the vigor, and Flop's hands gripped his shoulders stoutly. Then, Flop pulled Schult and Utakata, sitting on the curb, closer to him, and shouted, "Flop, the sky's starting to feel dangerous. Let's just hurry up and get out of here." And at the time the flock was seen in the distant sky, Heinkel was at the city hall. The people present were the appointed commanders of the garrisons stationed in the fortress city. General Second Class Zicker Osman and his men, who had originally been sent to the city but had joined Priscilla's ranks, or rather, the ranks of the man named Abel, to be precise, at the time of capturing the fortress city. And then there were the people of Shadrach, a tribe of hunters from the jungle, smaller in number than the imperial soldiers present, yet no less powerful individually, alongside the one who led them, their acting chieftain, Meiselder. When Heinkel visited the city hall, the two were in the midst of a face-to-face meeting to discuss the future. Though Priscilla had spoken of omens that were much like predictions, Heinkel did not believe that Priscilla had the power to foretell the future, but he also knew not to underestimate the power of the eyes of a being so far from the norm. Not only Priscilla, but those with special powers and destinies, had a higher perspective compared to ordinary people. Those that could gaze at the world from a higher place would witness a scenery different from what others would. Those who could see farther compared to an average person, or rather, compared to an ordinary person, would never be able to understand the latter. Heinkel had learned this painfully well over the past 40 years of his life. Therefore, he did not dismiss things without even lending an ear, just because he did not understand them. This was also the reason why he did not dismiss Priscilla's words and went to the city hall. And then Meiselder. The first to notice the anomaly outside the window was Meiselder, sniffing. Her face was as if she had a hunch about something. She was the former chieftain of the people of Shadrach, who had apparently lost one of her legs in a battle during the capture of the fortress city. To replace her foot, she wielded a stick like the tip of a cane attached to her right leg, which was missing below the knee. Every time she walked, the cane made a sound, and when she turned around, the same sound was also heard. The moment the profile of the rugged beauty Meiselder, owner of piercing eyes, stiffened, Heinkel and Zicker, who were present, instantly realized something was wrong and looked in the same direction. Then, upon laying eyes on the swarm of black darts coming in from beyond the sky, Zicker muttered to himself, "Zicker, a flock of flying dragons. Meiselder, HK, Zicker, give word to your soldiers, I'll mobilize the Shadrach." Immediately after realizing the danger, Meiselder would have leapt with a tremendous kick from the roof of the city hall and over Zicker's wide shoulders. However, she had just lost one of her legs. Instead of leaping out the window, she skipped down the stairs and ran out in a great hurry. Caught up in her momentum, Zicker sharpened his blank expression and shouted, "Zicker, ring the bell. Enemy attack. They are coming from the sky." His shout gave a kick in the back to his aides, so they would alert the entire fortress city to the critical situation. After seeing the reactions of all of them, Heinkel also put his hand on the sword at his waist. Then, as loud and sharp as the ringing alarm bells, he clicked his tongue. "Zicker, Heinkel Dono. Priscilla Dono is, Heinkel. Miss Priscilla's at the mansion. She knew something'd happen. She'll be on the move soon." As Zicker turned around, Heinkel turned his attention to the enemy's shadows in the sky. In mere seconds, the swarm had clearly darkened in color and increased in size, approaching the city at tremendous speed. There was nary a moment to lose. "Heinkel, assuming this is an enemy attack, do you have any idea who the attacker might be?" "Zicker, the number of flying dragons is extraordinary. The imperial capital does not have the strength to mobilize that many flying dragon riders, so there is only one possibility." "Heinkel, so what is that possibility?" Heinkel's words became rough, as time was being cut shorter by Zicker's roundabout way of talking. Faced with Heinkel's hounding him, Zicker paused for a beat, and then said, "Zicker, the flying dragon general Madeline Eschart, she controls flying dragons. In other words, Heinkel, shit, one of the 9 divine generals, HK." Heinkel scratched his head due to the mention of a familiar name. He was not an expert on the inner workings of the empire, but he was the deputy commander of the royal guards of the Kingdom of Lugunica. Because of his position, he was far more knowledgeable about information regarding other countries than most people. He had at least heard the names and aliases of the 9 divine generals, the highest military force possessed by the empire. It seemed that all of them were warriors with extraordinary abilities, and only the best in the kingdom, a group in which Marcos, the commander of the royal guards, was also included, would be capable of being a match to them. And of course, there was the kingdom's most powerful person, the Sword Saint. But Heinkel, didn't someone say something ridiculous like some guy fighting Reinhard? The strongest swordsman in the Valetian Empire was said to be as good as Reinhard. Of course, the 9 divine generals would possess their own strengths and weaknesses, but the thought of being attacked by a monster on the same level as that person was Heinkel's worst nightmare. Heinkel had no intention of coming to the Empire to begin with. He had simply gone along for the ride when Priscilla decided to go to Valencia of her own accord. He had no interest in the existence or destruction of this fortress city. But Heinkel, I can't afford to displease Miss Priscilla. Even if Miss Priscilla becomes the monarch, it'll all be meaningless if she drives me away. Priscilla was eccentric, and ultimately he had no idea of what was in her mind. Whatever had brought it on, she had Heinkel on hand for now, but if he did not prove himself useful, he would be discarded of and would come out empty-handed. That must not happen. Priscilla was now the only person who was a straw for Heinkel to cling on to. Heinkel, we don't have time for idle chatter. Let's get rid of the flying dragon flock. Zicker, you're here to oversee the whole thing. Zicker, I intend to, but what about you, Heinkel Donor? Heinkel, I'll do as I please. Unlike Zicker and Meiselder, Heinkel had no soldiers nor companions to lead. Even if he did, his title as deputy commander of the Royal Guard was merely decorative. He had stopped studying the basics of military strategy a long time ago, and more importantly, no one would listen to his instructions. So from the beginning, there was only one thing that Heinkel could do. Heinkel. Immediately after making this decision, Heinkel, without hearing Zicker's reply, ran to the balcony of the city hall and leapt from there to the city below. He put his feet on the roof of a tall building, kicked off the rooftop, and then ran to the next building. He continued to leap repeatedly, bathed in the wind, as he headed to the top of the fortifications surrounding the city. Jumping onto the towering fortress wall on the western side, where a flock of flying dragons was heading towards, he took a breath. Alarm bells had already rung across the city to warn of an enemy attack. Blended together everywhere in the city was disorder among the people, with the bellows of the guards urging them to evacuate as to suppress the chaos. Heinkel. Ah, shit. The smell in the air changed noticeably, and the taste of spit on his tongue became bitter. As the presence of the battlefield, of blood and steel, drew nearer, Heinkel was forced to listen to an illusory, high-pitched ringing in the depths of his ears. In addition to Heinkel, Imperial soldiers had also rushed to the western ramparts. If Zicker's guess was correct, the attacker was one of the 9 divine generals. How were they prepared to fight against an opponent in the position of General First Class of the Empire? Did they not think that anything about that was wrong, even more so if they were under the same banner? Or was it all fine as long as they could fight? If they were to die fighting, would they be satisfied with that? Heinkel, fuck, 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 fuck all of them, fuck all of them. A boiling, throbbing black heat poured out of his chest and into his entire body. Heinkel gritted his teeth to the point of creaking as he savored the dark heat that began in his heart, traveled through his internal organs and lower abdomen, then onward to the tips of his limbs and fingers. Heinkel's hands slowly reached for the sword at his waist, the sword bearing the name Astrea, as he gripped the hilt tightly. And then, Heinkel, all of you can go to hell, motherfuckers. With a howl of unbearable rage, Heinkel's sword flashed out, and the thick neck of a flying dragon passing by spurted blood and split asunder. Alarm bells rang as the screaming of people running away from the city overlapped in a quite exquisite, yet also frightening way, the fortress city of Geralt having become a battlefield filled by auditory pandemonium. The army of flying dragons, encroaching from the western sky, composed of no less than several hundred specimens of majestic appearance, had shattered the hearts of the residents, who had been reassured by the fact that the city was protected by walls on all four sides. If there was a weakness to these walls, which could withstand even the destructive energy of powerful magic stone cannons, it would be none other than terrifying beings able to bypass even large walls. Whether that be a being which could step over the walls or a ruler of the sky that capable of flying over them. Undoubtedly, it was no exaggeration to say that on this day, the fortress city was being assaulted by its greatest, most formidable enemy. Flop. This isn't very good. Avoiding the main street in which screams echoed, Flop peeked out from an alley and frowned. A few minutes after spotting the flying dragons in the sky, things took a turn for the worse. Having yet again transformed into a battlefield much like had happened 10 days prior, the fortress city's brief respite was erased from its people's minds. This time, however, compared to what had transpired 10 days prior, this change was for the worse. At any rate, Flop, husband Kun, was trying to cause as little damage as possible, but this time, the opponent apparently doesn't seem to have that kind of consideration. Subaru had aimed to pull off a bloodless siege by the bold means of cross-dressing as a woman. Although this goal had been foiled by an unexpected intruder, the amount of blood spilled would have been incomparably greater if a plan other than Subaru's had been employed. The fact that the feelings of the fortress city's residents, alongside with those held by the imperial soldiers stationed there, had not degenerated to an extreme degree was something Flop wondered about. Perhaps that had been the result of Subaru's consideration. This time, however, the enemy seemed to possess no such chivalrous thoughts whatsoever. Schult, here! Schult screamed beside Flop as a terrifying roar and earth-shaking impact traveled through the air. It was no wonder. The enemy's assault with the flying dragons was just that severe and effective. Flop, although they're just letting the flying dragons carry the rocks and then dropping them from high in the sky. What they were doing was simple and straightforward. It was just a primitive attack. However, though even a boulder the size of a human's head would cause serious injury, the rocks that had been dropping from the air for a while now were as large as one or two heads. The force of the rocks destroyed stone buildings, created huge craters in the streets. Of course, were someone to be hit, it would be a disaster one would wish to not witness ever again. Flop and the others had rushed into the alley, but they had no confirmation that that place was a safe one. Fleeing underground or heading towards someone that was simply strong, if a safe place existed, those would be it. Udakata, Meh, and the others are in the big building in the middle. Schult, Pete Priscilla Sama is in the mansion. Flop, oh yes, of course. You're both very smart, I agree with you. The problem is we're right in the middle of both those places. The called-upon Meiselder and Zika were reliable in their ability to defend the city. Although she was a fighting force of one person only, Priscilla's ability was comparable to that of the 9 divine generals. Flop was torn as to which direction to rush to as well. And while they were worrying, help, you are. Right in front of the alleyway where Flop and the others were hiding in, a figure fleeing down the street screamed, then disappeared. No, he had not disappeared. The man's body was snatched up into the sky by a shadow flying at great speed, taken away in one fell swoop. Apparently, the flying dragons in the raid had different roles and were divided into 2 groups. The ones from earlier, those that let large stones fall, and those that attacked directly. Or more likely, there were flying dragons that had taken on other roles. Schult, Jay just now that person, HK. Flop, even if we wanted to help, we wouldn't be able to, and we can't bypass them either. If we get caught in the claws or fangs of a flying dragon, the 3 of us will be taken into the sky together. Udakata, whose bow is here. With this, I can take down a flying dragon. Speaking enthusiastically, Udakata showed the bow and arrow in her arms. Had it been Harley, Kuna, or another adult Shudrak, Flop would have considered it. However, Flop, having once accompanied Udakata to bow practice, understood that her abilities were not enough for a real battlefield. Flop, you want the best for children, was it? I get it. With his eyes closed, Flop thought of the benefactor who had saved him and his sister from rock bottom. He always had a blunt and crude attitude, but in spite of that, his benefactor had never bent his principles. Oh, Flop wanted to be an adult he would not be ashamed of. They could not stay hiding and holding their breath where they were forever. Whether they went to the city hall or to the mansion, they needed to take some sort of action in order to get both Schult and Utakata to safety. Flop, I want you both to listen to me. From now on, I will. Taking a small breath, Flop attempted to convey his plan to them with determination. And in the moment in which the two children looked at Flop as the latter spoke. Oh, Kerrera! With a blood-curdling roar of anger, something huge fell from the sky onto the street. What slammed onto the ground, accompanied by a mixture of angry screams and cries, was a flying dragon, black blood pouring from all over its entire body. With its wings spread out, the flying dragon would be 3 to 4 meters in wingspan. Desperately trying to escape, it flapped its wings, which had been broken from the impact of the fall. They're up on. Don't run away. Don't you dare, bastard. The flying dragon fell to the ground together with the figure, who rolled vigorously and jumped on its back. He then thrust his sword into the writhing flying dragon, skewering its heart from behind. The screams of the flying dragon persisted for a long time. Then it collapsed in place as it shed tears of blood. Then, having seen that the flying dragon's breathing had halted, those little shits. A red-haired man came down from the back of the dead flying dragon, his shoulders heaving up and down. Upon sighting him, Schult, who was in Flop's arms, shouted an ah. Schult, Heinkel Sama, so you were safe. Heinkel, Han. The high voice of Schult called out, prompting the red-haired man to turn around with a bad attitude. Immediately, Schult's throat caught, his words blocked because of the man's appearance. His entire body dyed bright red. Then the wide-eyed Schult escaped Flop's arms, rushing to the man's side. Seeing Schult, the man wiped his bloody face with his sleeve. Heinkel, what the hell, it's you pipsqueak. Schult, you are all red, Heinkel-sama, where are you hurt? Heinkel, hurt. Oh, if you mean the blood, it's just the dragons. If I'm hurt, it's merely a scratch. Schult, oh really, is that so? With a surprised look in his eyes, Schult touched the bloody man's body to make sure. Seeing that his attitude showed no concern for getting his hands and clothes dirty, the man looked down at the boy and sighed. At this exchange, Flop let out the breath he had held due to his determination from before and said, Flop, Butler-kun, I don't think you need to worry. He doesn't look to be putting up a strong front, and he isn't really hurt, right? Heinkel, you're that weird man. You together with these pipsqueaks. Flop, that weird part is a tad offensive, but you're right. I was just running around with Butler-kun and Miss Utakata, though. I'm relieved you're here. When Flop smiled at him, the man covered in blood, Heinkel, looked away. He was not embarrassed. That reaction was of being displeased. In fact, he even clicked his tongue. But it was true that he had slain the flying dragon, which had played a role in giving Schult some peace of mind. Like Schult, Heinkel seemed to be one of Priscilla's followers, and although Flop had expected him to be able to fight on the grounds that he carried a sword, he seemed to be more skilled than one would expect. The tremendous amount of blood that stained his body vermilion could hardly just be attributed to the blood spurting from the flying dragon he had just killed. It was evidence that he had been exposed to blood spurting from multiple flying dragons. Schult, we were going to head towards Priscilla-sama now. What about you, Heinkel-sama? Heinkel, to Miss Priscilla's. You'd be safer that way. But, Flop, there are very few places in the city that are safe right now. If our enemies are all flying dragons, I think it'd be a good idea to find a building with a basement and a place where spices are kept. Utakata, spice. Flop interrupted Schult and Heinkel's conversation, while Utakata tilted her head at the part in the conversation she did not understand. Looking towards Flop, Heinkel's eyes were similar, holding confoundment. It would not make sense to one unacquainted with the ecology of flying dragons. Flop, flying dragons have a very good sense of smell. They can smell blood from a great distance. On the other hand, they don't like strong, pungent smells. So if we sprinkle pepper all over our body, we may be able to avoid being caught by them. Heinkel, you seem well informed. Flop, I'm a peddler who travels from place to place. Also, I happen to know someone who knew a lot about flying dragons. He may have been the person most knowledgeable about them in the Empire. However, he had often heard about the good side of flying dragons from that person, so he had not expected to face them as a threat in this way. At the very least, if the knowledge he had acquired was true, his plan to get covered in spices in order to escape the flying dragons should work. It was fortuitous for Flop and the two children that they had been able to join up with the capable fighter that was Heinkel, But overall, it was not fortuitous in this battle for the fortress city. Flop. I can't say it's a good idea to use Redhead-san as our escort. Heinkel, who could go toe-to-toe with flying dragons on his own, was a valuable asset to the city under attack by a countless number of them. No matter how the battle turned out from here on, he would be one of the factors to influence the outcome of the battle. It was not a good idea to put him alongside the three non-combatants. Therefore, Flop, we're going underground to escape the eyes and noses of the flying dragons. Could Redhead-san accompany us to a nearby restaurant or warehouse? There we can deceive their eyes, or rather, deceive their noses. Once we do that, we can take care of the rest on our own. Schult, Flop-sama. Schultz's face was aghast at Flop's suggestion, as if the idea of splitting up had not occurred to him at all. But contrasting Schultz's surprise, Yudakata nodded and said, Yudakata, U thinks the same as Fu. U and Fu will protect Shu. Don't worry, Schultz. Yudakata-sama will as well. Yudakata nodded her head in affirmation, and Schultz's round eyes lowered. A few seconds later, he looked up with a determined expression on his face and looked at Heinkel. Schultz, I understand. I'll do my best with Flop-sama and the others. So, Heinkel-sama, be careful of your injuries. Heinkel, I've been thinking this for a while, but don't get yourselves all excited. Why should I suddenly start obeying what you guys tell me to do? Schultz. However, Schultz's resolve was purposeless, as Heinkel frowned and bluntly stated this. He wiped the gore from his sword with his cloak, indicating his surroundings with his chin. Heinkel, let me say this now, I don't owe this city anything. If I fail to protect this pipsqueak, Miss Priscilla'd probably be displeased, right? I'd rather avoid that. Flop. Wait, Redhead-san. Wait a sec. So you think protecting Princess Gun's mood's more important than protecting the city? That's, Heinkel, correct. Flop. The reply was so clear and definitive that Flop could not help but involuntarily let out a disappointed look. Heinkel stared at Flop's face, his blue eyes glinting amongst the red filth covering his face. Heinkel, I got something more important than this city, more important than someone's life. And it's not this pipsqueak. Miss Priscilla, who dotes on this pipsqueak, has something I need her to give me no matter what. If that's what's needed to get that, then I don't care how many people die. Flop, Redhead-san, Heinkel. Besides, I'm not that much of a big shot, and neither are you. You need to know your place. There's only so much you can do. Don't try to reach outside of that. You'll only make a fool of yourself. Flop. Heinkel, no one can be a sword. As he spat this out, Heinkel's hand reached for Schultz's shoulder. As Schultz's slender shoulder was gripped by his hand, the young boy turned his moist eyes toward Heinkel. The fright that filled those eyes, Schultz. Heinkel-sama, you look like you are in pain. No, not fear, but rather compassion. Heinkel's cheeks stiffened slightly, bathed by the boy's earnest gaze, but it did not move his resolute heart. Heinkel, I'm taking this pipsqueak to Miss Priscilla. You guys are on your own if you want to follow me, but don't make the mistake of thinking that I'll protect you. With that, Heinkel grabbed Schultz and turned his back on Flop and Yudakata. He would step out into the street, heading toward the mansion where Priscilla was located. Flop was hesitating on whether he should heed his warning when, You're the one killing us, dragons. A moment later, accompanied by those short words, a falling shadow landed on the ground with a furious roar. A dense cloud of dust and debris was kicked up as an intruder suddenly carved up a large hole in the ground. A small figure was standing with its short arms crossed in front of Heinkel as he tried to take Schultz away, blocking their path. It was difficult to understand who it was at a glance. What had just happened, and the impression that the figure gave, did not match at all. A small stature, a lovely face, blemish-free white skin, a sky-blue attire that enhanced their loveliness. As their appearance did not seem so different from Schultz or Yudakata's, it was hard to believe that they had just appeared with a ground-shattering impact. However, what had happened was all that mattered, and no one could deny what had happened. The shadow that appeared narrowed its golden eyes, glared at the four standing in the street, and nodded. And then, You have shed the blood of us dragons, and so in atonement your blood shall be shed until there's none left. You fools. Translation note. One Yi Tenzin is a character featured in the side story Pride and Prejudice and Zombies, which depicts events that take place between arcs 4 and 5. It has been translated by Negi, and it is available here.